I almost didn't make it out, I deflect. Ariana had to pull me out of there. Sin's eyes darken. But you got out. This time, I hedge. But as long as the bond exists, it's only a matter of time. He's never going to stop looking for me. And once he finds me, he'll take me. And, I pause, taking a breath. And I'll let him. My voice shakes at the words, and I can't stop the shame from sweeping through me. I wanted to go to Leon at the end. His dark promises did things to my body that I couldn't fight. They ignited a need in me, like I wouldn't ever breathe again if I wasn't in his arms. I'm disgusted with myself. My eyes are glued to the blankets, refusing to let him see the tears threatening to spill over. Sin is so twisted he'd probably laugh and hit me with some miserable sadness energy to drive home how much of a weakness crying is. I definitely don't expect the gentle hand that tilts my chin up. Sin's gaze is so tender, I blink, accidentally letting the tears fall as I try to process what is happening. His thumb catches a tear, and he ensures he has my full attention before speaking. They will never control your mind again. Magical bonds can be broken. We will find a way to free you. I promise. His words are fervent and filled with so much determination, I almost believe him. I even let myself lean into his touch, pretending for a second that this man wants me, until I remember that my love life is being meddled with by prophecies and the fates. Oh, and, of course, the fact that I'm already bound to one toxic man. That memory works better than a cold shower, and I pull back, putting some distance between us. At my pulling away, Sin stands, leaning against his favorite wall. Or at least, I figure it must be his favorite since he always hangs out there. Maybe I can make him a parking spot plaque. Now that you're up, I just need to check on your stitches, and then I'll leave. The soothing voice from moments before is gone. Rough, angry-sounding Sin is back. I sigh, relieved. I can handle this side of Sin. Stepping out of bed, I realize I'm still in my fighting leathers, but all my blades are gone. Sin nods at the chest at the foot of my bed. They're back in their place. I didn't need you rolling over and stabbing yourself in your sleep. I huff back at him. I would not. Sin looks back at me with a dubious expression that says he doesn't believe a word that just came out of my mouth. You should be worried about me stabbing you in your sleep, I mutter under my breath as I make my way over to my dresser. I don't miss the way he smirks at my threat. I might actually have to stab him someday to show him that I mean business. Let me find some shorts first, I add, moving towards my dresser. It would be a very bad idea to be in my underwear around this man again, especially with him being nicer to me than usual, and my not being in a world of blinding pain. I dig around my drawers, trying to find a pair of shorts. Given the scars on my legs, I'm not even sure I own a pair. I've always tried to cover up. When I find a pair, I reconsider and decide I'll be better off wearing underwear. But before I can shove them back into the drawer, Sin is beside me, pulling them out and holding them up. They're a pair of loose-fitting, very short pink pajama shorts. They wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't for the pattern on them. They're covered in cartoon kittens, all lounging around with piles of books. They are adorable. But one look at Sin's face, and I know I will never live this moment down. His expression is one of unadulterated joy, and he looks like he's about to burst into laughter. Here you are, kitten. You almost missed these. I snatch the shorts from him and storm into the bathroom, where I won't have to look at his face. I can hear him laughing through the door. Screw him. Patterned pajamas are entirely normal to have. If he wants to make fun of me, then I will make it my dying mission to raid his room for embarrassing items. When I exit the washroom, Sin is still standing by the wall. His arms are crossed, but his hand is fisted over his mouth as if trying to contain himself. I roll my eyes at him. Do destroyers reach full maturity at 3,000 years old? They're pajamas, Sin. Grow up, I snap. In response, Sin looks me up and down and flashes me a devilish smile. My knees almost buckle. They suit you, he notes, the laughter in his voice still coming through. I stomp past him, sticking my tongue out as I make my way over to sit on the bed. Am I acting like a mature adult? No. But considering this guy has millennia on me and is acting no better, I don't care. I sit on the edge of the bed, only to look up and find Sin stalking towards me. His playful expression is gone, replaced by one that is dangerously predatory as he kneels before me. On instinct, I move to pull my legs up so I can squirm away, but Sin only catches my legs, spreading my thighs so he can settle between them. I forget how to breathe. Injury. He's checking my injury. I repeat the thought, holding on to it for dear life. My core tightens as Sin's hands settle over my exposed inner thighs. Stick your tongue out at me again, kitten, and I'm going to consider it an invitation. Sin growls. His focus shifts back to my leg, and his hands move even closer to my core as he starts working to loosen the knot he made in the leather bindings. I almost arch my back at the sensation and fist my hands into the blankets instead. Very funny. We both know you're all talk, Sin. We don't even like each other. You just like teasing me, I answer, my voice coming out more breathless than I want it to. He finishes removing the leather bindings and removes the patch. Thankfully, only one of the stitches popped loose, and it has since scabbed over. Sin lets out a dark chuckle, but doesn't move from between my legs. His eyes meet mine. You don't need to like someone to fuck them. Warmth spreads through my core at his heated gaze, and I forget how to breathe. If Sin wants to fuck me, I am so screwed. My newly awakened libido is practically begging for his touch. So, do you want to fuck me? I ask, inhaling sharply, as Sin's hands make their way higher until he's cupping my ass. No, kitten, he answers, pulling me forward so I'm barely perched on the edge of my bed. I want to devour you. He growls, his mouth lowering to my inner thigh, kissing a trail up to the edge of my loose shorts. I arch into him, and Sin pulls aside my shorts so that only my underwear is covering my center. I want to ruin you, he says, biting at the junction of my inner thigh. I moan, and my hands come to his hair, trying to pull him closer. It's as silky as I'd imagined. Sin's grip on my ass tightens. I want to fucking destroy you. To claim your body so completely that you shatter beneath me. His fingers hook inside my underwear, pulling them aside so I'm fully exposed to him. He growls, lowering his head so he's only a breath away from tasting me. You're soaked for me, kitten. Is this what you want? Do you want to be devoured? He doesn't move from his position. His eyes are locked on mine, and he waits for an answer. This is a bad idea. I should not be fucking my partner, especially not while a corrupted magical sex bond is still throwing shade at my life. The rational side of my brain is very smart. Too bad I'm still an idiot. Yes, I breathe. Sin's gaze grows even hotter as his mouth descends onto my pussy. His tongue barely grazes against my center when there's a knock at the door. Sin stills, and I feel his breath against my core. I whimper at the sensation. Another knock. Cassandra? Are you up? Ariana's voice carries over. Answer her. Otherwise, she might open the door, Sin whispers, still hovering just above my slit. He doesn't sound bothered, only amused at my mortification. I clear my throat, but it sounds scratchy. Just woke up. I'll be out in a minute. Sin's tongue darts out to flick at my sensitive nub. I yank his hair to pull him off, but he doesn't budge. I just need to get dressed. I'll find you, I yell, trying to get the words out as quickly as possible. No sooner have I finished talking before Sin's mouth fully settles on me, making good on his promise to devour me. I don't hear Ariana's answer as her footsteps retreat from the door. Sin's tongue sweeps over my slit, licking at my center before moving up to suck on my clit. His beard rubs against the sensitive flesh of my inner thighs, and I move my hips to increase the friction. In response, Sin's mouth comes down to my slit again, and his fingers spread me, opening me to him. His tongue thrusts inside, and I almost come off the bed. But no sooner than he's begun, he lifts his head and releases me. I blink at him, confused. What? You need to get dressed. You have somewhere to be, Sin answers, still kneeling between my legs. Right. Ariana. I flush, remembering she's waiting for me. Sin watches my expression change, and he winks at me. I'll see you later, kitten, he says before apparating out of the room. It sounds like a promise. Chapter 25. Rule 25. Be a badass bitch, especially if it means stealing candy. There are many times in recent memory when I've realized I'm totally fucked. Most recently, it was 2 minutes ago, after Sin disappeared from my room. It was one thing to secretly lust after Sin when he hated me, and even when he started to be nicer to me, his sexually charged comments were just that. Comments. That was safe. But something between us just shifted. Sin is not pulling punches about what he wants to do to me. And where does that leave me? Completely fucked. Metaphorically, of course, even though I have no idea how I'm going to find the mental fortitude to say no, because I really do need to stay away from him. There are a multitude of reasons for not getting intimate. Most obviously, because fucking an all-powerful destroyer while being bonded to another all-powerful destroyer sounds like the deadliest love triangle of all time. I cringe at the thought of being in a love anything with Leon. The idea of him ever touching me again makes me want to gag. Now, Sin, on the other hand, I stop myself from going down that rabbit trail and shove all recent memories of his mouth on me deep inside a fresh, new box in my head. Nope, we're not going there. I find Ariana sitting on the stone wall overlooking the garden. She's hugging her knees to her chest, and her gaze still holds the haunted expression. She's in different clothes now, dressed in familiar black fighting leathers. Throwing knives and daggers are strapped to her, matching the ones I use. Well, I guess I know where my fighting clothes came from. I must have been borrowing hers. She doesn't look up when I pull myself onto the wall to sit beside her. Hi, Ari, I say, softly, not wanting to startle her. You're not actually Cassandra, are you? She asks, her voice flat as she stares into the garden. I sigh. Not fully. My name is Vivian. I just got all my memories back from Cassandra. I was her in a past life. Ariana turns to me, frowning. You look just like her. It's eerie. So how does it work? Are there 2 of you in there now, controlling your body? I laugh. I was actually really freaked out about that happening, but no, it's still just me. Sometimes, though, I can hear Cassandra yelling at me to do things, usually when I'm fighting. I have no idea how to fight someone. It's almost like her memories of training others are bleeding through my subconscious, and she helps take the reins. Ariana laughs. That sounds like Cassandra, yelling at someone to fight better. She hesitates, looking lost for a second. So how does this leave us? You're not Cassandra, but you have her memories. I've just missed her. For a really long time. I pause, trying to think of how to articulate my thoughts. I can't fully explain the connection I feel for this girl, or I suppose woman now. Sin thought I'd still be me after I regained Cassandra's memories, given that my own consciousness was tied to my body. For the most part, he was right. But there are parts of Cassandra's life that are felt so strongly, so profoundly, that I can't stop feeling them too. It's almost like falling in love with a character from the pages of a book, only stronger. Because not only do I see Cassandra's memories, but I also feel them. You know how you haven't seen Cassandra in forever but have so many memories about her? Even though she might have been changed by thousands of years apart, you still love her, right? I start. Ariana nods. Of course. I shrug. That's how I feel about you, Ari. Even though my life experiences have been apart from you, the bond is there. I remember our lives together. You're still a sister to me. That came with the memories. Ariana leans into me, and it feels almost familiar. You might not like me as much. Having a different personality and life experiences have definitely made me a weirdo, I add, trying to sound lighthearted. Ariana snorts. You are always weird. We laugh before slipping into a comfortable silence. A warm feeling of contentedness washes over me at having her safely back with us. But then I look at her and see how much she's changed. The Ariana in Cassandra's memories was younger, still a teenager, and was full of light and life. She got into all kinds of mischief at the temple, but still trained hard and took responsibility for helping to train the younger children. The girl in my memories is a far cry from the one who sits next to me today. The faraway, vacant look in her eyes hits the hardest. Like any light that used to live there has been crushed. After spending 200 years locked under the council's castle, I can only imagine what she went through. So, do you want to talk about it? I finally ask tentatively. Ariana sighs and turns to sit so she's facing me. I do the same, and we sit cross-legged on the stone wall, facing each other. I'm not sure I can. If I start to let myself feel the sadness, the pain, I think it might consume me. I nod, completely understanding. That's fair. I wait to see if Ariana will start to share or change the subject, fully prepared to put on a stoic face no matter what she says. Ariana purses her lips until exclaiming, I've got it! We're going to play Who Suffered More. Her excited outburst is entirely at odds with the dark, haunted look she just held. I gape at her. Excuse me? The words are enough to spark a memory of Ariana and I sprawled out in one of the temple gardens, one-upping each other's bad days. It was our favorite way of dealing with the ugly things we'd see. Ariana smiles brightly at me. That's how I'll get to know you in this life. And you can catch up on mine. She's completely serious. What a morbid creature. I like her already. A pang of nostalgia fleets through me, like a whisper from Cassandra. Her memories must be closer to the surface around Ariana. I shrug. Okay, but be prepared to lose. Ariana beams, and it transforms her face into someone more familiar. Someone less broken. You have no idea what you're in for. You start. I laugh. Okay. I hid my super powerful boyfriend from you back in Atlantis, and then I turned out to be part of a crazy prophecy, only to break up with him, and then he sunk Atlantis. I wait for Ariana to react, but she only rolls her eyes. I already knew all of that. Morgana told me everything when I decided I wanted to stay here. She sighs like she's disappointed in my efforts. I laugh, scoffing at her, before challenging, Okay, top it then. Ariana shrugs. I pretty well sold my soul to the council so that I could infiltrate their inner circles. So, I went from being groomed as a puppet for the Guardians to becoming a puppet for the council. I purse my lips, slowly shaking my head at her like I'm bored with her confession. I started seeing ghosts a few years ago, and then my childhood best friend convinced my entire class to kidnap me, and they tried to stone me to death. I hold out my bare arms for added effect, showing off the scars. Ariana looks at my arms quizzically. They're still stoning people in the mortal realm? I frown. Not for a long time. At least not where I'm from. Wow, Ariana muses. So they got creative. They certainly thought outside of the box. At least it wasn't cyberbullying, I add, shrugging. At Ariana's confused expression, I remember she'd been locked up for 2 centuries. Never mind, it's not important. Talking about my trauma with Ariana like this is surprisingly painless. Turning it into a twisted game is actually helping. When the council gave me immortality, I developed powers they've never seen before. So they gave me really shitty jobs, mostly assassinations. It got tough, pretending to kill people when I was really sneaking them back to the Shadow Realm, Ariana says, sighing dramatically. You can control shadows, right? I ask, trying to remember what the team was saying this morning. I was a little distracted, processing the fact that my friend was still alive. Ariana gives me a wicked grin. Check this out. She stands on the stone wall and holds her hands out. A small ball of darkness forms between them. Neat, I note, duly impressed. The ball moves like it's alive. The shadows remind me of the ball on Morgana's desk. I guess I know who made the trap. Ariana lets the ball of darkness go, and it dissipates. I'm just messing with you. I'm way more impressive than that. She looks up, and a wall of darkness descends onto the garden, swallowing it whole. It moves closer to us, but Ariana doesn't stop. Ari, I hesitate. Ariana only grins. It's safe. The darkness creeps closer, and the wall of the void hangs just beside us. I reach over and place my hand into it. Nothing happens. I pull my hand back, and it's completely fine. It creeps over the wall, and we're engulfed. I sit still, marveling at the darkness. I've never seen something utterly devoid of light before. I can't even see my own hand in front of my face. Ariana calls out, Now, do you want to see something incredible? I laugh at her enthusiasm. Of course. Middle finger, Ariana calls. I frown, wondering if she's flipping me off in the dark. But a second later, she squeezes the tip of my middle finger. You can see? I ask. The darkness recedes, and I watch it slink back into the shadows. I blink through the sunlight, which now seems far too bright. Ariana grins. I can see perfectly. Everyone else is completely blinded. I hum, more than a little impressed. That's really cool. I know, Ariana says, sitting back down to face me. I've missed using my power. The prison kept me in magically binding cuffs. Sin removed them as soon as we got back. She pulls up her sleeve and shows me the dark purple band of skin around her wrist. Her light-hearted expression is replaced by the same haunted expression. I agreed to work for Need and become Leon's keeper so we could kill Sin. Only the keeper bond is corrupted, and it makes me want to fuck him all the time. Otherwise, I get searing pain. Oh, and if I think for a second about not being with him or how sketchy the council is, a brain fog settles over me so I forget what I was thinking about, I say, hoping to snap Ariana out of her memories. Oh, and the fates fucked with my destiny, and Leon has decided I'm his possession. He said the only way to break the bond is death. He's never going to stop hunting me, and he wants to keep me whether I want him to or not. I finish. Ariana nods, looking only mildly impressed. I frown at her and laugh. Seriously? I have a magical sex bond with my jerk of an ex-boyfriend, and you look like I just talked about a mild headache. Ariana shrugs. At least the bond made you think you wanted it. When the council found out I was working as a spy, they threw me into one of the deepest cells in the prison, reserved for only their most powerful prisoners. It would have been okay if they'd left me there to rot, but the head of the guards had a special interest in me, she says, bitterness creeping into her voice and pausing. Her fingers dig into the stone below her, and small, dark pools form below them. He visited me almost every day for 2 centuries. Some days, he would beat me. Those were nice. He wanted to break me and turn me into his own little doll, to prove he could control something so dangerous. I sit in silence, realizing what she isn't saying. I wait to see if she needs to say it. I prayed for the beatings. Anything to distract from what he did to me on the other visits. She pauses again, inhaling deeply. The pools of darkness under her fingers grow larger. He raped me. Almost every day I was down there. Ariana finishes, hugging her knees to her chest again. My heart breaks for her. I want to sob for what she went through, but I know that anything that looks remotely like pity will break her. Well, shit. I guess you win. Want to raid the kitchen for chocolate? Ariana laughs, wiping away her tears. Yeah, that sounds good. We sneak back into the castle, both of us keeping the mood light. We don't come across any of the others, and I'm grateful for the alone time together. Ariana slips in front of me. Do you know where you're going? I ask. Ariana laughs. You do know I lived here for years, right? I smile, following her. I forgot. Sorry. Ariana moves through the corridors, heading to an area I haven't visited yet. Morgana keeps a stash of sweets in a secret pantry over here. I found it before I left for the council. Let's see if she still has it. I swallow. Stealing candy from Morgana feels like a bad idea. Then again, I'm really working on turning a new leaf in the Shadow Realm. Being a badass bitch, that's the leaf I've been trying to turn. Perfect, I answer. We find the pantry hidden behind a large portrait. The portrait is of a gluttonous horse rearing up in a field of red flowers. I kind of love it. Is Morgana secretly a horse girl? Ariana swings open the pantry door, and I marvel at the sight within. Cookies, chocolates, and gummies line the walls. Ariana starts picking up sweets, and I join her. Laughing like fiends, we sneak out of the pantry with our contraband goods. We end up locked in my room, binging junk food. I show Ariana my books, and she borrows at least 7. We keep things lighthearted, catching up on the softer parts of our lives. Later, when we're lounging on my bed with our feet propped up on the wall and our heads hanging off the edge, Ariana turns to me and asks, So, are you planning on mending things with Leon? I wrinkle my nose. No. I felt bad after I got Cassandra's memories back. I know she lied to him about being a pacifist. I felt like I owed him something because of that. But his actions, they're not excusable. He treats me like an object and was happy to exploit the bond to get what he wanted. Ariana hums. I bet that threw a wrench in Morgana's plans. We all assumed you two would be happily in love again when you returned. I turned to stare at the ceiling. Leon never loved Cassandra. He never knew her. And now he doesn't want to love me. He wants to own me. Ariana throws a chocolate chip in the air, catching it in her mouth. I'm impressed. So what now, oh great prophesied one? She asks mockingly. I throw a chocolate chip at her. She catches it and eats it. Morgana said the prophecy wasn't specific about which destroyer I would love. I answer, trying not to blush. Ariana snaps up, her mouth wide. Oh my fates! Ari, no, I start, wanting to explain my lack of fucks about the prophecy. Ariana only grins before pouncing on me. She tickles my waist, and I squeal. Tell me everything. Rosie said Irina is still locked up. You love Sin! Ariana speaks a mile a minute, and I keep trying to push her off, but she won't stop tickling me. There's nothing. It's nothing. Morgana just wants us to work together. We can't stand each other. I gasp out the words as tears run down my face. Ariana rolls off me, looking smug. I try to catch my breath, rubbing the spot she just assaulted. That counted as torture, I note. Ariana just grins. Information extraction at its finest. I know your weak spots, she notes, winking at me. I narrow my eyes at her. Why did I rescue you again? She bursts out laughing, and I can't help but laugh along with her. So, she starts when we finally settle down. Do you want to tell me why you blushed so hard you looked like a tomato when I brought up Sin? Maybe because some annoying lady was tickling me so hard I couldn't breathe? I answered dryly. I think I like you, Vivian. You're a terrible liar. It's going to be easy to get to know this new side of you. I bury my head in my pillow, trying to drown out the sound of Ariana making kissy noises and pretending to officiate my and Sin's wedding. When I ignore her, she jumps onto my back, prodding my ribs again. Have you slept together? Was it hot? Wait, don't tell me. You're like my brother and sister. Ew, incest. I take it back. You have to marry Leon. I roll over to push her off, but Ariana anticipates my move, and we both end up tumbling off the bed in a heap. She keeps trying to prod my ribs, and I'm grabbing for her feet, trying to reach her ticklish spot. We start throwing obscene threats at each other as we fight on the floor. Ariana is crying because I've finally got her boot off and am tickling the arch of her foot, and I keep shrieking every time she pokes at my rib. We only stop when there's a cough at the door. Looking up, we find Sin leaning against the doorframe. His eyebrow is arched like he's questioning our sanity. I mean, fair. Ariana kicks me in the cheek while I'm distracted before sitting up. Hi, Sin. How's it going? I try to swat her as she moves and end up slapping her calf. I sit up next to her. Sin frowns at our display. I frown back. I know I locked that door. Sin shrugs. I didn't notice. Ari, good to see you back on your feet. You know it's rude to walk into someone's room when the door is locked. I chide. Seriously, boundaries. Sin raises an eyebrow. It's also rude to sneak into people's rooms and steal their things, kitten. I flush. Not as rude as kidnapping them. I snap back. Sin rolls his eyes and opens his mouth to speak, but Ariana cuts him off. Wow, you two totally want to fuck. That's really weird, guys. Stop flirting in front of me. I glare at her, and Ariana just giggles, standing up from the floor and heading for the door. It's cute that you guys are going to love each other. Have fun, she finishes before slipping around Sin and leaving the room. Sin and I are alone again, and I flush at the memory of what we did together just a few hours before. Sin smirks at my expression, knowing exactly where my mind is. That's sweet. So, you're in love with me, kitten? How flattering. He mocks. That comment cures my embarrassment. Get over yourself. Just because I considered fucking you doesn't mean I love you. I was more than ready to let Magnus and Damien share me before you interrupted us. In fact, I might go find them later. They're less of a pain to be around. I'm bluffing. Magnus and Damien are great and all, but no part of me craves their touch. Sin's jaw ticks, and his eyes darken. For a moment, I think I might have gotten away with the bluff, until Sin steps forward, shutting the door behind him. Chapter 26. Rule 26. Do not, under any circumstance, admit that you liked that. Sin stalks into my room, and it feels as though time slows. Each of his steps is measured, and lethal intent radiates from him. My heart rate escalates as I scramble off the floor, not wanting to be caught at a disadvantage. Which is a complete joke, because Sin always has the upper hand. Unbalanced. My partnership with Sin is unbalanced. Probably because his brain chemistry is too. My instincts scream at me to back up and run. I ignore them. This man has made a habit of trying to intimidate me by invading my personal space. I'm not saying it isn't effective, but I will rot 6 feet under before ever letting him know that. He crowds me, his body pressing flush against mine. My breath catches in my throat, and I wait for him to stop. Sin does not, in fact, stop. He fists his hand into my hair, wrenching a gasp from me. His grip is firm, merciless. In one fluid motion, he spins me, walking us forward until he has me against the wall. His chest presses into my back, flooding my senses with his scent. His body heat provides a stark contrast to the cool stone wall. A smart person would recognize that this is not a good idea, and Sin pauses for a moment as if waiting for me to make a decision. I should tell him to stop, I definitely shouldn't like this. Fuck. Why do I like this? Another breath and Sin growls, grinding his hips against my ass, igniting the desire I've been meticulously trying to ignore. His hand tightens in my hair, tugging it to expose the side of my neck. His warm breath fans over me, setting my nerve endings on high alert. My thighs press together, and I think my heart is trying to escape from my chest. Sin's mouth grazes against the sensitive flesh of my neck as he purrs. I think my kitten is a liar. I close my eyes, trying to remember how to breathe, as his mouth moves to the shell of my ear. We both know who gets you soaked, he adds. This would be an excellent time for me to set some boundaries. Instead, I press back into him, only to feel his hard length pressing against me. Arousal floods my core. My traitorous vagina clearly holds the reins to my body, but I have just enough intimacy PTSD to remember what happened the last time a man thought he had the right to control me. That ship has fucking sailed. That doesn't mean you're the only one who can. You don't own me, I huff, even as I shift so his length is pressed closer to my center. I swear I feel Sin smile against my neck in response. Before he whispers, "You're right, I don't. But I think you'd like it if I did, wouldn't you?" He kisses a trail up my neck, and a small moan escapes my lips before his hand snakes around my waist, pressing us impossibly closer. I am not yours, I breathe, refusing to give up that piece of me, even as Sin dips his hand between my legs, palming my pussy. The action is possessive, sending more heat flooding into my body. Sin hums against my neck before he answers, "Whatever you say." And then his teeth sink into my neck. I gasp, but the pain is almost immediately replaced by delicious heat as he starts sucking at the assaulted flesh. Every swipe of his tongue goes straight to my core, acting like a shot of desire being pushed through my veins. He starts rubbing circles over my clit, and instead of shoving him away, I dig my nails into his flesh in a silent demand that he not stop. He continues his tender assault, alternating between sucking and nipping, all the while grinding against my ass and teasing my clit. The heat coils tightly inside of me as he edges me closer to the brink of release, only for Sin to pull his hands back. I want to scream in frustration, but instead, I hiss, "You bit me!" He licks the spot in response. "You liked it." More than ready to jump into a raging river of denial, I spin to face him, only to catch a glimpse of myself on the dresser mirror. A large red mark has already blossomed on my neck. My eyes widen at the sight before I round on him. "Sin! What the fuck?" Sin backs up a step, crossing his arms before giving me an infuriatingly self-satisfied smirk. "Like you said, you're not mine. But I've already warned you. While you're my partner, no one else will touch you." I narrow my eyes at him. Why the hell wouldn't they? Sin's answering smile is pure darkness. "Destroyers have a lot of bad qualities. One of our worst is how possessive we get. I don't share. No one will dare to touch you once they see the mark." He sounds far too cheerful. I shove him. Of course, Sin is built like a mountain, and he doesn't move an inch. "How dare you, you high-handed, arrogant asshole! You don't get to decide anything about me. I am done being treated like an object!" I yell, livid. I try to shove him again, but this time, Sin catches my hands. "I'm not treating you like an object," he placates, and then adds, "Kittens are pets." I see red. Sin grins like he's having the time of his life before the floor gives out from below us. We land a second later in the training arena. As soon as my body steadies from the jolt of being apparated without warning, Sin releases me, giving me space. "Angry, kitten. Do something about it," he taunts, holding out his arms. Still, I don't move, trying to get my rage back under control. This is a sick and twisted game to him. If you engage, you've already lost. Sin cocks his head, appraising me. Well, if you're going to act all meek and domesticated, maybe I should make you wear a collar. My eye twitches. I'll make sure to add property of Sin on your pet tag. He adds. I launch myself at him. I don't care that he's double my size or that he clearly wants me to attack him, and that by doing so, I'm playing right into his hands. I just want to win. Just this once, I need to be the one who comes out on top. Not for an audience, not to prove to Sin that I'm not a liability. This is for me. Before today, it wasn't an issue that Sin always kicked my ass in the arena. But now we've crossed a line. One that gives him even more power over me even outside of our training. Something has to give. He doesn't get to hold all the power. So, I'm going to win. Sin wants me angry and fighting, and he's succeeded. But I am fighting for so much more. Cassandra's voice echoes in my mind, ordering me to move one way or another. Dive left, punch him in the kidney, roll over, feign right. But Sin always moves out of the way, a fraction before I can touch him, not bothering to land a hit on me. I scream in frustration, and Sin tisks. You're slow. Cassandra's memories might show you how to fight, but it's nothing if you can't move your ass. Growling, I step back, breathing heavily. He's right. I might be slower, but that doesn't mean I can't be smarter. Make use of any weakness you find in your enemy. Cassandra's memory rings out, and it takes less than a heartbeat to know what Sin's weakness is. It's me. The mortal he's partnered with and thinks he needs for some ridiculous prophecy. I'm breakable. Even now, I've been careful to only attack him with my upper body to avoid adding any strain on my stitches. The same stitches Sin has been keeping a close eye on. He cares, and I'm more than ready to abuse that realization. Sin might be the master of riling me to the point of fury, but he has no idea the lengths I will go to never feel powerless again. I charge him again, raising my fist. Only instead of ever throwing the punch, I wait until the last possible second before throwing myself to the ground, the whole of my weight coming down on my injured leg. A second is all I need. Sin's eyes widen in concern, and I kick my leg out, tripping him. We connect, and Sin goes down hard, falling backwards. He's barely hit the ground, and I'm on him, shoving my forearm into his neck. I lean in, close enough to see the onyx flecks in his gray eyes. Who owns who now? I whisper, adding more pressure against his neck. Sin's eyes flare, and I swear I see a hint of pride in them before it disappears behind his usual smug look. In a blink, he pins my arms above his head. I shift to knee him in the balls, but Sin uses my movement to wrap his legs around my own, effectively immobilizing me. I buck against his hold, but get hit with a shock of heat when his hard length presses directly against the fabric between my legs. If you wanted to be on top, you just had to say so, Sin notes as he rolls his hips. I ignore the arousal that floods me. Not happening, I answer, gritting my teeth. Sin only shrugs, transferring my hands into one of his, refusing to let me go. I struggle against him, but it's like fighting a tree. Without hesitation, he flips us so that I'm on my back, and he's straddling me. His free hand grips my neck, but any heat that was just his gaze has been replaced by cold calculation. The mood swings strike again. You're going to be fighting creatures that have been alive for millennia. Get faster, and don't pick fights you can't win. He barks. His hand flexes once against my throat, driving his point home before he climbs off me. Blinking at the jolt in conversation and the lack of his body pressing against mine, I sit up, huffing. I didn't pick that fight. You did. My leg stings from the move I pulled, and Sin offers me a hand. I ignore it, standing on my own.
I goaded you. You took the bait. Doing that with other immortals will get you killed,
Sin instructs, his tone hard. I'm not a confrontational person. I would never go around trying to hurt people, I argue defensively. I can confidently say I avoid fights at all possible costs. Only instead of arguing back, my comment seems to stop whatever frustration Sin is working through. A slow smile spreads across his face, and I diligently focus on not remembering how his mouth felt against me today.
Oh, so I'm special to you,
he notes, cutting through my issues with fantasizing. I flush. You are not? My steps are heavy as I stomp away from him, but the stairs leading up to the balcony doors muffle the sound. At this point, I am more than ready for this conversation to be over. But of course, Sin only follows me.
Careful, kitten. Talk like that, and I might start to think you like me,
Sin says, laughing at me. I hate you, I mutter.
Sure you do,
he patronizes. I turn to stick my tongue out at him, but think better of it at the last second. The absolute last thing this man needs right now is to think I'm offering him an invitation into my mouth. A warm hand settles over my lower back, directing me towards the dining room.
Come on, let's get you fed before you get angry.
I'm already angry with you, I snap.
Nah, if you were angry with me, you would have used your powers and really tried to hurt me,
Sin notes, still sounding amused.
You're angry with yourself.
I scoff. Why the hell would I be angry with myself when you're the one who thinks he can claim my body? We're almost inside the dining room when the warmth of Sin's hand on my back disappears, only for him to snatch me around my middle and slam me against him. I turn to demand he let me go, but Sin is faster, taking that opportunity to nip at my neck over the spot he marked. My breath stutters. He licks at the mark again before whispering,
You're angry with yourself because you like it, kitten.
With that, he releases me, lightly pushing me to the dining room. Any comment I want to throw back at him is swallowed by the sight of the others at the table, already eating their dinner. I throw him a glare that I hope conveys my threat of violence the moment I get him alone. I don't miss his answering wink, even as I dismiss him, deciding to focus on the people who don't inspire my murderous thoughts. Ariana has squeezed a chair next to Damien, so she's sitting in front of my spot. Her face morphs from looking lost in her thoughts to unadulterated amusement when she sees us. Vivian, you look a little flushed. I wonder what you two were up to. She says it so suggestively I flush even more, trying not to think about the bright red mark on my neck. I ignore her comment. She's had a day, so she gets a pass. Rosie glances my way as I take my seat next to her, but mercifully, she only grins and says nothing. Magnus cocks his head, looking me over before his focus zeroes in on the offending mark. He doesn't smile, but sighs before reaching over to Damien and whispering something. Damien's gaze locks onto my neck, and I think about how cool it would be to be moss. Just some green stuff hanging on a tree, with no mortifying moments. Moss life sounds good right about now. While everyone takes a turn staring at me, Sin leans back in his chair, crossing his arms. His expression is smug as he looks at Magnus and Damien, waiting for them to realize what he's done. Men are animals. Territorial, testosterone-infested animals. My cheeks feel like they might catch fire by the time Damien finally looks away to glare at Sin. Magnus grips Damien's arm, and the tension around the table skyrockets. Except for Ariana, of course, who makes a kissy face at me. She's unhinged. I try to kick her under the table. She mouths, "Harder, please," and I commit to ignoring her again.
Really, Sin, was it necessary to mark her?
Magnus asks, irritation bleeding into his voice.
You had no right.
Damien spits. Sin raises an eyebrow, unimpressed.
I have the only right.
That comment is enough to have me aiming a second kick at him. I connect, and Sin glances back at me, amused. I open my mouth to tell him he's delusional, but Damien speaks before I have the chance.
She doesn't even like you,
Damien barks out. His typical jovial, light-hearted expression is replaced by one that promises violence.
If you manipulated...
He starts, but doesn't finish the sentence. The insinuation is there, though, and now I'm irritated with him, too. No one Oh, for goodness sake, Rosie chirps, cutting me off. Men are so oblivious, it hurts. That comment right there is why she is my favorite.
My partner, my protection, my mark,
Sin growls. Magnus turns to me, clearly frustrated but still level-headed.
And you don't oppose his actions, little enigma.
I turn, and my stare collides with Sin's. There's no mistaking the challenge in his eyes. I know he would have stopped touching me if I asked him to, but I didn't. I wanted it. Sure, I'm annoyed that he openly claimed me, but what will admitting that achieve? The last thing my allies need is a rift between them, and Damien looks ready to do battle on my behalf. Not happening. This fight stays between Sin and me. Not at all, I respond sweetly, but I don't tear my eyes away from Sin, especially since he agreed that I can mark him in return. Sin raises a brow, but doesn't disagree. Still, my comment must be enough to calm Damien because he visibly relaxes against Magnus, his lethal intent somewhat dissipating. Well, now that you've got that out of your systems, Morgana starts, clearing her throat, we have a problem to discuss. Her comment sends my anxiety skyrocketing. The last time we had a problem was earlier today. How frequently do problems happen in this realm? I don't need more anxiety. My needs are simple and consistent. A bookish realm with a ward that doesn't allow entry to men would still solve 99% of my problems. Now that Vivian has removed the Forsaken from the realm, we have lost our army. We are vulnerable, and if the Council finds out, they will not hesitate to attack, Morgana says, pulling me out of my thoughts. Ariana looks at me quizzically, and I shrug, not even remotely sorry. Enslaving souls is disgusting. I freed them. Morgana narrows her eyes at me. So you say. However, I note that you have no proof they've been freed. And believe it or not, I happen to agree with you. I never enslaved the Forsaken. My realm was a sanctuary to them, and they helped me in return. I frown at her. I'm sorry, but don't you have a freed destroyer here? Can't he just disexist the Council? Why didn't you guys do that the moment you got his key? I'm not trying to be rude. I'm genuinely curious as to why they've dragged things out for so long. Rosie coughs, and Sin mutters under his breath, So bloodthirsty, kitten. Morgana sighs. The Council's castle is protected by magic that nullifies destroyer energy. We couldn't hit them at their heart, even if we wanted to. I still don't get it. But can't Sin just unexist any soldiers sent here? Sin sits forward and answers, I can. Can't people in your realm just throw nuclear bombs around anytime someone misbehaves? I swallow. Touché. Morgana continues, If Sin uses his powers to that end, we will draw the anger of every neighboring realm. They'll feel threatened, even if we mean them no harm. We'll have more enemies than ever. I'm not prepared to commit genocide in every realm. We want to do this properly, to bring peace, not more war. I nod, a bit in awe. Morgana really isn't evil. She and Sin have the power to destroy the universe, but they refuse to use it. We need allies now, more than ever. I've made many contacts over the years, some in the Council, some outside. They have large armies at their disposal. If they can be convinced to join us, we might have a chance at taking down Need and any other corrupted members," Morgana says, hope entering her tone. My brow furrows. But why only do this now? Again, why wait so long to form allies? Morgana smiles, and it's calculated. We didn't. I've been trying, but they've refused to side with us for fear of retaliation from Need. However, there is one thing that can change their mind. The others turn from Morgana to me, and I shrink back into my chair a fraction under the weight of their attention. No one dared move against Need after they heard the prophecy. They've been waiting for you, Vivian, to see which side of the war you would take, Morgana finishes. I swallow. That seems like a really bad battle strategy on their part. This is ridiculous. People shouldn't be deciding to move armies just because I exist. It's too much. I only want to worry about midterms. Those are stressful enough. I don't want to add war to my plate. You can't just color code war with highlighters and expect things to be okay. A cool sweat forms on my back, and my vision darkens around the edges. I'm pretty sure I'm about to have a panic attack in front of everyone. That realization only makes it worse. My ears start to ring, blocking out the noise around me. The only sound making it through is my heartbeat, thundering in my ears. I can't breathe. The walls are starting to close in on me. I try to gasp for air, but I'm distracted by the feeling of something touching my leg. I jolt in my seat as my leg is pulled up and placed on something firm. It takes me a second to realize Sin's just grabbed my leg and is resting it on his thighs. His fingers start tracing circles around my calf, and I try to pull back. He doesn't let me. My cheeks flush, and I glance around the table, but no one is watching us. Sin looks like he's comfortably sitting in his chair with his hands on his lap. I narrow my eyes at him, and he winks, all the while continuing to massage my calf. "Stop it," I mouth at him. He grins. "Make me," he mouths back. He's such a child. Sin turns back to Morgana, effectively dismissing me. Insufferable jerk. The others continue to discuss the impending war, and it takes me a few minutes to realize I'm not panicking anymore. Sin distracted me long enough for my anxiety to stop spiraling. The realization has me frowning at my plate, picking at the food. That makes no sense. Sin wouldn't purposefully calm me down. He riles me up. The timing had to be a coincidence. He just grabbed me to annoy me and to drive home the fact that he can touch my body if he wants to. I ignore how good his touch feels, trying to focus on my food. Rosie whispers in my ear, "So, are you going to be up for it?" "Up for what?" I ask, turning to her. "The plan," she answers, glancing at the others. "The one everyone just settled on." I choke on some bread. Rosie pats my back as I try to inhale air instead of carbs. "Sorry, I was lost in my own thoughts. What's the plan?" I ask. Sin must be listening in because he's the one who answers. "Us, kitten. We're the plan." Chapter 27. Rule 27. Stop fantasizing about your partner. I can't sleep. So much happened today that I think my body is stuck in a permanent adrenaline rush. It used to happen all the time when I moved to college. I would try to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I'd remember being tied to the tree. Stuck. So I'd gotten into the habit of going for jogs at night to give my adrenaline an outlet. Somehow, I feel like a jog isn't going to do me much good tonight. I keep panicking about the stupid plan everyone agreed on, and no matter how much I argued, none of them relented. Instead, they very rationally noted that 6 against 1 was a solid vote, and that I lost. I don't even have time to change their minds. Morgana is determined to gain allies as quickly as possible. She doesn't like leaving her realm vulnerable. So tomorrow, we're throwing a fancy party to discuss alliances with emissaries from all our potential allies. The party itself will be nerve-wracking, but Morgana also expects me to be the guest of honor. I'm going to have to walk around, shake hands with strangers, and convince them that I can win their war. Oh, and I have to do it with Sin on my arm. Morgana thinks that if the emissaries believe Sin and I are in love, they'll agree to side with us, since the prophecy will be coming true. They're all demented. Not only am I a horrible liar, but I'm also not a great small talker. This is not an introvert-friendly activity. My anxiety keeps flaring up in my chest at the thought that I'm going to blow this for everyone. I toss against the bed, feeling like my skin is crawling. Moonlight streams into the room, and my window is open, allowing a gentle breeze to come through. Even with the breeze, I feel like the blankets are suffocating me. I kick them off, groaning in frustration. Tomorrow will be a big day, preparing for the party. How Morgana thinks we can throw an event this big with less than 24 hours' notice is beyond me, but I'm not going to argue with her scheduling. Not when my energy is already drained from fueling my anxiety. I need to get some rest. Tossing some pillows onto the floor, I fall back with an agitated sigh. It's no use. I'm too wound up. My body needs a release. A release that was dangled in front of me more than once today. The thought has me remembering Sin's mouth on me, and my body heats. I suppose if he didn't finish what he started, then I can do it myself. My hands graze along my lacy bralette before I pull off my underwear. Closing my eyes, I remember Sin's hands on my inner thighs as I brush my fingers against my clit. I think about him pulling aside my underwear before sucking on my clit, and I whimper, rubbing soft circles against myself. My finger dips inside of me, teasing, as I remember the feel of his tongue, tasting my very heat. My core tightens, and I repeat the action. I work myself faster, pretending that Sin's hands are on me. I pinch my clit and gasp his name, begging for more in my fantasy. A dark chuckle at the foot of my bed stops me cold.
You called for me, kitten.
My eyes widen, and I gasp before scrambling up on the bed and slamming my legs shut. Sin! What the hell? What are you doing in here? Sin leans against my dresser, his features hidden in the shadows, but I can feel his eyes on me.
I told you the other night to call me if you needed me. You called.
I scoff. Not because I need you.
Undoubtedly. I can see you're doing a great job of taking care of that yourself. Don't stop on account of me.
His voice is low, and there's no mistaking the desire underlying it. My body responds, heating further. But you... I start, flushing.
I'm already in your fantasy. Now show me how you touch yourself when you think of me.
Sin whispers. For once, his tone isn't mocking. A cloud shifts, and I get a glimpse of him. He's shirtless and in a pair of dark sweats. My breath catches at how devastatingly attractive he looks. His hand moves to his pants, and he strokes himself once. My core clenches. As much as I want him, it isn't lost on me that Sin played a huge role in why I'm so wound up right now. He has far too much of a hold over me already, the way he drives me to the brink of madness. But maybe that can be a two-way street. Embarrassment tries to claw its way to the surface, and I shove it away. You can watch, but you don't touch, I order.
Done.
Sin answers immediately. Taking a breath, I center myself. There's no room for insecurity right now. Sin and I are tied together, and after today, I have no doubt that there's a sexual relationship building between us. One that I don't want to be powerless in. If he wants to destroy me, I want the power to do the same to him. Keeping my eyes locked on his, I slowly pull off my bralette. Sin's eyes rake over my body, his gaze darkening. I let my hands trace across my breasts, teasing at my nipples. They harden further, and I pinch them, a slight whimper escaping my lips. "That's it, kitten," Sin coaxes, his voice sounding strained. "Show me what makes you purr." I lay back against the pillows so I still have a full view of him. My hand trails a path down my stomach. Knowing he's here, watching, is making this so much more erotic. I can already feel myself dripping. My fingers dip down further, and I spread my legs, completely baring myself. Sin's chest stops moving like he's forgotten to breathe. My fingers graze my clit, and I arch off the bed, the nub already overly sensitive. Sin steps closer, and I can clearly see the outline of his cock straining against his pants. "Don't stop," he whispers, his pupils blown as his gaze fixes on my pussy. Emboldened by the fact that he's getting turned on from watching me, I keep going. I let my fingers slip through my folds, coating them in the wetness there, before dipping a finger inside of me, moaning at the sensation. "Fuck," Sin whispers, sounding strangled. I do it again, my hand grazing against my clit as I pull my finger out. Another step, and Sin reaches the edge of my bed, his hands resting on the footboard. He looks starved as he watches me finger myself. I don't stop, and instead roll my hips to meet my hand, whimpering as the heat in my core continues to coil. "Fuck. Add another finger for me, kitten," Sin growls. I pull my finger out slowly, letting him see the wetness coating it, before putting it in my mouth, sucking on it and a second digit. Sin's hands white-knuckle onto the footboard, and a sharp crack sounds as a piece of the wood snaps. I ignore the destruction and open my thighs wider before adding the second finger. "That's my good girl," Sin breathes. My body heats under his praise, and I work myself harder, refusing to look away from him. I trail my other hand down my stomach to start circling my clit, and my breathing becomes erratic, getting even closer to the edge. "That's it. You're so fucking close. One more, baby. Add one more finger," Sin coaxes, his voice breathless. I slip another finger in, stretching myself wide. I finger myself faster, drawing out a moan from my lips. "Fuck yes, kitten. Just like that. You're doing so good. Don't stop, baby. Don't stop," Sin urges, and my body feels like it might combust. I reach up to pinch at my nipple just as my fingers thrust into me. I whimper, so close I might snap. "Now, kitten, come for me," Sin demands, and I explode. The orgasm hits me, and I yell Sin's name as the waves of ecstasy course through me. The pleasure continues for long moments, and I don't stop touching myself until every last aftershock has worn off. When I've finally finished, I pull out my fingers, moving to wipe them clean, only to find Sin at the side of my bed. He reaches out but pauses just before touching my hand. "Please," he asks, and there's an edge to his voice that borders on pain. At my nod, he takes my hand, and I go boneless as he sucks my fingers clean, one by one. "You're going to be the death of me," he growls when he finishes. Even in the afterglow of my orgasm, there's no mistaking his barely controlled desire. His hands twitch like he's trying to stop himself from reaching for me again, the gray irises of his eyes almost entirely masked by his pupils. "Let me touch you, kitten." It's not so much a question, but a starved plea. A new wave of heat courses through me, and I want to say yes. I want him touching me more than just about anything right now. "No," I whisper back. You don't get to tease me and leave me wanting the way you did today, and not expect to be treated the same way. My heart hammers in my chest when I set the boundary, waiting to see how he's going to push it. But instead, Sin stands. I watch him take a deep breath before he whispers, "You're right." I tense, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Is this where he'll get angry? Or maybe he'll belittle me for thinking I'm deserving of equal treatment. "Sweet dreams, kitten," he adds, reaching for his blanket and covering me. Before I can say goodnight, he's gone. Chapter 28. Rule 28. Stop having sexually charged encounters with your partner. The next day is so busy with party preparations that I don't have any issue avoiding Sin, which is a relief since I can't look him in the eye after what we did last night. I'm trying to stay at least 6 feet away from him. I need the social distancing. Otherwise, I become flushed all over again, and I can't quite tell if that's from the embarrassment or the desire for him that doesn't seem to be lessening. I'm not too proud to admit that I'm running from my problems, but as of this moment, I don't see a better way to deal with the growing attraction. Not when there's a prophecy looming above my head, stating that I'm going to love a destroyer. Falling in love with Sin is entirely off limits. First, because my life is complicated enough as it is. Second, because men are the root of all my problems, and I've sworn them off. Third, because Sin doesn't love me, and he's an asshole. And finally, he would break my heart. So, no thanks. Did I write that list in one of my notebooks this morning, color-coding the reasons by their severity? Yes, but only because it will help me remember them. Morgana has handed off party planning to Rosie, and much to my surprise, the sweet, soft-spoken fairy has become an absolute terror. Seriously, I'd rather lick the underside of Dr. Parnard's foot than disobey her right now. Morgana is away, letting all our potential allies know about the event, and she only left vague instructions to Rosie. Namely, the party should be in the Shadow Realm, but well away from the castle and any villages. You'd think that Rosie would be flexible, given the loose guidelines, but she has a vision and made it amply clear that we will make it happen. It took her all of 2 minutes to decide on a spot, a large clearing by a huge, sparkling lake, far beyond one side of the forest of the Forgotten Dead. After apparating in the team to the location, Sin got to work building extra wards. At the same time, Magnus and Damien started apparating in an army of cooks, decorators, and other citizens of the Shadow Realm, all thrilled to be at Rosie's command. Ariana and I are paired together today, since the party is on the other side of the realm, and she can apparate us back and forth. I'm relieved to see that she's already looking healthier, especially when she threatened to blind me when I suggested she take it easy. Our job is to bring the fancy wine, as Rosie explained. She fills me in on the updated wards as she dusts off wine bottles and hands them to me, deep in the cellars. The realm's wards are highly selective. Only a handful of us can apparate in without passing out, and no one not cleared under Morgana can apparate near or into her castle. Morgana is imbuing the emissaries now as she passes out invitations. Only people she imbues can apparate into the area Sin is warding. Once they're in Sin's wards, they can only apparate back to their own realms. The whole intricate wards thing still makes no sense to me, I answer. Can't the guests just leave the wards and then apparate into other areas of the Shadow Realm? Ariana grins, and the same mischievous look I see in Cassandra's memories is reflected in it. That's why the location is tactically sound. All our potential allies know about the Forest of the Forgotten Dead, and no sane creature would ever venture into there. Sin will pull the wards a few 100 feet into the forest. Between that and the water, no one is leaving the bubble. A pang of anxiety hits my gut, but I nod, accepting that the others have been playing at war for a lot longer than I have. After a full day of party preparation, I'm too worn out to worry about the wards or the socializing I'm about to do. It took a huge team of people and a solid 10 hours of hard labor, but finally, I take in the completed site. I have to hand it to her. Rosie can throw together a party. The clearing has a few trees interspersed through the grassy field, and Rosie had huge flowers enchanted to float between them, each glowing a different color. Along the right, long tables stretch on for ages, though they haven't been stocked with food just yet. Beyond the buffet table, tall wooden tables dot the field, leaving room for mingling and snacking. To the left, Rosie has enchanted part of the field to look like a skating rink, only it isn't slippery. The area is large, which allows for dancing as the night goes on. Small lights dance below the ice's surface. The effect is magical. Rosie spots Ariana and I taking in the scenery and flies towards us. Her pink wings twitch, even once she's touched the ground. "What are you two still doing here? The party starts in 2 hours. You should be getting ready," she scolds us. Ariana raises a brow. "Rosie, sweetie, shouldn't you be doing the same?" I can't help but nod in response. Rosie has gone hard all day. If anyone deserves a break, it's her. Rosie gives us both an exasperated look. "Don't be ridiculous, both of you. I'm a fairy. I don't need time to get ready. I glamour." With that, she twirls, and her leggings and backless tank are replaced by an elegant, pink, open-backed dress. It tapers to a V on one of her calves, and her hair is now pinned up in a French chignon. I gape. Ariana rolls her eyes. "Show off? You look amazing, Rosie." "Are you sure you don't need more help here?" I ask. Rosie's wings twitch again as she starts gently pushing us away. No, I'm fine. Ariana, make sure Vivian looks the part. I apparated your things up to your room earlier today." I pause, but Rosie snaps. "Now!" That does the trick. Ariana grabs my arm, and we apparate away. We land back in the hallway in front of my room. Ariana points to my door. "Go shower, and I'll help you with your hair afterward." Planting a hand on my hip, I raise a brow at her. "You're getting way too comfortable bossing me around. You do remember I'm older than you, right?" Ariana bursts out laughing. "Vivian, I've been alive this entire time you were doing whatever before being reincarnated. You're just confused because I'm aging better than you." I gasp and try to pinch her arm, but Ariana just jumps away laughing, heading down the corridor to her room. I huff, deciding I'll get her back later, and head into my room. It's strange feeling so comfortable with people so quickly. Maybe it's because of the looming threat of death by the council. Trauma bonding sounds likely. Still, it's nice to feel like I belong here. The thought shakes me. I don't belong here. No matter how much this room feels like home, and the others are starting to feel like family, this isn't my realm. I need to focus on making sure my friends back home are okay. The guilt stabs at me, and I try to stamp it down. Being in the shadow realm and building trust with the people here, it's all working toward a common goal. Peace. And if I want peace, then I need to perform tonight. With that thought, I head to the bathroom, washing off all the sweat and dust that accumulated on me today. The wine cellars looked like they were part of a haunted house, with all the cobwebs and dust. I'm pretty sure I'm wearing half the cobwebs in my hair right now. Once I'm scrubbed, shaved, and fully moisturized, I step back into my room, wrapped in a fluffy towel. Ariana is waiting for me, already dressed in a long black dress. It has a halter neck and no sleeves. The dress becomes a sheer black lace above her knees and trails to the ground. Her hair is pulled into a sleek ponytail, the light color contrasting her dress perfectly. My brows lift when I take her in. "First of all, wow. Second, how the hell did you do that so fast?" Ariana grins. "A lady never tells." She pats my bed. "Now, sit and let me work some magic." She starts adding rollers to my hair, and once they're in, she fusses with my face. "Stop squirming." I grimace. "Ari, I think you're great and all, but I can't keep my eyes open when you're coming at me with a pencil." I have done my makeup plenty of times, but I've never let someone else do it for me. Watching the sharp pencil near my eyes is unnerving. Ariana sighs. "Look, you are the guest of honor tonight. You need to shine if we're going to convince people to go to war with us. So, you're going to put on your big girl panties and let me do your makeup. Got it? She finishes the statement by holding up a lacy black thong. I grab at it. This isn't mine. I like it, though. There's a small opening at the back where 2 silk ribbons crisscross into an X. Rosie had our entire outfits ordered new. Here. She throws a bra at me. It's a matching lace, but there's no backing. I hesitate. How? I don't see any hint of lingerie tape in the bra. How is it supposed to stay on? Ariana pulls her dress aside to reveal a similar bra. They're charmed, she notes, smiling. It will stay on and push up your boobs until you want it off. The stockings are the same. They won't ride down unless you want them to. I take the stockings from her, gaping at them. That is the coolest thing I've seen here, I note, seriously impressed. Ariana grins and turns around. Now put them on. We're getting you dressed before I finish your hair. By the time Ariana is finished with me, I hardly recognize myself. I'm dressed in a long silk emerald gown. It falls loosely around my legs, and there's a long slit going almost all the way up my thigh. The dress has 2 small straps, but has an open back, so low that I'm seriously concerned my thong will show if I shift the wrong way. But Ariana assures me there's a charm for that, too. She's styled my hair in loose, elegant waves and pinned half of it so it flows over one of my shoulders. My makeup is simple, but brings out the blue of my eyes. It's perfect. Thank you, I say from the bathroom, swirling to try and see more of my dress in front of the mirror. Ariana beams. You're a masterpiece. I spin, loving the silky feel of the dress, swishing against me, but pause when I look at my exposed arms. Did Rosie send a wrap or something? I ask, eyeing my old scars and the newer scratches from the Forsaken. Absolutely not, Ariana answers, her voice like steel. Own the battle scars. Wear them with pride. I cringe at the marks, but nod. You're going to do great tonight, Ariana promises, heading to my door. I'll see you down there. Wait, we aren't going together? I ask, confused. How am I supposed to get halfway around the realm in time? Ariana rolls her eyes as she opens the door. You're not. You and your fated boyfriend are going together. I freeze. Ari, no. I can go with you. I'll see Sin there. It's fine. Ariana steps out the door and turns back to me, grinning like a maniac. See you later, Vivian. And try not to smudge the makeup, she finishes before apparating out of sight. I frown at the spot where she just stood. Well, that was dramatic. Why open the door if she was just going to apparate out? My thoughts are answered a second later when Sin appears in the doorway. I am so unbelievably screwed. The man is dressed all in black, save for a small green silk square in his shirt pocket that perfectly matches my dress. His beard has been trimmed back and neatened. It does nothing to tame his warlord appearance. He still looks deadly. My stomach does a flip, and I swallow, trying to remember how to small talk. Sin looks me up and down twice before frowning as he walks to me. My insecurities flood back at his expression. What? I told Ariana to let me wear a shawl to hide them, but she vetoed the idea. Sin pauses a few feet before me, looking confused. Hide what? I flush, hating that he's making me spell it out. The scars, I mutter, staring at the floor and ready to wear a raincoat if it means avoiding this conversation. Why the fuck do you think I'm looking at your scars? Sin asks incredulously. My eyes shoot back to his. You looked at me and you frowned. I assumed. My insecurity is quickly being replaced by irritation with Sin. What a promising start to the evening. Sin narrows his eyes. I'm still waiting on the names of whoever gave you those scars, he says, before pausing and giving me a pointed look. But for now, I'm frustrated because you're unarmed, aren't you? I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. I'm too taken aback by his words. Sin steps forward, and he's back to invading my bubble. He's been doing it more and more these past few days. Answer me, kitten. Were you about to go into a crowd of people who we have no formal ties to, without a weapon? He asks. I chew on my lower lip, likely messing up some of Ariana's makeup, trying to find a way to answer him so I don't look like an idiot. I'm unsuccessful. Sin reaches over, pulling my lip from my teeth and tilting my chin so I'm looking up at him. His gray eyes are darker, almost stormy. I forgot, I whisper. Sin growls, releasing my chin. I take a step back, but he follows me.
So, are you ready to go back to being a council whore then? Expecting everyone else to fight for you?
His voice is cruel. I keep backing up, not wanting to be so close to him, especially while he's being mean. But Sin just stalks me across the room until my back is pressed against the wall. You know that's not true, I snap, my voice a bit louder than expected. Sin cages me between him and the wall, but he doesn't press himself against me.
Then do better, kitten,
he hisses, still very angry. He kneels in front of me, and I stare at him, confused for a moment, until he lifts my foot and slips something around it. He pushes it up my leg, using the slit in my dress to gain access to my upper thigh. His hands brush against my stockings, burning a path everywhere they touch. My breathing picks up. So screwed. Once satisfied with the object, Sin looks up at me, and I can still see the fire behind his eyes. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls something out, clipping it onto the band around my thigh. It's a small, sheathed dagger. His fingers graze my exposed skin just over the elastic of my stocking, and my eyes flutter. But his touch is fleeting, and he straightens up, letting my dress fall back to the ground. The dagger is invisible, but easily within reach. Thank you, I breathe, trying to remember that I'm annoyed at him. Sin eyes me again, but this time he nods, seemingly satisfied.
You look stunning.
I swallow. You look nice too. Are you ready to go fool everyone? I ask, trying to lighten the mood.
Almost,
Sin answers before taking my waist and spinning me to face the wall. I'm about to look over my shoulder at him to figure out what he's up to when his hands reach around my neck. I inhale, but don't move as he gently moves my hair. A moment later, something small and metallic is on my chest, and I look down to find a small, golden necklace. There's a pendant at the end, the same one that Sin wears around his neck. My eyes jump to my dresser, where I keep forgetting to give back his necklace, only to realize it's already gone.
I've already retrieved mine,
he notes, and I release the breath I forgot I was holding. Thank you, I whisper, eyeing the necklace and not letting myself get emotional. This is just an act. Sin kisses the mark he left on my neck, and goosebumps erupt over my body at the contact.
We don't have to fool anyone, kitten,
he notes as one of his hands trails down my exposed back. I shudder. What do you mean? Our allies expect us to be together. Sin bites the mark, and I gasp, arousal pooling in my lower belly at his touch.
Wouldn't you call this being together?
Sin whispers, before sucking at the spot again, no doubt making it even more obvious for the party. I inhale, trying to focus on the task at hand. I think we are sexually attracted to each other. Sin's hand circles my hips, and his fingers brush against my center. I arch into his touch. But that's it. I think you're an ass, and this is just lust. My insult falls a little short, given the breathless hitch in my voice from the way he's teasing me. Sin only laughs at my comment, pinching my clit. I gasp, my hands flying to the wall for support.
Go ahead and hate me, kitten. Throw all your anger at me. It's only going to feel that much better when I ruin you.
Sin's voice is filled with dark promises, and I try to spin around to face him. But his arms only tighten, stopping me.
Think about how good it's going to feel when my cock stretches your pussy and I fuck you so hard you forget how to breathe. Because I will ruin you, and you're going to love it. Focus on that tonight and not the people you're trying to fool.
he finishes, letting me go. I am so turned on by his words that I am seriously considering fucking Sin on my bed just once before the party to get him out of my system. I turn to him and pause at his smug expression. That's when it hits me. He's just winding me up to distract me from my anxiety so that I don't mess up tonight. Oh, God. Has he been doing that the entire time? Manipulating me so I'll go along with his plans? My stomach drops at the thought. Fuck you, Sin, I hiss, glaring at him. Sin only grins as he takes my hand. That's my girl, he notes, and then we apparate out of the room. Chapter 29. Rule 29. Do not slay the party guests. We land on the outskirts of the party, and my heart just about jumps into my throat when I take it all in. There are a lot of people here. At least a few hundred individuals mill about the field, most with drinks in hand or small plates of food. The buffet tables overflow with food and beverages, and a band is set up in one corner of the field. A haunting melody echoes over to us, only slightly audible over the sounds of all the voices. No one has noticed us yet, and I'm grateful as I take a moment to remember how to breathe. Sin's hand rests on my lower back, but I don't let myself lean into him for support. His fingers trace small shapes over my exposed skin, and I try to ignore the goosebumps that trail along the wake of his touch. You need to stop doing that, I warn. Sin only arches an eyebrow, letting his hand trail up my spine. Doing what? I stiffen. Pretending to be into me so I'll go along with your plans. There, I've said it. The blatant truth that is so obvious I feel like an idiot for not realizing it sooner. I'm too gullible, and the thought that I've just jumped into the arms of a new puppet master makes me want to throw up. Sin is looking at me like I've lost my mind. The party is still oblivious to us, and I try to make a graceful escape from this conversation. But Sin finds my arm first, spinning me to face him. Oh, fuck. His tattoos are faintly glowing. He glares down at me, taking a deep inhale before starting. If I wanted to deceive you into going along with our plans, I could control your mind so easily that you'd be begging for ways to help us. I frown, suppressing a shudder. But you... I fucking want you. His gaze burns into mine, and he says the words slowly, emphasizing each syllable before continuing. Every time you talk back to me, all I can think about is you gagging on my cock to shut you up. Every time we're in the same room, I want to bury myself so fucking deep inside of you that you'll feel me for days afterwards. I wanted you when I thought you were a council whore, and now that I know you aren't, it's bordering on fucking obsession. The thought of someone else touching you makes me see red. I want you, and it's driving me to madness. The rest of the world fades away, and I gape at him, trying to remember how to speak. Sin wants me. I flush, squeezing my thighs together. He notices and takes another sharp inhale, his eyes heating. It's a bad idea, I note, swallowing. With the prophecy and everything else going on, I want to fuck his brains out. I want his hands all over me. I couldn't fucking stop even when I thought you were a fate's damned council spy who was pining over that piece of shit Leon. Believe me, kitten, I tried, he says, glaring at me. My brow furrows, trying to think of what Sin did when we first met. You left. Yes, and it didn't work. All I could think about was whether you'd fall out of your fucking window again. He bites back. I open my mouth to argue that I didn't fall, but he continues. And when I got back, only to find Damien's hands on you, I almost lost it. And then again, when he and Magnus were healing you. At that moment, I considered killing some of the few people I trust. I have tried to hate you, to make you hate me. Anything to stop this. The anger that laces his words does nothing to stop the fluttering sensation in my chest. or the erratic beat of my pulse. So where does that leave us? I ask, swallowing back my panic at the thought that protecting my heart from this man just got significantly more difficult. Sin grips the nape of my neck, gently pulling me towards him.
I've tried fighting it, kitten.
His eyes search mine as if looking for any hint that I might want him to pull away.
But I lost that battle. I'm done fighting against whatever this is. I want you, and from this moment forward, I'm fighting to make you scream you're mine.
With those words, all rational thought is lost to him. It feels as though an electric current buzzes between us, and my eyes drop to his lips. Sin doesn't miss the gesture, sweeping me up so his lips can reach mine.
Well, if it isn't the happy couple,
a man calls out before our mouths connect. The voice startles me out of our small bubble, and Sin gently sets me down as we remember where we are. Our attention shifts to the man walking towards us. He's well-dressed, in a deep maroon shirt and black pants. His long black hair is tied behind his neck, and a black goatee gives him a devilish look. Immediately, I try to give the stranger a warm smile, remembering I need to make allies tonight. Sin's hand shifts under the open back of my dress to rest at my waist.
Artorix,
Sin greets. His voice isn't warm. At this point, I've decided that powerful men must have zero diplomacy skills, likely because they've never had to work a customer service job in their lives. That would explain so much. The man pauses before us, taking my hand and bringing it to his lips. Sin's tattoos start to glow a faint red. But instead of responding with a healthy dose of fear, Artorix laughs, delighted. He doesn't release my hand.
I see the rumors are true. Destroyers are very possessive of their mates. How quaint.
His tone is dripping with insincerity, and I yank my hand back. He turns to me, leering at my body.
Artorix Parvignus, of the Underworld realm. Council member for many millennia now. How do you do?
Something about this man is giving off major slimy vibes, and it's all I can do to keep the polite smile locked on my face. Vivian Ryans, of the Mortal Realm. Pleased to meet you, I add, hoping I sound friendly. Sin gives me some context, saving me from conversing further.
Artorix's realm has been under council rule for longer than most can remember.
The underworld is ruled by the council? I wonder if that has something to do with all the souls being used as slaves. I file away the information to ask Sin and Morgana about it later.
Yes, so intrusive, that council. Putting their noses where they don't belong.
Artorix notes, sounding menacing.
Speaking of being where you don't belong, Vivian, I recall seeing you not long ago at the council's castle. You were with a very different destroyer there. Getting greedy, are we?
Sin's hand tightens around my waist, and his tattoos glow brighter. Not good. The man is trying to provoke me. I'm not sure why, but I'm not going to give him the satisfaction of thinking he succeeded. Instead of letting the party end before we've had a chance to make any allies, I leer at him like he did at me, only to look back at him with distaste. I just know a better thing when I see it. Speaking of which, Sin, I think there are important people for us to meet with tonight. Shall we? Artorix's face twists with rage for a split second before masking back to polite humor.
Such spirit for a mortal.
We walk away from Artorix, and Sin leans over to kiss the top of my head before whispering,
"That's my good girl."
I feel his praise in areas I shouldn't. Artorix calls out to us before we're swallowed up by the rest of the party.
Do be careful with her, Sin. Mortals are so breakable.
I roll my eyes, and Sin looks ahead, his face giving away nothing. The next hour is spent bouncing between party attendees. All are curious about how I ended up with Sin, and I become way too good at telling them about how I was supposed to kill him, but that I fell in love instead. Honestly, I blame my romance novel addiction for how well the story is coming out. Classic enemies to lovers. Easy peasy. Sin leads us towards yet another group of emissaries when we are stopped by 3 stunningly beautiful women. All three have long, wheat blonde hair and blue eyes that are so pale they are almost devoid of color. They each wear long, white silk dresses, though there's just enough difference in the cut that they aren't exact carbon copies of each other. There's a glow about them that reminds me of Damien, but their radiance only shines skin deep, as evidenced by the disgusted looks they give me. I guess mean girls transcend the boundaries of space and time, too. Shame.
Layla, Gabrielle, and Rhiannon.
Sin greets them, but once again, his tone is cold. Though apparently the Twisted Sisters don't mind. The one in the center, Gabrielle, turns to him with a seductive smile. Sin, such a pleasure to visit you in the Shadow Realm. You should have mentioned you were looking for a plaything. We could have helped you. The one to her right, Layla, chimes in, giving Sin an eerily similar smile. Truly, we would still be delighted to help you find someone more worthy, she adds, wrinkling her nose at me at the last word. My spine stiffens, and the last one, Rhiannon, who hasn't stopped staring at me, narrows her eyes. She doesn't look powerful. Thus far, Sin and I have been hinting at my having great power, but we don't say it outright. There's no use in giving the Council more information than we want if word gets out to them. Still, before now, most of our prospective allies have been intrigued, and most have walked away looking hopeful or impressed. Why do I feel like these women may be an exception? I would wager she's as weak as a mouse, Gabrielle grins. Sin, stop this madness and come dance with me, she orders. An unexpected bolt of rage fires through my spine, and I inhale deeply, trying to shove it back into the box where it belongs. Sin goes rigid, but says nothing. Instead, he quirks an eyebrow at me to see if I want to handle this on my own. At our lack of response, Gabrielle steps forward, moving to place her hand on Sin's arm. The bolt of rage becomes white hot, and in an instant, my dagger is pressed against her throat, humming a faint purple before her flesh ever connects with Sin's. Touch what is mine, and I will cut your hands off and feed them to you, I hiss. There is some major Cassandra channeling happening, and I couldn't be happier to have access to her memories. It is doing things for my badass bitch image. Slay, queen! I mentally cheer myself on. Gabrielle freezes, her eyes widening a touch before scowling at Sin. What is the meaning of this? She demands, and her sisters reach for their own weapons. Sin's tattoos flare a deep red, freezing their actions before they ever touch the weapons.
I believe my mate just told you not to touch me.
He pauses to press himself more closely against my back, running his lips across my head before continuing.
If she lets you live after the insults you've thrown at her, I suggest you leave immediately, because I will not be so benevolent.
I'm sorry, Gabrielle stutters, now looking at me like she's terrified. Her fear cuts through my rage, and I sheath my blade but don't show them an ounce of remorse. We're play acting tonight, and that means Sin and I need to be strong. Leave now, I demand, and the sisters don't need to be told twice, as they run for the small section of the wards, specifically designed to allow them to apparate back to their own realm. Did I just blow it? I whisper, now realizing I likely messed up a potential alliance.
No, kitten. You are fucking phenomenal.
He growls against the top of my head, pressing me even closer to him. You weren't really going to kill them, were you? I ask, assuming he was just putting on a show. I can feel him smile against my head. You wouldn't, I reaffirm, mostly for my own benefit. Sin answers with a dark laugh.
You keep telling yourself that.
Chapter 30. Rule 30. If someone is worth stabbing once, then they're worth stabbing twice. After another hour of making small talk with people whose names I will never remember, Sin leads us to one of the smaller tables by the edge of the forest. I sag against it, exhaustion starting to take hold. while Sin continuously scans the guests. "Do you think anyone else saw the blade glow?" I ask in a hushed tone. The worry has been living rent-free in my mind since the incident, but Sin only shrugs.
"It's likely they did. It will only further support the whispers that you're very powerful."
I sigh, relieved. "I'm sorry for calling you mine," I add, remembering how Leon was obsessed with the term. I don't want to make Sin feel objectified. That comment has Sin's attention turning back to me.
"Why would you apologize for that?"
"Because it was a lie to get them to back off," I explain, fighting the flush in my cheeks. I mentally kick myself for trying to take the high road and apologizing. But of course, Sin is focused on me and notices. He smirks.
"It didn't sound like a lie, kitten."
I turn away from him, looking out at the crowd as I mutter back. It was a lie. What a filthy liar I'm turning out to be. I am in no way ready to start to unpack the possessiveness I felt the moment Gabrielle tried to place her hand on Sin. So, instead of trying to make sense of it, I blame Cassandra's memories and shove the thought away where it won't distract me tonight. Mercifully, Sin lets the subject drop when we spot yet another group of emissaries, whom we have yet to speak to, waving at us. I sigh. Can I take a small break? Just to collect myself? I've had more small talk tonight than most of my life. My social batteries are running dangerously low, and I know that if I don't take a breather, I'm going to crash hard. Sin eyes me, almost looking concerned, before he motions to Rosie, who is flitting between tables not far away, to come over.
"Don't move from this spot. Understood? Rosie, apparate her away if danger comes,"
he orders, not leaving room for argument. "Of course," Rosie chirps, and the faint sound of alarm bells carries with her voice. Sin looks back at me, and there's a warning in his expression.
"Stay out of trouble,"
he grumbles. I frown at him, mildly insulted. "I don't get in trouble." Sin rolls his eyes and pulls me to him, kissing my forehead before striding away. "You know, you guys are really convincing as a couple," Rosie notes as she stands beside me at the table. I huff at her words. "We're acting. Sin and I don't even like each other," I add, using the automatic answer I keep telling myself. Rosie just grins, and I turn away from her to stare at the small, empty plate in front of me. I guess the castle enchantment doesn't come out this far. "What castle enchantment?" Rosie asks, confused. I motion to the plate. "The enchantment on the castle? You know, the one that makes all the food and automatically fills our plates?" I've rarely bothered lifting the serving spoon, deciding I trust the castle's enchantment to make better dietary choices than me. So far, it has yet to disappoint. Rosie purses her lips in response, looking like she's trying her best not to laugh at me. I frown at her. "What?" "Vivian, there is no food enchantment. One of us apparates in the food from the Shadow Realm cities, and someone else has been filling your plate for you when you're not looking." Rosie looks like she's having the time of her life watching me figure this out. There went my goal to be more aware of my surroundings. I thought I was doing so well, too. Which now begs the question, who would bother to fill my plate and do it without me noticing them? The moment I ask myself, I already know the answer. Rosie wouldn't have bothered to try and hide the fact that she was feeding me. Still, I ask, who? I hope I'm wrong. "Sin, of course. It's kind of sweet how you both try to act like you don't like each other," Rosie answers, winking at me. I'm speechless. My plate filled with food, even before Sin and I found a way to coexist. He was feeding me, even when he thought the worst of me. That makes no sense at all. Why? I turn to ask Rosie, but am shocked to see her slumping back, eyes rolling behind her head. My stomach drops, but a hard voice stops me cold before I can shout out.
"Make a single sound, mortal, and your friend dies."
Artorix is behind her, a dagger pressed against Rosie's side. He whispers in Rosie's ear, and she stands upright, her eyes still rolling back into her head.
"Come with me without alerting anyone, or she dies,"
he says when he turns back to me. His posture is relaxed, almost bored, but there's no mistaking the icy death in his eyes. My heart thunders in my chest, and I turn to try and spot Sin in the crowd. But Artorix isn't having it and digs his knife further into Rosie's side. I'm not the patient type, Miss Ryans. Swallowing, I look at Rosie. It's a no-brainer. Rosie is my friend, and I refuse to let anything happen to her. Where are we going? Artorix nods to the forest not far behind us. The forest will serve us well. My instincts are screaming at me not to go in there, not because of the scary creatures that used to inhabit it, but because leaving the party with this man is a death sentence, and I know it. Still, I turn and walk towards the forest as slowly as I dare, hoping Sin will spot us. Footsteps follow behind me, and I know Artorix and Rosie are there. You don't want to enter these woods, I start, but Artorix only scoffs. I already know your forest is empty, he snaps. It took all of 2 seconds to pull that information out of Rosie, the first time I possessed her tonight. The first time. I guess that might be why the alarm bells followed Rosie when Sin called her over. I wonder who else he managed to speak to. We keep walking in silence until the sounds of the party have dimmed to near nothing. The forest still clings to its eerie quiet, despite the loss of the Forsaken. I focus on Artorix's steps, relying on the sound of crunching leaves to assure myself he isn't about to attack. But despite my added concentration, I still jump when he shoves Rosie onto the ground. Rosie makes no effort to stop the fall, and she crumples into a heap. She looks like a zombie. What did you do to her? I demand, wanting to run to her side but not daring to take my eyes off him. Just a remnant underworld power. I believe mortals are still somewhat familiar with the act of possession, he answers, stalking closer to me. What do you want? I ask, keeping my voice hard. Don't show fear, Vivian. His voice is emphatic when he answers. I want for nothing, Miss Ryans. And that is my problem with you. You see, my colleagues and I have secured a vastly comfortable life through our cooperation with the Council. And unfortunately, we won't be endorsing your war. In fact, he pauses, wagging his dagger as if to scold me. A war is quite unacceptable. So, you understand why you must die. My blood chills at hearing one of my worst fears come to light. A supernatural being wants to kill me. That's a fairly big problem to have. My mind starts spinning as I try to figure out how to get out of this. How do I escape someone with the ability to possess others? Does his power need touch in order to work? He steps closer, his dagger glinting in the moonlight that spills through the trees. Panic edges into my mind, but I push it back, focusing on how to stay alive. I break down the problem. Artorix wants to kill me, and I need to stall him. I know it won't take long before someone notices I'm gone. So is that your brilliant plan? Kill me and apparate away? You don't think Sin will notice you've left? I let a touch of criticism leach into my tone, hoping it will egg him on and he'll ramble longer. Of course, it could also backfire and he could kill me instantly. But thankfully, I only think of that risk after the words have left my mouth. Artorix chuckles. No, you idiot. Do you not know the protection that is in this area right now? No visitor can apparate out, not outside of the designated apparition spots, or without Morgana's express permission. That's why I need you out here, away from prying eyes. Once I kill you and Rosie, no one will have any reason to suspect me. I'll be back at the party, where everyone I've possessed will swear I never left their side. Not long after I've mingled some more, I'll take my leave, never arousing suspicion. He looks pleased with his evil mastermind speech, and my stomach twists, hearing he plans on killing Rosie next. No, no, no! I can't let that happen. But no one saw us leave. Sin's words from earlier echo in my mind. I keep expecting others to save me. The grim reality slaps me in the face. No one will find us on time. Either I act or Rosie and I are dead. I guess it's time to learn if Artorix needs physical contact in order to possess someone. Slowly, I step away from him, lifting my skirts as if preparing to run away. Fear finally bleeds through into my expression, but it's controlled. I want him to know I'm scared. Artorix sneers, closing the distance between us.
So eager to leave your own party, Miss Ryans.
Just as he reaches me, I grab my dagger, stabbing him in the stomach. Ignoring Cassandra's memories that insist I should ensure I've finished the job, I run to Rosie, trying to pull her up. "Rosie, come on! We have to go!" Artorix screams, but the sound is filled with rage, not pain. I turn to see him standing a few feet away, the deep gash in his stomach knitting itself together. Oh, fuck. This is not good.
"You will pay for that, mortal filth!"
he yells, lifting his blade before running for me. Letting go of Rosie's still lifeless body, I meet him halfway, hoping to put some distance between him and Rosie. He stabs at me wildly, and I dance around his strikes, making sure to never let him touch me. Think, Vivian, think! I can't kill him. He's clearly some kind of immortal or a creature with very accelerated healing. While I'm not positive he won't bleed out if I cut him enough times, doing so would risk letting him touch me. And I can't do that. Dodging him yet again, I make a decision. If I can't kill Artorix, I need someone who can. Rather than continuing to try and guard Rosie, I start angling my steps, backing up just a little further every time he strikes at me. I slash out every now and again, cutting his arms just enough to make him scream, while I painstakingly slowly lead him back to the party. If Sin could notice I'm gone, that would be great. Artorix lunges for me again, and I stab into his side before jumping away. He screams, the sound carrying. I don't dare yell for help. Out of fear, he'll repossess Rosie and use her as a hostage. I need to keep him angry and out of control so his focus is on killing me. I stab him repeatedly, but Artorix doesn't stop. He takes each hit of my blade, his body healing within seconds. My legs cramp from dodging his attacks, and I'm ready to never wear heels again. I'm getting weaker, and Artorix knows it. He grins, his teeth smeared in blood as he steps closer to me again.
"You can't win this. You're nothing but a lowly mortal. You cannot kill me."
I jump from the swipe of his blade, and my eyes catch something rapidly approaching behind him. I grin as I make another jab for his kidneys. "I don't need to kill you. I just needed to draw you out." I take another step back, sheathing my dagger. Artorix pauses, his confusion replaced by horror as he realizes I'm smiling at someone behind him. Sin's tattoos glow a bright red, his eyes wholly replaced by the same light. He doesn't hesitate to grab Artorix by the throat and lifts him off the ground without effort. The action takes all of a heartbeat, but he doesn't take his eyes off me.
"Did he hurt you?"
he growls. I shake my head, offering Sin a reassuring smile. "He tried to kill me, but he kind of sucked at it." Sin's answering roar shakes the earth beneath us before his attention turns to the man who is rapidly turning a new shade of purple. Artorix flails in Sin's grip, still suspended in midair as he claws at Sin's hands. Sin doesn't flinch, and his anger radiates off him in waves. I step around him, a strange stab of pride hitting me when I realize I was successful. The forest opens just beyond Sin, and the entire party is there, all turned with rapt attention on us. I managed to lure him back. I'm counting that as a win. Sin is at my side a second later, and his voice echoes out over the crowd as he continues to hold Artorix up by his throat.
"You dared to attack what is mine. Let it be known what happens to those who touch her."
Artorix struggles even harder at Sin's words, but his efforts are in vain. The moment Sin stops speaking, Artorix dissolves into nothingness, as if he had never existed at all. The crowd goes deathly silent, and Sin reaches for me, pulling me to his side. His mouth comes down on top of my head, and I feel him take a shuddering inhale before he kisses my temple and straightens out again.
The party is over. Go home and tell your people. You're either with us or against us. Choose wisely, because war is coming,
Sin calls out before we apparate away from the party. We land back in one of the sitting rooms in Morgana's castle, and I immediately panic at the thought that Rosie is still crumpled in the forest. What if there are bears? Or worse, more men? We have to go back. He had Rosie under possession. She's still in the forest, I demand. Sin's expression is hard, and he doesn't budge.
Artorix is dead. His possession died with it. Rosie is fine.
I sigh, relieved to hear she'll be okay. My relief is short-lived, though, when I realize that Sin is still glaring. Immediately, I glower back. I'm not sure what his problem is now, but I assume it has something to do with the fact that I followed the sketchy underworld man into the woods. Which is an entirely unfair judgment, given Artorix had Rosie. But hey, if we're playing Let's Be Angry for stupid reasons, I'm coming out on top this time. What the hell took you so long? I demand, poking him in the chest.
What?
Sin whispers, barely containing his rage. He's still glowing red. Something must be wrong with me because I'm not even remotely worried. You heard me. I held him off for ages in that forest, making sure he didn't kill Rosie. I couldn't kill him with my flimsy dagger, could I? So I stalled him. And you took your sweet time coming to find me. Sin's jaw is clenched so tightly that I'm worried for his teeth. His body is rigid like he's ready to jump down my throat.
You,
he starts, his voice accusing. His hands fist and unfist at his sides.
He could have.
I followed the crazy person into the woods because he was threatening to kill our friend. He tried to hurt me, but he didn't. Because I was armed. Because you made sure of it. And because I'm not useless. I snap at him. I felt proud of myself tonight, and I refuse to let Sin's anger tarnish that emotion. No one gets to take that from me. The frustration continues to bleed off Sin as he rakes his fingers through his hair, but the glow in his tattoos fades, if only a smidge. He's still very clearly upset with me, so my jaw almost hits the floor when he reaches out to grab my waist, pulling me to him. I go stock still in response, just for a moment, waiting to see what he'll do next. But he just holds me. The feeling is completely foreign, and after another breath, I let myself melt into him. My mind wants to spin circles around the fact that no one has ever held me, at least not outside of a bedroom. Not like this. This is dangerously uncharted territory. But I shut it out, letting myself enjoy this, even for just a minute. Of course, Sin then has to go and ruin the moment.
I don't think you're useless, kitten,
he notes, the deep timbre of his tone soothing me even further.
I think you're slow.
I move to pull out of his arms. However, the warlord wannabe doesn't seem quite ready to let me go just yet, and my efforts are in vain. I stomp on his foot. That does the trick. Sin laughs and releases me. I frown at him, crossing my arms. I'm still angry, I grumble, surprising myself. Admitting to feeling angry, rather than shoving the emotion away where it can't hurt me, is so far out of character for me that I nearly cover my mouth once the words are out. And there was no excuse for it at this moment. I'm not trying to deflect Sin's anger or fighting for my friends. I just willingly started a conflict. But rather than responding with anger of his own, Sin just grins at me, and it is pure wickedness.
Good. I like your anger. Throw it all at me. I'll take it. However, the others are likely waiting to be briefed on what happened tonight. Did you want to fight first, or hold off until after?
Embarrassment quickly takes hold when I realize we've kept the others waiting. No, of course, they should be briefed first. Humming at my answer, Sin takes my hand.
And kitten, the next time you put yourself in danger like that, I will not hesitate to manipulate your mind and make you read every dog-eared page from the book I borrowed. Out loud. At dinner.
Chapter 31. Rule 31. If the fairy says you're partying, you party. I'm pretty convinced that we blew it at the party, especially given the whole Sin used his destroyer powers in front of all our potential allies thing, after Sin and Morgana explicitly stated that doing so would make us enemies across all the realms. And, of course, I also went and pulled a knife on a party guest for flirting with Sin. I need to work on myself. The others have been gone for well over an hour. They have their hands full, making sure all the party guests return to their realms, ensuring all Shadow Realm citizens get home, and readjusting the wards to stop emissaries from returning here. I've been playing chess with Damien while we wait for them. He's just as agitated as I am. He couldn't attend the party without revealing that he's a spy. And now, adding insult to injury, he's on babysitting duty, keeping an eye on me. Usually, I would be thrilled to hang out with him, but neither of us has had a chance to discuss what happened yesterday with Sin at the table. The tension in the room is so thick, you could cut it with a knife. Check, I call, moving my queen into position. Damien groans.
I hate this game.
I laugh, trying to lighten the mood. If you get to exercise my body, then I get to exercise your mind. It's only fair. Damien rolls his eyes.
Not that I get to train you anymore, so I'm failing to see the fairness.
I don't miss the slight hint of bitterness in his tone. Sighing, I answer. You're going back to the other world tomorrow. You won't be here to train me anyway. But don't worry, I promise to keep running. Damien is leaving early on Morgana's orders to give us an extra set of ears in the other world.
You know that's not what I'm talking about,
Damien notes as he moves his king to a more sheltered spot. It makes sense for Sin to train me. He's my partner now, so we need to learn to work together. Besides, that doesn't mean we don't get to train when you get back, I add, as I move another piece on the board.
Do you really think Sin will let me anywhere near you? Have you not noticed we haven't been running together?
Damien counters. He doesn't look angry, just hurt. What do you mean? I thought you were giving me a break because I hurt my leg, I answer, frowning now.
This is what Magnus and I were trying to get at last night, Red, because I don't think you have a clue what Sin did, the moment he decided you belonged to him.
Damien barks, leaning back in his chair and crossing his arms. The murderous stare he leveled at Sin last night is back, erasing any hint of the easygoing guy I've been getting to know. What are you talking about? I ask cautiously. I know Sin claimed me because he's sexually attracted to me and didn't want the others to touch me, but Damien is making it sound like I've missed something critical.
Powerful magic isn't just snapping your fingers and getting what you want. It changes you, regardless of whether you want it to. The more power someone holds, the more they feel the drive to covet and protect what belongs to them. Think about it. You have magic of your own, and you've recently started manifesting more of it. Have you noticed a shift in what you're willing to do to protect what you deem as yours?
Damien asks, leaning forward to rest his elbows on his knees so our gazes are level. My first instinct is to argue, to laugh and pretend Damien is joking around, but he's staring at me like he expects an answer, the game completely forgotten. There's no way, is there? I've never been particularly possessive or protective. It goes against my urge to avoid conflict. But then again, lately, I haven't been avoiding conflict. I fought Leon when he wanted to risk my friends and my realm. I had no control over whatever power is inside of me when I blasted him across the room. And since arriving in the Shadow Realm, it's taken no time for me to feel fiercely protective of the people here. I would have murdered Artorix tonight to save Rosie, and I didn't hesitate to threaten Gabrielle when she almost touched Sin. If Damien is correct, then I'm not taking on Cassandra's personality traits. This is all me. I swallow, and Damien gives me a slow nod, seeing the realization on my face.
Sin and I have known each other for ages. He's a great leader, but he's also a destroyer. They hold more power than any other creature in our universe. Whatever possessive urges you're feeling now, multiply them infinitely to get an idea of what it means to be claimed by him.
The words have my heart dropping. No, it's not like that. We're just... I start, but Damien continues.
Sin has never once claimed someone as his own. Ever. Until you. Claiming is something that is done between mates. Do me a favor and ask Rosie what that is.
The word mate gives me pause. Sin called me his mate tonight, but I just figured it was another word for girlfriend. But Rosie and Irina are mated, so what's the problem? I ask, a bit irritated at how cryptic he's being.
2 things. First, if Sin has claimed you and you're not totally on board, there's nothing any of us can do to help you. Whatever freedom you've found here, away from Leon, it's gone. You are tethered to him for life because he will never let you go. Second, even if you are on board with that level of commitment, consider the fact that we are about to start a war that hinges on his ability not to lose control and destroy realms. If anything happens to you, he will not hesitate to level the entire fucking universe to get you back.
Damien finishes, sitting back and rubbing his eyes. I'm at a loss for words. Damien has it all wrong. Sin's little stunt with marking my neck wasn't some kind of possessive destroyer eternally binding claim. He just wants my body. And I get it. My protective instincts fired up when Gabrielle tried to touch Sin. Just like Sin's instincts were triggered when he saw Damien and Magnus touching me. We're partners, and we are sexually attracted to each other. That's all this is. At the skepticism on my face, Damien shrugs.
Fine. Don't believe me. But talk to Rosie before you convince yourself I'm wrong.
I open my mouth to promise I will when voices stream in from the corridor. The others are back. Morgana, Sin, Rosie, Magnus, and Ariana all file into the room. We're still dressed to the nines, though Morgana looks uncharacteristically happy. But before I get a chance to unpack that sight, Ariana flings herself at me, crushing me against the couch with her tiny but very sharp-edged body. I'm so happy you're okay. You scared the shit out of me, Viv. Don't ever do that to me again. Sin hums in agreement, but I refuse to look at him. Instead, I turn to Rosie. Rosie, I'm glad you're okay. And Ari? You're about to choke me to death. Ariana releases me, a sheepish grin on her face, before scooting over to the other side of the couch. She's effectively blocked off any chance of Sin sitting beside me, and I'm grateful. After what Damien told me, I'm not ready to have Sin close to me just yet. Of course, that's when I feel a presence at my back, and without turning, I already know Sin is leaning against the back of the couch. Even if I didn't know his scent, it's almost like my body wants to lean back to be closer to him. I sit up straighter. Morgana doesn't bother sitting, but instead stands in front of her desk so she can see us all. The party was a complete success. Anyone who may have doubted your relationship with Sin left completely convinced that you are both in love, she notes, grinning. Magnus winks at me.
Good job playing the damsel in distress, little Enigma.
I gasp. I did not! Rosie elbows Magnus in the ribs, looking no worse for wear. She was an absolute badass and saved me. That's twice now. Thank you, Viv, she says, hugging me before taking a seat next to Damien. Everyone did well tonight. We'll be hearing from our allies over the next few days. In the meantime, get some rest. We will have a busy week ahead, preparing for war, Morgana orders before turning and leaving the room. Her parting words instantly deflate the good mood, and everyone looks a little more somber after she's left. Rosie is having none of it. Unacceptable. I planned a huge party, and we were going to stay up all night. She stands, turning to the men with her hands on her hips. Her wings flit, and she floats a few inches off the ground. Gentlemen, it's been great, but we need a girls' night. Damien looks like he's about to argue when she chirps. Good night, then. She grabs Ariana and me, apparating us out of the room. We land in my room in a fit of giggles. Ariana is already pulling her hair out of her updo, and Rosie has removed her glamour. Ladies, I'm going to get that expensive wine you worked so hard to fetch today, and as many cupcakes as possible. I'm over all the doom and gloom. We need to unwind. With that, she disappears from the room. After the way tonight went, and what I just learned from Damien, a night of drinking away my problems with some girlfriends sounds like just what the doctor ordered. I grin at Ariana, only to find her digging through my drawers. "What are you doing?" I ask, walking over to her. "What kind of comfy clothes does the mortal world have?" "I only have nightgowns," Ariana notes, rooting through my tops. I laugh, pushing her hands away, before closing the drawer and opening the one with my pajamas. I grab my comfy kitten shorts and then gesture to her to take her pick. "Right away, Ari." The comfy kitten shorts are off limits. Not because I associate them with sin. That would be ridiculous. I just happen to like them a lot. Ariana squeals and starts pulling out different sets of pajamas until she settles on black silky pants and a matching tank top. I grab a pink tank for myself and head over to the bathroom to change. Hours later, my head is spinning, and I've eaten at least 7 cupcakes. We've migrated from my room to the stone balcony that looks out over the courtyard, and we've made a huge nest of pillows and blankets. Rosie thought to apparate over some enchanted floating flower lights to give a warm ambiance. Ariana is in a fit of giggles, and Rosie is fiddling with the tiny boombox she must have smuggled over from the mortal realm at some point. "You're telling me that this is music?" Ariana asks again, tears in her eyes from laughing so hard. I nod solemnly, swearing on my life that at one point, everyone was listening to this song. Rosie adjusts the volume and jumps back onto our pillow nest. "Is it a common issue? Dogs being let out and wondering who stole them?" I giggle. "It really isn't. The song just happened to talk about it a lot." Shadow Realm wine is fantastic. The world around me is swirling like I'm on a slow carousel. Ariana snorts, and I lay back, staring at the stars. Rosie chirps, "Vivian, catch!" She throws a piece of chocolate my way, and I open my mouth to catch it, only for it to hit me in the chin and bounce into my shirt. That starts a fresh spurt of giggles in Ariana, and I'm quick to join in once I realize I can't find the chocolate. Oh well, it lives there now. Rosie looks at me thoughtfully. "Do you miss it? Your realm?" I sigh. I miss my friends. I made some good ones in college. They must be really worried about me. I turn to Ariana. "What about you? Do you miss the mortal realm?" Ariana scrunches her nose. "Not really. Everyone I knew is dead. Besides, the other realms turned me into 10 times the spy the Guardians ever could have produced." She winks at me. "Don't worry, Viv. I can teach you my tricks." I can hear the competitive teasing in her tone, and I sit up, ignoring how the stone wall is spinning behind her. "Pfft, I don't care how much of an old hag you became while I was gone. You're still not as good as me." Ariana gasps, throwing a pillow my way. I try to dodge it, but Ariana is just as drunk as I am, and it comes nowhere near me. "Spoken like a true petulant child. Too bad, Vivian. The student has surpassed the teacher." She drives the point home by blowing a raspberry at me. I open my mouth to sass her back, but Rosie stops our competitive bickering. "There's only one way to settle this," she calls authoritatively, standing between us. Ariana and I look up at her, and I think we're all swaying. "The Olympics," Rosie says, solemnly nodding. I frown up at her. "They're not for a few years." Rosie's brow furrows. "No, silly. We're going to do the Super Spy Olympics. Right here, right now." Ariana's competitive streak is immediately triggered. "I'm in." I sit up, grinning. "I'm in too, Ari. You're going down." I egg her on for added effect. Ariana huffs, but Rosie shushes us. "You're both going down if you don't listen to the rules." We focus as hard as we can on her instructions. I can't tell if Rosie is slurring or my ears aren't working properly. Maybe both? "You'll have 3, or actually," she pauses to focus on the 2 of us. "Make that 1 challenge. I don't think we're going to stay awake for 3. It feels like gravity is getting stronger by the minute, pulling me down to the stone floor. Rosie's probably right on that one. What are we doing, oh wise one? I ask her, trying not to giggle. Ariana bursts out laughing, and that sets me off. Rosie is bent over, holding onto the wall, trying to stay upright. Shush, both of you! She croaks through her own cackling. If you don't let me explain the rules before someone passes out, then I'm the best spy of them all. Ariana and I both look away from each other. I know if I make eye contact, I will lose it. Your mission is simple. It's a scavenger hunt. Each of you has to bring me back an item. Ariana, I want Morgana's dagger, Rosie instructs. Ariana blanches. She keeps it in her room with her. Rosie nods slowly at her. You're a super spy, aren't you? Prove it. Ariana swallows, but nods. I stick my tongue out at her and whisper, Ha, sucker! Rosie turns to me, stifling a giggle. Viv, you have to bring back Sin's necklace. Chapter 32. Rule 32. Do not mix alcohol and super spy missions. My jaw drops, and Ariana cackles, rolling on the floor. Admit you're beaten, Vivian! I narrow my eyes at her, or maybe I just squint a bit. I can't tell. You wish! I've already snuck out of the castle without getting caught. I've totally got this. Rosie lifts her hands and calls out, Go! Ariana and I scramble up, detangling ourselves from the blankets, and stagger towards the doors. Ariana holds onto the wall for support, and I hold onto her. Once we reach the doors, we turn in opposite directions. I'll see you when you come back to Rosie, I call out, using the wall to make my way to the stairs. Ariana snorts. Dream on! Once I round the corner, I pause, holding onto a sconce, trying to remember how to climb stairs. Standing up seems so dangerous. Stairs are steep. I shake my head at how careless I've been, walking upstairs while standing up all these years. Instead, I do the sensible thing and crawl on all fours. Brilliant. I make my way to the hallway, where Sin and I's rooms are, before pulling myself back up to stand. Okay, Vivian. It's time to go super spy mode. I try to pull up some of Cassandra's memories of being sneaky, but nothing happens. Huh. Her memories must be drunk. I sigh. That is so irresponsible of her. It looks like I'm on my own. I pause in front of Sin's door, listening for any sound. Hearing nothing, I test the doorknob. Unlocked. I turn the knob slowly, opening the door mostly silently. Sin's room is shrouded in darkness, but I don't want to risk him opening his eyes and seeing the open door. That's not what a super spy would do. Spies are sneaky. Padding inside as quietly as possible, I close the door behind me. Sin's dresser is the most obvious place to look, but after a few hushed breaths, I come up empty. The bed is only a few feet away, and I eye the large figure sprawled over the blankets. Sin is fast asleep, his breathing even. My heart rate elevates as I step closer, making it all the way to the edge of his bed. My mouth goes dry at the sight of him. He hasn't bothered with pajamas and only wears a pair of boxer briefs. Dark romance novels must be rubbing off on me because I spend way longer than I should, taking in every line of his body. Everything about this man screams power, and I am drawn to him like a moth to his flame. This is so wrong. I'm crossing a line. But then I spot it. The leather tie of his necklace. It's still around his neck. Well, shit. I was really hoping he took it off before he went to bed. Biting my lip, I consider how to do this. Sin's breathing hasn't shifted, and I'm guessing he must be a really deep sleeper. I shrug. I need that necklace. Reaching down, my fingers graze Sin's neck as I try to lift it off him. A hand catches mine, and I shriek as Sin's eyes open, and he tugs me into his bed. Before I can blink, I'm flipped onto my back, with Sin straddling me. I struggle for a moment, but my hands are caught in his, held over my head. My head swims at the rapid movement, and I giggle. You scared me.
What are you doing here, kitten? Sin asks, frowning. I don't miss the warning in his tone. His voice is gravelly, like he just woke up. It's doing things to me. His hair is mussed up, a strand catching one of his long eyelashes. I want to move it for him, but he holds me firm. I frown back at him. I'm trying to win the Olympics. I needed to be sneaky, but you caught me. Sin eyes me warily, and I suddenly realize how much of his bare body is touching mine, given my pajamas don't cover a whole lot either. The sight of him pressing me down onto his bed has me heating, and I forget to worry about winning the challenge. Sin must notice where my thoughts are headed because he sighs, letting me go to lay beside me.
How much have you had to drink?
I turn to face him, grinning.
We drank the wine cellar.
His hand moves to rub his temple like he has a headache coming on, before he mutters,
Of course you did.
He looks tired. Guilt hits at waking him up after such a long day, and I shift to climb out of his bed. Well, it's time to face the music and tell them I lost. Sorry for waking you. Nighty-night. I don't make it a foot before Sin's arm darts out and grabs me around my middle, slamming me back down on the bed, flush against him. I blink, confused as to how I got there so quickly. Sin's voice is low as he whispers against my ear.
Do you remember what I told you about coming inside my room, kitten?
My brow furrows, my head still swimming.
I told you that the next time you came in here, I wouldn't let you leave until I was finished with you.
His voice goes right to my core, and I clench my thighs together. Sin growls, feeling my movement.
Kitten.
I ask, my voice higher than I want it to be. This man is dangerous for my panties. If I blink, he'll have them. He shifts, turning me to face him. I try to focus on his face to read whether he's angry, but my vision isn't focusing fast enough.
I'm not finished with you,
he answers. His face finally comes into focus, and I stare at him wide-eyed. Sin is pretty in a rugged, deadly kind of way. His beard is close to my face, and I reach out, running my fingers through it, curious about how it feels. The hairs tickle my fingers, but Sin grabs my hand, placing it against his chest. I recognize the sexual nature of Sin's promise of not letting me leave his room, and my blood warms. Considering how much I've had to drink, I'm impressed I've even realized it at all. I frown at him again. You know, we're doing things backwards. Sin quirks a brow at me. I try to prop myself up on an elbow so I can look down at him. The movement causes the room to spin, and I sway, falling back onto the pillow. Sin tucks me more tightly against him, so I can't move.
What are we doing backwards, kitten?
Heat coils in my core at the nickname. I shouldn't like it this much. I don't think Sin has ever called me by my actual name. I'm not sure what he has against the name Vivian, but it's always mortal or kitten with him. Why do you call me that? I ask, ignoring his question. Sin pauses before answering.
Because you reminded me of a kitten when I brought you here. You curled into my arms like you belonged there.
My heart skips a beat. He nudges me.
You were going to tell me what we're doing backwards.
I huff, trying not to love being enveloped by the scent of wood smoke. It's so cozy being held like this. Sin gives off a lot of heat, and I wrap my legs around him to steal more of it. He stiffens, but doesn't stop me. You're going backwards, I answer, feeling very much like the authority on the subject.
Care to elaborate?
Sin rubs his beard on top of my head, and I nuzzle into him. I sigh at his lack of understanding. You're backwards. You keep touching me and teasing me. You admitted that you want me when we don't like each other. We haven't even kissed. It's all backwards. And now I'm in your bed and God only knows where that will go. I huff.
Sin chuckles.
I'm not going to touch you.
I manage to squirm out of his hold enough to look up at him, disgruntled. Then why are you keeping me? What do you want from me? Sin's answering smile is wicked, and it sends my heart into a wild beat.
So much. But we're going to start with one thing, since you're in such an agreeable mood.
I narrow my eyes at him. Sin's arm tightens around me.
Names, kitten. I want the names of those who hurt you back in your realm.
My head swims, and danger bells start going off in my head. Sin's tone is mild, but I know there's a reason I didn't want to give him names. Why don't I want to tell him about M? A sharp intake of breath, and I remember. You can't kill them, Sin.
Why in the fates not? They tried to kill you.
Sin looks annoyed, but he also seems genuinely curious. I smile at his reasoning. It's kind of sweet in a morbid way. Giggling, I tease him. Okay, I take it back. You like me. Sin rolls his eyes and lightly pinches my waist. I squeak, and he prods again.
I want an answer. Why can't I kill them?
I sigh. He isn't going to drop it. He's been tenacious in trying to get the answer from me. But then, I think I wanted answers about things, too. I chew at my bottom lip, trying to remember what it was I needed to know. Right. Mates. Damien is freaking out. Sin can set him straight. Giving Sin my own wicked grin, or at least I think that's what that was. I shift so our eyes are level. I'll give you the names on 2 conditions, I note, feeling ridiculously impressed with myself for stringing together such cohesive sentences. Sin arches a brow, and I continue. You can't kill them. I love M's parents. They were really kind to me, and they already lost their son. I can't be the reason they lose their daughter, too. So please, no killing. Promise? Sin sighs and agrees.
Fine.
But his small smile is entirely at odds with the subject matter. My brows furrow, confused, when he prods me.
What's your other condition?
I want to know about the mate bond. At my demand, Sin's hands tighten around me, and I'm back to nuzzling at his neck. His grip doesn't loosen when he asks,
Who told you about mate bonds?
I giggle. Wouldn't you like to know? I take another breath, and Sin doesn't answer me, so I pinch his arm. Tell me, I demand, fighting to keep my eyes open when I'm being lulled by his delicious warmth. He sighs again, and I rest my hand on his chest, fully committing to the cuddling.
Mate bonds are something more frequently found in other realms. They're only found in creatures that hold magic. Some, like shifters and fae, can usually pick up quite quickly if someone is their mate. It's like a rubber band snapping into place, and they know they've found their other half, the person who complements their soul. The mate bond tethers their souls so they can be together eternally, amongst other perks.
I frown, thinking of the corrupted keeper bond I have with Leon. The idea that there are predetermined mates for people gives me the creeps. But Sin continues.
From what I've heard, it's different with destroyers. Once we find someone we want to be mated to, we get the undeniable urge to claim them. We crave them, and it's impossible to stop. From there, we build the mate bond using our own magic.
I stiffen at his answer, and he pauses. But I want the whole of it. How do destroyers build the mate bond, Sin? He inhales deeply before answering.
We claim our mate, and they accept it by giving themselves over to us completely.
His answer instantly sobers me. Leon insisted I tell him I belonged to him. Repeatedly, he tried to pull the words from me. I thought it was the possessiveness, but, oh God. He was trying to bind us together as mates. The realization sends a chill down my back, and I want to cuddle in closer to Sin, to pretend for a while that I'm safe. Until I remember what Sin said to me before the party. that he is fighting to make me scream that I'm his. I blanch. "You're not," I start, trying to figure out how to confirm he isn't trying to tie our souls eternally without my consent. I might need to borrow one of Sin's knives and stab him if that's the case. No wonder Damien is so pissed. Sin growls against my head.
"Don't even imply that I'd coerce you. The bond must be made willingly on both ends. You're not mine unless you want to be."
His answer tones down some of my anger, but I'm still frustrated. Something nags at the back of my head like I forgot to turn something off at home. I try to focus on it, and suddenly, I look back up at Sin, bumping his chin with my head. "I'm going to lose the Olympics. Are you finished with me?" Sin lets out a low rumble and gently tucks my head back against him.
"No."
I huff. "Why not?"
"Because you'll just find more trouble,"
he answers firmly.
"Now go to sleep."
I frown at his tone. "I'm still not yours," I mutter. "You don't get to own me." Sin starts tracing small circles on my back.
"You're right. I'm sorry."
Nodding against his chest, my eyes finally start to droop as exhaustion pulls me under. I almost miss Sin's whispered confession as the darkness overtakes me.
"You're not mine, kitten, but I think I'm quickly becoming yours."
Part 3. Threads of Light. The Prince of Darkness is a gentleman. William Shakespeare, King Lear. Chapter 33. Rule 33. Do not, under any circumstance, talk about your feelings. This might be the worst hangover I've ever experienced. My head throbs as I try to pry my eyes open. The room around me is slow to come into focus, the light worsening my headache. I'm never drinking again. It takes another few minutes of hangover misery to realize I'm not in my own bed. I freeze, confused, until I notice I'm surrounded by the comforting wood smoke scent I've become so attuned to. Oh, fuck. This is Sin's room. Scrambling up, I ignore how the movement makes me queasy. I'm still in my jammies, which is probably a good sign. The room is empty, and there's a glass of water on the small table beside the bed. Okay, Sin isn't here. A part of me relaxes with that realization, and I drink the water without hesitation. The night's events play through my mind until finally I remember trying to sneak into Sin's room. My cheeks flush, realizing how stupid I was to come in here. Luckily for me, this is the shortest walk of shame in the history of time. It takes me all of 5 seconds to dart out of Sin's room and take shelter in my own. After a long, hot shower, I finally feel at least 10% human and head out in search of the others. While I can certainly see the perks of hiding away in my room until I'm ready to deal with yesterday, I'd rather have a cup of coffee while I overthink things. Besides, I might be the one who snuck into Sin's room, but he's the one who kept me there. So he can be the one who feels embarrassed today. Personally, my mental and emotional processing plates are full. As my partner, it seems only fitting that he shares the load. To my surprise, the dining room is empty, except for a basket of muffins and a pitcher of coffee. Well, that's a first. After making myself a cup of coffee and stealing a blueberry muffin, I go in search of the others. The sound of cussing doesn't leave me looking for long, and I find them close by in the sitting room. There's no sign of Sin, but Morgana is sitting at her desk, reading a journal. Damien and Rosie are arm wrestling, and Magnus is patching up a wound on Ariana's shoulder. I nearly choke on my muffin when I realize it's a stab wound. "Ari, what the hell happened to you?" I ask, taking a seat across from them. Ariana gives me a sheepish grin. "Morgana's dagger found me before I could steal it." I frown, confused. Morgana glances over at us, looking annoyed as she clarifies, Sneak into my room again and I'll take something more permanent, like a finger or two. I gape at her. You stabbed her? Morgana shrugs. Stay out of my room. Ariana doesn't look remotely upset. Don't worry, I heal fast. Magnus tuts. Not if you don't stop moving, pest. Ariana grins. But Magnus, it tickles when you use the needle. I shake my head at her. Ariana's sense of humor is morbid. I both love it and am terrified for her. Mostly love, though. It's important to support friends like that. So we both lost then? I ask, feeling a bit better about the fact. Rosie looks up from where she is surprisingly holding her own against Damien and gives me a knowing look. Oh, for sure. But I wonder where you ended up sleeping last night, seeing as you didn't make it back to us. My cheeks heat. I just passed out, that's all. Ariana cackles, causing Magnus to miss where his needle was piercing. She hisses, darkness leaking from her hands. Do that again, Magnus! Magnus grits his teeth. I helped raise you from practically a child. Don't be vulgar. Ariana blows him a kiss. I know. It's hilarious to watch you get grossed out. The annoyed expression on Magnus's face is something I will cherish forever. The shifter is almost always a picture of cool, calm confidence, and I had no idea Ariana had such a gift for breaking through it. Truly, the girl is going places. Hopefully not back to a prison, but other places in general. Their antics are interrupted when Sin apparates in the doorway. He glances my way, giving me a once-over as if to assure himself I'm okay, before heading over to Morgana, ignoring the rest of us. At this point, I've become used to his silent streaks. Sin chooses the weirdest moments to get chatty. However, it's clear that Ariana is having none of Sin's brooding, and she calls out to him, interrupting the start of his whispered conversation with Morgana. Good morning, sunshine! Sin quirks a brow at her, nodding in response. Ariana is a shit disturber. Where did you go off to this morning after leaving Vivian in your room, I wonder? I start choking on my coffee. This is becoming a bad habit of mine. Sin crosses his arms, leaning against the table. I had business to attend to in the mortal realm. That gets my full attention, and I turn to him. What were you doing in my realm? The timing is far too close to his asking about who gave me my scars. And no matter how hard I try to remember, I can't remember if I told him who was responsible. Sin shrugs, indifferent. Nothing you need to worry about. I want to argue, but Morgana addresses the room again. Now that you're all here, we need to discuss our next moves. Like I said last night, war is coming, and we must be prepared. My pulse picks up at her words. I still think war is terrifying, but I refuse to let the council continue to manipulate and hurt people. I want to help. Morgana continues, and the rest of us stay deathly quiet. When our leader speaks, we listen. I briefly wonder if the others are as intimidated by her as I am. Our allies will decide whether to join us in the coming days. Once their answers start to arrive, we'll have a good idea of where we stand, army-wise. In the meanwhile, we can't stay idle, she says before turning to Damien. After the attempt on Vivian's life last night, it's unclear as to whether any of our allies have notified the council of our plans. The last we heard, they want Vivian alive, so this may have been an outside job. Find out what they know. I'm not scheduled to get back into rotation for a while yet, but I'll frequent the barracks and taverns to see what kind of rumors have been going around, he answers, and once again, I'm struck by the loss of his goofy, easygoing personality. This Damien looks hardened. Morgana looks to Rosie next. Rosie, I need you to listen to the council through their plants again, as much as possible. I know time in the other world is dangerous for you, so I'm sending you with Ariana. Keep each other safe. Rosie and Ariana both nod solemnly, all trace of humor gone. Morgana turns to Magnus, but he stands before she has a chance to address him.
I know, boss. Back to the black market. I'll be taking some potions from the warehouse. I'll need the goods to bring in more loose-lipped customers.
He leaves the room, and Morgana turns to me. I will be visiting our allies, pushing them for an answer. Vivian, we need to know more about your other powers. The energy storm you caused when you arrived here. If you can learn to control it, will make you a valuable asset in the war. Sin will adjust your training so you can focus on energy wielding. If anything, we'll hopefully be able to figure out what you are. Sin nods in agreement, and I do the same, trying to avoid the pit of anxiety in my stomach at the thought of using that energy. Everyone but Sin leaves the room, looking determined. No one says goodbye, and my stomach twists further. But rather than letting myself worry about the what-ifs, I push that thought down and focus on the very real problems staring at me from across the room. Sin and I are about to be alone together, at least for the next few days. The thought has me gulping, and I consciously remind my body that any more intimacy with Sin is a very bad idea. But from the way he's watching me, I think Sin has also just realized we're about to be alone. His eyes darken as he stalks over from Morgana's desk. No matter how hard I mentally kick myself, I can't look away.
How are you feeling?
He asks. His voice is gruff, but there's a gentle edge there that I'm not accustomed to from him. I'm fine, I lie, because a lie is easier than blurting out the truth. Sin's admission that he wants me to scream I'm his has only made me more confused. Does he just want sex? Or does he want more? Not to mention, I'm still worried about what he did in my realm this morning. I'm freaked out about using a power that doesn't look particularly safe. And, finally, I'm out of coffee. None of those things are fine. Sin raises an eyebrow, but doesn't call me on my fib as he sits across from me.
About yesterday,
he starts. I'm quick to cut him off, already blushing down to my toes. It's fine, really. We don't have to talk about it. I know this is just physical and that you bit my neck to warn away Magnus and Damien. The words taste sour, but I'm proud I managed to get them out. Sure, I've never had to go through the "it's not you, it's me" chat before, but I think I've watched enough Netflix to know where this is going. At my answer, Sin sighs, standing. My pulse picks up. Is he going to ditch training today? Should I have stressed that we can still be friends? Oh, crap. I've blown it. I totally forgot to say that. But my anxiety spiral is cut short when Sin picks me up off the couch before sitting back down and settling me on his lap. Yelping, I start trying to climb off him, but he holds me still before growling out.
Keep rubbing your ass against my cock, and things are going to get very physical, very fast.
His words come out strained, and I go still immediately. Sin tucks me against him, and I relent, melting against him, but not without grumbling. I don't want to talk about it. I need to not be having this conversation, not when we're about to be alone together. I can't see a path forward that doesn't end badly for me. Either he admits it's just physical, I get attached, and then hurt, or he explains he wants more, only to realize I'm not worth it. That's a strong no thank you from me. My heart hurts less if I don't know. Sin's sigh is blistering, but he grumbles back.
Fine. For now.
Before releasing me. I pull away, and Sin eyes me like he's trying to peer inside my soul again. His gaze has me standing and retreating towards the door. What happened to the man who kidnapped me and was afraid of emotions? Those are quickly looking like the good old days. Thank you. I think it's good that we focus on what's most important right now to avoid getting distracted. The words come out strained, but I force them out anyway.
Important,
Sin echoes, his eye twitching. His face hardens to a look so determined I almost shudder, but he doesn't push the issue.
I'll see you in 20 minutes in the courtyard. Get dressed to fight.
I nod and leave the room without throwing him any sass. It feels weird, and I already hate the new dynamic. Still, war is coming. That's a lot more important than my attraction to Sin. Because that's all this is. Attraction. I refuse to let it be more. Chapter 34. Rule 34. Fight dirty.
Magic is tied to emotion,
Sin lectures, circling me in the arena. His hands are clasped behind his back, but I don't let my guard down. Not in here.
You said you manifested your magic when you were very, very angry. So we're going to need you to get angry until you can familiarize yourself with calling it forward.
Sin has been lecturing me on the particulars of wielding strong powers for the last 10 minutes. He's not even remotely concerned that I might hurt him. Given he can nullify whatever I end up manifesting, it's doing nothing good for my bad bitch image. Although I have the sneaking suspicion that the possibility of me blowing up the realm may have something to do with why we've been left alone at the castle. The second the others left, it was like an electric current settled in the air. Things have shifted since Sin admitted that he was done trying to fight whatever is between us. I can feel his eyes on me, even when he's at my back. I can't tell whether it's from anticipation or anxiety. The tension is there, setting my nerve endings alight. Desire and fear. My body has never been more conflicted. Not that Sin has said anything remotely inappropriate since I told him we should keep things professional, but there's a hunger in the way he looks at me now, one that he isn't bothering to mask. It sets my blood on fire, reminding me, yet again, that I am beyond screwed. Focus, Vivian. And how am I supposed to just get furious? I ask, arching a brow at him. Despite the small outbursts I've been having in this realm, I'm really not an angry person. He stops circling, finally facing me. My breath catches in my throat, and I try not to appreciate how deadly he looks when fully decked out in his fighting leathers. I'm just going to go ahead and blame my book addiction for my attraction to men who look like they could kill me in less than a heartbeat. I have no regrets.
Promise that you'll forgive me.
He isn't asking. He's demanding. And he's doing it with enough ferocity that I just know he's about to cross a line. Still, I recognize his words for what they are. Apprehension. Sin is hesitating. My heart starts thundering in my chest as I realize why. He's going to make sure I can get angry. He's going to go inside my head. A cold chill runs up my spine at the thought of someone manipulating my emotions again. Sin watches me apprehensively, not moving toward me, and his hesitation is everything. Just like every time he's touched me, Sin is waiting for me to tell him no, to give him an indication that I don't want this. I have a choice. He always gives me a choice in his own twisted way. I promise, I quietly reply. Sin's eyes shut, and he takes a deep, shuddering breath. When they open again, his tattoos start to glow a familiar red as he brings his destroyer powers to the surface.
I won't hurt you,
he promises back, reaching for me slowly, giving me all the time in the world to move away. I trust you. I hold his gaze and don't flinch when his hand cups my cheek.
If you go back to hating me after this, I'm going to be very upset with you.
The growl in his tone causes heat to surge through me, and I fight the urge to press my thighs together. If there was ever a time when I needed to focus on not having lust-filled thoughts, it's probably now. It takes a few moments until I feel it. If I wasn't paying attention, I don't think I would notice the feeling of Sin in my head. It's as if something is sliding between my thoughts, squirming through emotions as he searches for the one he's looking for. There's no pain, but once I've zeroed in on the intrusion, it doesn't feel particularly good either. I offer him a small smile. If you're looking for anger in there, you'll be looking for a while. Sin's answering laugh is devoid of all amusement.
Kitten, please believe me when I tell you, you don't just have anger. You're drowning in it.
My brow furrows. That's not... But my response is cut off by a bolt of white-hot fury as Sin finds whatever he is looking for. The anger is accompanied by a memory that is shoved to the forefront of my mind. Leon is demanding I release him and telling me my realm is insignificant. He's trying to force me, to manipulate me. Only this time, there's no fog clouding my mind. The rage that surges forward grows unchecked, like a flame lit too close to kerosene. I don't stop after I blast him across the room. I want to make sure he can never hurt my realm. There's not an ounce of hesitation when I grab my blade, intent on killing him where he lies. Never again. But just as abruptly as the anger appeared, it's doused back down, leaving me gasping for breath.
Fuck. You're okay, kitten. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry,
Sin says, stepping away from me to give me more space.
I promise I only looked for your angriest memory. I didn't touch anything else.
There's a desperation to his tone as if he's waiting for me to hate him. My heart melts a little, and I mentally kick myself hard. I'm okay. It's okay, I answer, clearing my throat as I rub my chest. But I don't think whatever you did worked. My comment pulls Sin out of whatever worry he's feeling, and he tilts his head, eyeing me curiously.
I just made you relive your anger when you blasted Leon, and I upped it considerably.
And I didn't manifest any of the magic. I frown. Well, shit. I really thought the power was triggered by anger. I was livid when it showed up. Sin crosses his arms, watching me.
Tell me again what you felt when you manifested the power.
I bite my bottom lip, trying to remember the details as clearly as possible. I was angry because Leon wanted to hurt my realm, and I needed to stop him.
So you weren't just angry. You needed something.
Well, yes, I suppose. I needed to find a way to be strong, to not give in, I admit. Sin rolls his shoulders and moves to the arena's edge, pulling off his sword and daggers. Would you mind sharing with the class? I ask. Sin's gaze rakes over me as he strides back.
We have a new emotion to explore. Desire.
Oh no. Oh no, no, no. I take a step back. There is no way you are going to use the sexual attraction between us to manifest my power. Hard limit. I can't think of anything worse for my paper-thin resolve to keep things professional with him. He smirks.
Kitten, if you desire me, all you have to do is say so, and I will gladly abandon training to worship you.
My knees go weak, but I stay silent, not trusting myself to say the logical thing.
I didn't think you were quite there yet,
Sin notes, his tongue moving over his teeth.
But to make this work, you need to want something that isn't easily attained.
He crosses his arms, looking like he has all the patience in the world. And what might that be? I ask, curious.
Information,
Sin answers, anticipation lacing his tone.
I have information you want. We're going to train. If you pin me, you can ask a question. Any question. And I'll answer.
My eyes narrow. And if you pin me? His smirk is replaced by the relentless determination I saw in him earlier.
Fair is fair, kitten.
Why do I already know this isn't going to go well for me? Still, he's offering something I want badly. I'm suspicious about what he was doing in my realm this morning, especially after what we talked about in his bed last night. Done, I answer. A second later, I learned something of critical importance. Sin has been holding back. He moves with nearly inhuman speed, and I barely have a chance to gasp before he has my back pressed into the sand. By the time I've registered what's just happened, Sin's hips are pressed against my thighs, and I'm locked beneath him. This is going to be more difficult than I anticipated. Whether I'm talking about keeping things platonic between us or taking him down, I'm not sure. Probably both.
What's your favorite book?
He asks, shocking me out of my thoughts. What? I'm sure I just misunderstood.
Your favorite book. Tell me,
he commands. My mouth opens and then closes again. Why the hell would Sin care what books I like?
I'm not moving until you answer,
he adds, amused. Still confused, I answer. The one you borrowed. The answering heat in his gaze goes straight to my lower belly, but he climbs off me without pressing further. Over the next 10 minutes, Sin pins me 4 more times, always asking seemingly mundane questions. Why did I choose to study history and English? Other than reading, what are my favorite hobbies? What's my favorite color? Where is my favorite place to visit? Every time, he makes no further move towards me other than pinning me down. Sweat already coats my body, and I'm getting more frustrated by the second. Sin pulls me from the sand yet again, and I glower at him. How am I supposed to desire something when you keep tossing me into the sand and distracting me with your weird questions? He laughs at my outburst.
You don't want answers badly enough if you keep losing. If you really want them, use your powers.
My eyes flare, and Sin turns serious once again.
But if you don't like my questions, I'm happy to adjust.
The way he says it has me realizing I should have just kept my mouth shut. I put more distance between us, hoping it will give me more time to see him coming. It does exactly nothing in my favor when he apparates behind me, snaking an arm around my waist and pulling me down underneath him again.
Still slow, kitten. We need to work on that,
he notes, smirking. I huff. Apparating was cheating. His eyes darken.
Our enemies have powers you can't even imagine. If you can't deal with simple magic, you're dead.
He frowns before asking,
what are you afraid of?
Other than small spaces and...
That's not what I'm referring to. You've been running since I told you I'm fighting for whatever is happening between us. I can see it, and I want to know why,
Sin says, the steely determination back in his tone. There's no escaping his penetrating stare when I'm pinned underneath him. Sin is trying to peer into my soul again, and I try to buck him off me. Anything to avoid this conversation. As usual, it's like trying to move a force of nature, and I don't think he's shifted even a millimeter. Sin arches a brow, still awaiting my answer. When in doubt, deflect. Because I refuse to let Sin in any more than I already have. I'm already in too deep. You're fighting to fuck me, Sin. Maybe I'm making you chase. I bite back. He lowers so he can whisper against my ear.
You and I both know you can't lie worth shit.
His warm breath fans over my neck, and goosebumps erupt down my flesh. Sin lifts his head, his gaze flicking between my eyes and mouth.
I can't properly annihilate whatever is holding you back if you don't tell me what it is.
His words are like a caress against my skin, and I'm suddenly hyper-aware of every breath he takes. It's just attraction. It's just attraction. It's just attraction. I keep repeating the words in my head, but the mantra isn't going to make Sin believe me any more than I believe myself. There's something between us. But admitting that to Sin will only make things worse. My gaze drifts to his mouth, and he zeroes in on the action. There's a raw desire in his expression, and I shift underneath him, pulling his face to mine. Sin freezes, but doesn't stop me. I think he's stopped breathing. My fingers thread into his hair, and when our lips are millimeters apart, I let him feel the edge of my blade against his throat. Sin's eyes flare, realizing what I've done. Sit up, I command in a whisper. Sin only looks more ravenous as he eases off me, and I move with him, straddling his hips so that my blade never leaves his throat. My core settles against him, and more heat unfurls inside of me when I feel his hard length pressing into me. Do you want me to put you on your back? Or is this enough to earn my question? I challenge. If Sin is using magic to pin me down, then I'm not hesitating to use anything at my disposal. Sin doesn't answer, and instead grips my ass, grinding me against him. It takes every ounce of my willpower not to arch into him, and instead, I press my blade more firmly against his flesh. I want my answer, Sin. His eyes are the color of violent storms as his gaze burns into mine.
Ask me a question. Slit my throat. I don't care, so long as you stay right the fuck where you are.
The words come out strangled as he lifts my hips to grind me against him again. I bite the inside of my cheek to stop from whimpering at the feel of him thrusting against my clit. This backfired on me in the most delicious way possible. Sin starts kissing a path down my neck, and I shudder before tugging on his hair to pull him back. What were you doing in the mortal realm this morning? My question comes out breathless.
I was wondering when you'd get to that.
Sin smirks before leaning into my knife to nip at my collarbone. The blade bites into his skin, and I drop it immediately, but there's already a small line of blood blossoming against his throat. Shit, Sin,
You said you wanted to mark me, kitten. I'm facilitating.
My eyes flare, far too aroused by the thought that he's wearing my mark. But before I can mentally unpack that new kink, he flips us so he's on top of me, pressing between my thighs. The move took less than a breath and went directly to my core. My carefully color-coded list as to why I shouldn't be intimate with Sin might as well be in the shredder.
You were almost murdered. Your classmates fucking stoned you.
Sin growls as he expertly undoes the fastenings of my weapons sheaths.
They hurt you, and you never said a fucking word. You didn't fight back.
He says the last part like an accusation. It wasn't worth... I start, but Sin cuts me off, his expression growing murderous as he strips off the last of my weapons, moving on to my leathers.
You're fucking worth it. I know you don't believe it, and until you do, I will gladly slay every one of your enemies.
My armor falls to the ground, and Sin lifts my shirt, kissing a trail up my stomach. My lower belly tightens, but I freeze at his words. You killed them? Sin drops my shirt, and my question elicits another growl.
They deserved worse than death for hurting you. I would love nothing more than to wipe them from existence, but you asked me not to.
My hand presses against his chest before he can continue to strip me. He could easily overpower me, but he stills. What did you do, Sin? My heart clenches, and guilt starts to press in at the thought that I may have just gotten more people hurt. Sin shifts, taking my hand and kissing my palm.
Emily woke up this morning and confessed to everything. She turned herself in, as did every other student that was there that day. Your mother is being investigated for child neglect. I didn't hurt them, kitten, but I made sure they would face the consequences of their actions.
I pull my hand back, trying to process too much at once. Em and the others are going to go to jail. They'll be the ones to rot in a small room now. My mother will be unveiled for what she truly is to everyone around her. They'll finally know what a monster she is. All because of Sin. But why? Why would you do that for me? My heart thunders in my chest. His gaze darkens as he starts peeling off my pants. I lift my hips, helping him, beyond capable of fighting whatever has been building between us. I want him, even though it's not the smart thing to do, even though I have a multitude of reasons to stop this. If Sin doesn't touch me soon, I'm going to combust. His fingers twist in the fabric of my underwear, and with my next ragged breath, they're gone. He lowers his head, pulling my thighs off the ground so he can watch me as his mouth ghosts across my clit.
You really need to ask that, kitten.
My fingers dig into the sand, and I moan as arousal floods my body. Please, I gasp when he kisses my inner thigh.
Because, even though you're still running, I already know.
He pauses to kiss higher, drawing closer to where I need him. I whimper, rapidly becoming annoyed that we're still talking when there's something I'd much rather he be doing with his mouth. "What do you know?" I snap out, trying to roll my hips up. Sin smirks, but his grip doesn't lessen. His eyes lock on mine, challenging and determined.
"You're mine, kitten."
With those words, his mouth descends onto my pussy, his tongue stroking over my clit and robbing me of every logical thought. He devours me like a man starved, and a burning need courses through me as he hauls my hips up further so that my thighs rest on his shoulders.
"You taste so fucking good."
His tone is low, making the coil of pleasure in my core tighten even further. "Please, Sin," I beg, and he sucks on my sensitive bundle of nerves.
"What do you need?"
he asks against my slit. "You fuck me? Please," I beg, and Sin's eyes flare wide, his grip on me tightening.
"Fuck, kitten,"
he groans, and I arch up to feel more of him. He responds by burying his face into my pussy, his tongue sweeping inside of me. My orgasm doesn't flow through me, it crashes into me, and I scream Sin's name with every wave. Still, he doesn't relent, sucking and licking me until I'm shivering beneath him. When he finally comes up for air, his pupils are blown, and he looks like his control is hanging on by a thread. I've never wanted to snap a thread so badly in my life. Untangling from Sin, I reach up to start stripping him, but he pins my hands over my head, stopping me.
"Kitten,"
he warns, and the hunger in his voice has me arching into him. "I want you," I demand. Sin takes a shuddering breath, but doesn't release me.
"I want you coming on my cock more than I want my next breath. But if I fuck you, there's no coming back. You'll belong to me in every fucking sense of the word. So, unless you're sure that's what you want, then we need to stop."
Chapter 35. Rule 35. Say no to therapy. Being almost naked and pinned beneath a very attractive man who just noted that he will not be fucking me unless I want to be fully tied to him is totally okay. In fact, it really fits the train wreck vibe that my emotional health has taken on lately. At my hesitation, Sin releases me, his gaze dragging over my body once more, before he locks the desire back down and turns to find my clothes. My cheeks flush, and I can't stop the embarrassment that sets in, knowing he has every ability to make me lose control. But I clearly am lacking in that department.
"Kitten,"
he starts. "It's okay, really. I'm fine," I answer, dressing as quickly as possible. Logically, I know my frustration is immature. I should be happy that Sin was honest with me about where sex between us would lead. But the multitude of emotions I'm trying to process aren't leaving me feeling too logical right about now. This isn't just sex. I'm not the only one who's worried about getting attached. At least now I know what Sin meant when he said he was fighting for whatever is between us. He wants me. All of me. What is the opposite of a silver lining? Because now I'm not only anxious, but I'm also terrified. How quickly will he change his mind when he realizes I'm not worth keeping? The thought has my chest constricting, and I shove it back down with my other repressed emotions.
"How often do you do that?"
Sin asks, and my head snaps up, realizing he's been watching me like a hawk. "What?"
"Shut down your emotions. You were clearly very upset about something, and then it disappeared like it never existed at all,"
Sin clarifies, his head slightly tilted as he takes me in. My cheeks burn from embarrassment, and Sin only tilts his head, his expression calculating. I swallow, realizing that this admission may very well be what changes his mind about wanting me. After all, who could ever want a shell? Because it's not just the trauma I repress. For as long as I can remember, I've pushed down any emotion that could result in conflict. Every time I've needed to interact with people, it's been done with carefully crafted words to ensure we would never fight. After all, it was drilled into me that I couldn't win, that my feelings were irrational or irrelevant, and that if I did enter into conflict, I'd come out hurt. And the worst part is, I recognize that it's made me a shell of a person. No matter how often I've tried to convince myself that I'm just an introvert or shy, I know the truth. I'm a coward. I sigh, resigned. It's better for him to hear it now rather than to let him keep thinking he wants me. I do this thing a lot. When I have strong emotions, sadness, fear, and mostly anger, I tend to shove them into boxes within myself. I compartmentalize them so that I don't have to feel them. I don't do well with conflict. This is the best way to avoid it. Sin doesn't look horrified or disgusted, only curious.
And that technique works for you?
It used to, until the last couple of weeks. It's gotten more difficult to close the boxes and keep them shut. It's almost like they've cracked, and I can't hide the emotions away anymore. I chew on my lip, considering how much more I want to share, until I realize where he's going with this. I think it happened every time I used my other energy. It's not just that I was angry. I was feeling everything. Sin nods at my admission.
Well, I have some bad news.
He's smirking like he's about to annoy the hell out of me. My heart thumps, and I try to ignore how my body responds to his devilish grin. What now? My voice is laced with suspicion. Sin's smirk turns into a full smile.
We have a new tactic to try and get your power to come to the surface.
I frown at him. What aren't you telling me?
You said your power came out when you finally let yourself feel strong emotions.
Sin starts. I don't like where this is going.
So, it's time to stop repressing those feelings, kitten. You're going to let yourself feel everything.
Sin finishes, sounding far too pleased with himself. I blanch. Absolutely not, I snap. That is the opposite of a good idea. Repressing my emotions is the only way I function most days. I can't afford to fall apart now.
Hey, it's okay. We don't need to dive into your past or anything you're not comfortable with. Let's start by honestly letting yourself feel your emotions as they arise through the day. Not just the bad, but all of them.
Sin notes, speaking to me like I might bolt at any moment. I can't fault him for those solid observation skills. Dark circles start to line the edges of my vision, and my body starts to stiffen. The thought of feeling everything is enough to bring on the threat of a panic attack. My realm, my home, my friends. I repeat the mantra, reminding myself what I have to lose if we aren't successful. My power can help win this war. Okay, I answer, swallowing. I can do this. Feelings aren't scary. This is totally okay. It's not okay.
When I ask you what you're feeling, be honest. It will help you keep track of whether you're being honest with yourself.
Sin adds, barely containing his smile. Of course, he's going to enjoy this. My cheeks flush further, and I wonder if mortification is a legitimate cause of death. You're using this as an excuse to make me talk about my feelings, I accuse. Sin arches a brow.
Magic is tied to emotions. If you're not letting yourself feel your emotions, then how can you use it? This is a solid avenue forward.
He pauses long enough to give me a devastatingly wicked smile.
You discussing your feelings happens to be a very desirable bonus.
I cross my arms. Can't I talk to Ariana or Rosie? Hell, I'll even talk to Morgana instead of you. Sin shakes his head slowly before purring.
It has to be me. I'm the one who can nullify your power if it gets out of control.
I grip my teeth at his logical answer. Damn him. Fine. How are we doing this? Do we just go about our usual training and you play therapist asking about my feelings? I grit out.
It's only usual training if you keep losing.
He teases. I narrow my eyes at him. If I win, we stop for the day.
Sure, why not? Knock me over and we can have fun, he adds, smirking.
My pulse goes erratic at the suggestion in his comment. Slowly, I pace towards him, circling and looking for an advantage. Sin doesn't bother to track my movements. He's getting cocky.
Here, kitty kitty,
Sin calls. He's trying to rile me up. I circle him again, thinking up a strategy, and don't acknowledge his teasing. I'm focused. Sin keeps saying I'm slow, and after seeing how he moved today, I'm in complete agreement because no human can move as quickly as he does. The only way I've ever knocked this man down is by outsmarting him. Sin hums impatiently.
Sorry, did you prefer pss pss pss?
He asks, making calling sounds for a cat. I roll my eyes. What I need is a distraction. Pretending to twist an ankle is too simple. He'd see right through that. I already tried to distract him with a kiss earlier, and that only resulted in him making me lose control, not the other way around. That still stings. My plotting is interrupted, though, when Sin takes in my expression and cocks his head.
What are you feeling, kitten?
I flush. Honestly? Sin lets out a small chuckle.
Yes, that's kind of the point.
I want to crawl into a hole, but I answer him. I'm feeling insecure. I forget every logical reason we shouldn't be intimate when you touch me, and I don't think I do the same to you. There, it's said. The dark thought that is much better served stewing inside of one of my emotional boxes is now out in the open. This is mortifying. Sin looks at me like I've lost my mind. That can't be a good sign.
Do you think I've been in control every time I haven't been able to keep my hands off you? When I marked you? You are the one thing that fucking shatters my control.
He strides over to me, taking my head in his hands, and his eyes search mine for a moment before he continues.
The only reason I'm hanging on to the last vestiges of sanity is you. For you. You've had your consent ripped away before, and I refuse to do that to you. Regardless of what I want, your comfort comes first. Always. I want to do depraved things to you, kitten. To own you and claim you, while giving you so much pleasure you can't remember how to function. But only ever if that's what you want.
My heart teeters over the edge into free fall. The prophecy said I would love a destroyer, and I believe it. I'm going to love this man. Regardless of whether he can love me back or whether I'm even deserving of it, I'm a goner for him.
Never think I don't want you,
he whispers. Thank you, I whisper back and lean into one of his hands. Simultaneously, I don't hesitate to sweep my leg around his and trip him. Sin lands with a thud, looking shocked. I grin down at him. Looks like I win. No more training today. I may not have planned the distraction, but I saw my opening and took it. I offer my hand to Sin, helping him up.
You're a wicked thing, kitten,
he murmurs, but the words are said reverently, and I'm the opposite of insulted. We spend the remainder of our afternoon reading in the sitting room. I don't bother trying to sit on one of the single chairs again, knowing Sin will just pick me up and drag me on top of him again. Instead, I settle beside him on the couch, and Sin pulls my legs over him, tucking a fluffy blanket around me. My immediate thought is that he's going to initiate something, but to my surprise, he just sits with me, cuddling. It feels so foreign and yet so natural, all at once. I feel my heart fall just a little further before losing myself in my book. He reads the book he borrowed from me, while I read a fantasy romance with a ton of adventure. I'm calling it research. The heroine escapes from prison by befriending a dragon and convincing it to burn the place to the ground. I should probably take up book annotating. These pages could translate to more survival skills on my end. Every so often, Sin asks me what I'm feeling, and luckily for me, getting lost in a book means I get to escape from my own mind, so I don't feel much of anything other than inner peace. Truly, guided meditations have nothing on smut. When the sun finally sets, Sin stretches up, using his fist to crack his neck. The sound makes me cringe.
"All right, let's go,"
he says, offering me his hand. I cock my head at him, not moving from my cozy blanket.
"I want to show you something,"
he says before scooping me up off the couch, blanket and all. A startled yelp leaves my mouth just as he apparates us out of the room. We land a moment later, near the cliffs I climbed on one of my first nights here. Only now, we're a bit further out from the forest. To clarify, I don't think free climbing is a fun activity, I note, and Sin's mouth twitches in one corner like he wants to laugh again.
"We aren't climbing. We're going to one of my favorite places,"
he clarifies, setting me down. The air outside is warm, and I fold the blanket over my arm as Sin guides me forward, his hand resting on the small of my back. We don't walk for long before we stop at a small outcrop of rock. I'm about to tease him about his choice of destination when I realize there's a large crack in the cliff. The opening is large enough to walk through, but the moonlight isn't strong enough to see where it leads. A slight pang of claustrophobia hits me, and I stop dead in my tracks.
"It's okay. We just walked to the tunnel for added effect. I won't make you walk through it,"
Sin reassures me, and I melt a little more. Such a goner. My feet leave the ground again, and we apparate over to the other side. The ground feels less steady now, and I look down to find we're standing on sand. Tentatively, I turn to see where he's brought us. My breath catches in my throat, and I freeze to take it in. There's just enough moonlight to reflect off the soft waves of a cove. The area is entirely sheltered by the cliffs surrounding it, making it feel like a secret oasis. Sin's warmth is at my back as he leans close to whisper in my ear.
"Do you like it?"
I look up at him as I answer, his face only inches from mine. "I love it. Thank you for bringing me here." He smiles and gives me a gentle push, urging me forward. I take off running in the sand, trying to kick off my boots as I head for the water. Once my feet are free, I skip to the water, doing a small happy dance in the shallow area. Quietly, Sin follows me before crouching down to place a hand in the water. I pause my splashing to watch as his power flares to life. With it, millions of tiny red lights appear in the water. My eyes widen in wonder, and he moves back from the water, smiling softly.
"They're bioluminescent plankton. I used my power to make them happy, and it causes them to glow."
The red glow spreads under the waters, swirling along the waves. Looking down, I notice they're also around my feet, and I hesitate to move. "Is it safe?" He nods before backing up another step to sit in the sand.
"They won't hurt you, and the glow will wear off when we leave."
I walk a few more steps along the shore, transfixed by the ethereal beauty of the lights, before turning to look back at Sin. He's smiling as he watches me, evidently pleased that I like his happy place. I'm struck by how handsome he looks when he isn't scowling at me. Warmth floods me as I take him in, remembering how he touched me this morning.
"What are you feeling, kitten?"
he asks, his voice low as he unlaces his boots. My entire body is probably blushing, but I push past the embarrassment. "I'm feeling hot. I'm thinking about you touching me." At my confession, Sin's hands freeze, his eyes locked on mine. His gaze is heated, and it causes goosebumps to erupt over my skin.
"Are you asking me to touch you again, kitten?"
he growls. I bite my bottom lip and back up a step. The action sends a dangerous gleam through Sin's eyes, reminding me of the first time we spoke. Sin is a predator, and predators can't resist the chase. I purse my lips before smirking. Come find out, I challenge before turning on my heel and sprinting as fast as I can along the water's edge. I make the mistake of looking back and finding Sin is already only a few feet behind me. I know he's toying with me, but I make a hard turn anyway, trying to evade him. I hear Sin's dark laughter a moment before he apparates directly before me. But instead of letting me crash into him, Sin steps aside, hooking an arm around my waist and swinging me around to slow my momentum before settling me in front of him. He doesn't release me and instead grips my waist. His eyes search mine, and my toes curl at the heat in his gaze. Still, he doesn't move further, and I realize he's waiting for me to decide. My move. Wrapping my arms around his neck, Sin helps lift me so that my legs wrap around his waist. Our bodies press together, and heat pulses through my core.
What are you feeling, kitten?
He whispers against my ear. I look up at him. We're so close, I'd only have to lean in and we'd be kissing. He's looking at me reverently like I'm something to be cherished. And instead of pushing down the fear that comes with that thought, I embrace it. There's no running from this. I feel like I'm starting to believe you, I whisper. His eyes search mine, and I continue. I think I am going to be yours. Sin's breath catches in his throat before his hand tangles into my hair. His gaze is starved as he holds me captive against him.
I want you more than I've ever desired anything in this universe. Anything that stands in our way. The prophecy, the fates, even destiny. I will burn them to the ground. I'll do anything if it means you'll let me call you mine.
He promises before pulling my mouth to his for a long-anticipated kiss. Finally. I reach up to meet him halfway when a bright golden light explodes from my chest. I shriek, and I would have jumped out of Sin's arms if he wasn't holding me. He stares down at the golden light in awe for a moment, and once I realize nothing hurts and no one has been blasted, I do the same. The light is focused over my chest, but upon quick inspection, I realize it's emanating from all of me, like I have a bright, golden aura. It's nothing like the energy I've exuded, but it feels familiar. I try to touch it, and it dances across my skin, sparkling in the moonlight. I marvel at the sight. Sin's gaze meets mine, his expression mirroring my own.
I know what you are,
Sin whispers, his tone awed. I don't breathe as I wait for an answer, something I've wanted for so long. Sin's hands tighten around me almost imperceptibly as he continues.
You're a creator.
Chapter 36. Rule 36. If you're going to hell, you may as well crack puns while you're at it. Impossible, Morgana says with an air of authority as she paces across the sitting room. Sin leans against the wall and shakes his head.
I'm telling you, she used creator power. I'd recognize it anywhere.
I've been watching them argue for a while now. As soon as Sin realized I had creator energy, he apparated us back to the castle. I had enough time to grab some dry clothes before he apparated us into the sitting room where Morgana was working. I have no idea when she got back, and I can only hope it was very recently and that she wasn't here this morning when things got a bit heated in the arena. Their bickering fades into the background as I try to figure out why the energy seems so familiar. Cassandra's memories float to the surface, and I sift through them, trying to pinpoint where I've seen it before. The answer is so obvious, I'm almost embarrassed to bring it up. Life would be easier if I were more intelligent. It is creator energy. I've seen it before. They both turn to stare at me, and I continue. The golden energy. It's the same Leon used in Atlantis. Morgana frowns. You're both sure? An echoed yes from us, and Morgana sits back at her desk, her fingers thrumming on the wood. Imbuing someone with creator energy is not the same as selecting a keeper. Keepers are selected by the fates, or someone can be given a key. Creators and destroyers are made every time, and most importantly, it takes time. It takes hours to first imbue someone with the seed that will grow into full creative or destructive energy. From there, it takes weeks until the energy fully takes root in the host, and only then is the individual collared. So, unless Vivian had her memories erased by need, she would have noticed being imbued, Morgana notes emphatically. I think back to the night Need was in my apartment, and the blood drains from my face. She did have hours, I whisper, now feeling even more stupid. Explain, Morgana orders. Her tone is firm, but not angry. I used a Ouija board with my friends. Need said that I created a portal, allowing her to find me. But after we used the board, I went to bed, and it was hours before I woke up to find her already in my apartment. I answer. Fuck, Sin mutters under his breath before shifting off the wall and taking over Morgana's pacing. Why, though? Why would Need imbue you with creator energy if you were already a keeper? Morgana sits back, still drumming her fingers on her desk as she considers his question. I think back to the conversation I overheard in the library. I wasn't sure at the time whether Need and Raiden were talking about me, but now I'm almost positive. I'm not sure, but they didn't want me finding out. I swallow. Before Morgana and Sin can question me, I briefly describe what I overheard in the library that day. Need and the captain of the guard were talking about a mortal they'd imbued. Raiden, the captain, thought it was risky, but Need assured him I was distracted and wouldn't find out what they'd done until it was too late. Morgana sits up straighter. The prophecy said you'd love a destroyer, and they weren't taking chances. They corrupted your keeper bond to force your hand, but once you did love him, they needed to ensure you wouldn't rebel. Turning you into a creator is as good as turning you into their slave. As long as the keeper they assign you is a member of the council, it guarantees you'll side with them in the war. I frown, not seeing the benefit. But why not just keep me locked up with Leon until the creator power was fully finished stewing or growing? Why send us on a dangerous mission to kill Sin? That seems like a big risk. Sin stops in front of me, his gaze hard. Because Need wanted you to succeed. By killing me, you'd restore balance. 2 destroyers, 2 creators. That's all there's ever been. You'd remove any doubt the public has about Need's creation of destroyers and creators, and you'd do it without any ties back to her. That hardly seems prophecy-worthy, I note, still dubious. Did Need or Leon ever say anything else? About what you would do after you finished your mission? Morgana asks. I rub my fingers against my temples, trying to remember any other details. Leon said Need promised me to him, and that once we finished our mission, we'd be hailed as heroes. Then they'd probably make me immortal. He would be allowed to stay awake with me, and then he'd start filling me with babies. I scoff at the words. Sin's tattoos flare, and he growls. Like fuck he will. I smile, more than okay with his possessive attitude. Morgana's sharp stare fixes on me. That would be new. I huff. Women being tied to men and forced to have their children is not new. Morgana looks at me like I'm an idiot before continuing. The alliance of a creator and destroyer would be a perfect distraction for the people. 2 incredibly powerful beings. Any children you would carry would be something the realms have never seen before. The council has never supported mixed blood pairings. But if they were to start, that would be a new era. And no one would think too hard about Sin's death. Sin nods, agreeing with her assessment. I might throw up. Knowing I might be fated to be with Leon is terrible enough, but being used to breed powerful creatures for the council, that's a whole new level of no. I look for any holes in their theory, anything to hint that they might be wrong. But then why can I see ghosts? Why can I free trapped spirits? And what was the purple energy? Those aren't creator powers, are they? Sin runs a hand through his hair before sinking down on the couch beside me with a frustrated sigh.
She's right, he admits. Those don't line up.
His thigh presses against mine, and I'm comforted by the warmth. This conversation is giving me chills in the worst way. Morgana echoes his sigh. I know. There's something else going on. That's why Magnus can't pinpoint what you are. You're either something new or something so old that his memory can't remember ever sensing it before. Sin rests his arm on the back of the couch, and his fingers come to the back of my neck as he starts rubbing it in slow circles. I glance over at him, but he's focused on the conversation. I'm not even sure he realizes what he's doing. Morgana frowns at her hands, like she's having an internal debate.
Talk to us, Morgana,
Sin says, pulling her out of her head. Her opaque eyes lock on us. Whatever Vivian is, we need to know, especially now that we know she has creator power. Vivian, if we were worried the Council would attack before, it's nothing compared to what they'll do to get you back before your creator powers reach their full potential. Creators may not be as dangerous as destroyers, but they still hold immense power. The Council won't risk that falling into our hands. They will attack. Soon. But if Vivian has power that can help us win, we need to know. Morgana offers me a small, apologetic smile before continuing. I've been thinking about it since you freed the Forsaken. If you're nothing any of us has seen before, then you need to see someone older than all of us. She pauses, and Sin's hand tightens against my neck, his gaze hardening.
You're joking.
His words are clipped. I look between them, trying to figure out what they're talking about. Morgana shakes her head. If he doesn't know what she is, no one will.
The underworld realm is occupied by the Council. It has been for millennia,
Sin argues.
The man in the wall does not work for the Council,
Morgana corrects. I frown at them. Who is the man in the wall?
He's a speaking corpse.
Sin spits. Morgana turns to me, her face serious.
He's the oldest creature I've ever seen. He's trapped deep in the underworld realm and has been since well before my time.
But why? I ask, genuinely curious.
Legends say he used to be a god, but lost his power and can never leave his prison,
Morgana answers. I swallow. And he doesn't work for Need? Sin turns to me, still looking agitated.
He works for no one.
If anyone can tell us what you are, it's him, Morgana argues emphatically. I breathe, once, twice. Answers. I've waited so long to learn why I can see ghosts. Then I need to see him, I state, trying to sound as confident as possible. Sin sighs, and I turn to him. You said the underworld realm is under Council rule. Can you still operate us there? He shakes his head.
The majority of the realm is heavily warded. We can apparate close to the surface, but we'll have to go on foot from there.
Morgana stands, eyeing us both. Her voice takes on the familiar, commanding tone.
Get in and get out unseen. Sin, you know the risks of using destructive power in their realm. Use it, and they have the full support of the Council to attack us. Stealth is key.
She turns to me before continuing.
The underworld realm isn't like the others you've visited. It might be mostly uninhabited, but it's not safe.
So is this the actual underworld then? Where souls go in the afterlife and mortal sins are punished? You know, the whole fire and brimstone thing? I ask jokingly. Morgana's eyes lock on me.
There is no afterlife. Souls are sold into slavery, and then they come here.
I shake my head. Yes, I've heard, but in the mortal realm we have stories of the underworld. Sin gives me a soft smile.
Whatever your stories, they've been dreamt up by mortals. The underworld realm is a shell. There are no souls there.
I slump. Those were definitely not the words that my very mortal self wanted to hear. Standing, Morgana nods to us before heading for the door. Get your things and go as soon as possible. It's a long way down to the bottom. Once she's gone, Sin turns to me, eyeing me warily. You're sure about this? I give him my most confident smile, even though I don't feel it. Of course. I'd walk to hell and back with you, Sin. I try to get the words out without laughing, and Sin doesn't even crack a smile. That was terrible. I pursed my lips before continuing. Hey, Sin, go to hell. Chapter 37. Rule 37. Chug, chug, chug! The entrance to the underworld is completely underwhelming. I was expecting large wrought iron gates, maybe welded together with the bones of millions of inhabitants, or at least a little bit of fire. A 3-headed dog would have been a treat, too. But instead, I'm standing in front of a stone staircase leading down under a mountain. Shame. This is it? I ask Sin, disappointed. Sin shrugs. It's not the main entrance. No one ever bothers to come here. The council technically owns the realm, but they've never bothered to populate it. The main entrance is likely guarded, so we're using the back door. I eye the dark stairwell a bit warily. The tunnel is still large enough that a vehicle could drive through, so I'm not getting claustrophobic. Silver linings are good. How far to the bottom? I ask, buying myself a few more minutes of fresh air. Caves and I have had a less than stellar history together. At least if I piss off Sin, he can be a living flashlight. He seems more durable than a smartphone. Sin walks to the steps, but pauses at the first one. A few hours. Longer now, since we're going to try and come in undetected. He holds out his hand to me. Ready, kitten? I swallow, but take his hand. Ready? Sin eyes me before moving. If anything happens, get out. Get out and hide until I find you. He doesn't give me time to argue, starting down the steps. The stone steps are steep, and within minutes, we're swallowed by the darkness. I squeeze Sin's hand, wondering how the war might play out differently if I trip and break my neck. Neither of us has said a word since entering, not wanting to risk being discovered. Sin squeezes my hand in response, acknowledging me. A moment later, a faint red ball of energy appears at our feet. Its light is just enough to help me make out where the next step is. We continue down for ages, and with the light from the mouth of the tunnel completely gone, I quickly lose track of time. This is how I picture sensory deprivation. Our footsteps don't make a sound, and we take care to be as silent as possible. At one point, I start counting the steps just to give myself something else to focus on, other than the constant straining to listen for signs of other life. I hit step 6,712 when we finally hit level stone. My muscles are screaming, and I regret not using my college gym pass to work out on the Stairmaster. As it turns out, the few flights to my apartment were insufficient to prepare me for life after college. We're inside a large stone corridor, which snakes into the darkness. The air is heavy, and I wonder if oxygen carries here well enough to sustain a mortal. The thought gets my pulse racing, and I try not to think about how far below the surface we are. It's a big tunnel, Vivian. It's not small. You're fine. Sin squeezes my hand, and I look up to find him looking down at me, concerned. Squeezing back, I give him a small smile, hoping it's reassuring. I nod into the darkness as if to say, "Lead the way, glow-stick warlord." I hope my nod conveyed the message adequately. Sin squeezes my hand again before we set off into the tunnel. The silence isn't absolute anymore, and I catch the occasional sounds of water dripping and distant footsteps. My heart thunders in my ears at the footsteps, but Sin continues, seemingly unbothered. The tunnel starts to split off into multiple paths. We've taken 2,495 steps. I can't remember what turns we took, but at least counting distracts me from the fact that the tunnels are definitely getting narrower. There's a smell now, too. It's making me want to gag the further we go down the tunnel. Sin pauses at the mouth of a tunnel, listening. I peek around the edge to see a large, open cavern. Along the space's edges are at least a dozen other tunnel entrances. Small torches line the walls, removing the option to go in unnoticed. If someone comes through any of those tunnels, we'll be seen. I wish that was the worst thing about the room, but the floor is dotted with rotting corpses, each in different stages of decay. Their mouths are twisted open as if they died screaming. I blink. Well, that explains the smell. Sin points to a tunnel opening almost directly across the room. The entrance is no different from the others, except for a small black mark on the torch beside it. Sin's memory is doing pretty good for his age. I'm impressed. Another breath, and Sin gives a gentle tug on my hand. I nod at him so he knows I'm ready. We step out into the light, straining to hear every sound. So far, so good. Maybe this place isn't as dangerous as Morgana hinted. And maybe I need to stop jinxing my life. Once we reach the center of the cavern, Sin collapses. He goes down hard, and I barely stop his head from slamming into the floor. Sin! I yell, rolling him over to see what's wrong. His eyes have rolled behind his head, and he starts convulsing. Sin! I call him more loudly, trying to shake him out of whatever episode he's having. I don't see any signs of a wound, and there's no one around. Suddenly, to my horror, he sits up and starts yelling, "No, don't take them! Please, take me instead!" His eyes are still rolled behind his head, and my heart starts thundering in my chest. Oh, fuck. This is bad. So bad. Sin, stop! Wake up! I yell back at him. I slap his face, trying to snap him out of whatever is happening. He continues to scream, his face twisted in terror, oblivious to me. "No! Take me instead! Kill me! Leave her alone!" I don't want to panic. That doesn't mean I'm not panicking. I grab one of my daggers and slice it across Sin's arm, hoping the pain will snap him out of it. Nothing. He keeps screaming. I can't even hear if guards are coming, but with the noise he's making, I know we don't have long. It's like he's stuck in a dream, reliving a horrible memory. More screams, and I hear yells in the distance. Sin is too big for me to drag out. His words from earlier ring in my head, to leave him and hide if anything happens. I look at him, desperate, but I can't do it. I won't leave him. I grasp at anything to try and get him out. Sin is trapped in his pain, reliving a memory, just like the faceless back in my realm. It's a long shot, but I have to try. Blocking out the sound of yelling and footsteps, I take a deep breath. I focus on Sin, on his pain. He's hurting. Whatever he's seeing, it's horrific. I can't stand to see him like this. My heart aches for him. And with that, the silver energy I use on the trapped spirits flows from inside of me, circling Sin. Another breath and Sin stops yelling, his eyes returning to normal. I grab his arm, pulling him up to stand. He helps me, even as he stares at me, looking lost. I pull at him more urgently, and he follows slowly until I turn back and hiss, "Move it! They're coming!" Sin blinks, still looking out of it, but he follows me, keeping up. I hustle down the tunnel he pointed out before, only focused on getting us as far from the cavern as possible. We run for another minute when Sin finally squeezes my hand. "Fucking fuck," he mutters. I take that as a sign he is fully back to consciousness. He takes the lead, tugging us down another long tunnel at a fork in the path. We slow down, listening for any sound. It takes just a heartbeat to hear the reverberating footsteps. Guards are coming. From the sounds, they're on both sides of the tunnel. I turn to Sin, and he's looking around, his eyes assessing. I reach for a blade, ready to fight the guards, but he pulls me forward another 10 steps. Before I can question what he's doing, Sin picks me up, shoving me into a crack in the ceiling I hadn't seen in the darkness. I roll over, trying to make room, and Sin climbs up beside me a second later. The crevice is tiny, barely wide enough to fit a single person lying down. Sin's body is glued to mine, and I'm all too aware of the stone walls pressing in on us from all angles. The guards' footsteps grow louder, but it's hard to hear them. The walls are closing in on us. My lungs aren't working right. There isn't enough air, and we're stuck in the cave. Circles form on the edges of my vision, and I keep trying to breathe. It isn't working. The claustrophobia is taking over. Sin is whispering to me to be quiet, but I can barely see him. The tunnel vision is getting too deep. More heartbeats, and Sin's hands are on either side of my face, trying to bring me back. I can't, though. There's no air.
Fuck. Please forgive me for this, kitten,
he whispers. He pulls my face towards him, and his lips crush against mine. The panic still has its grip on me, and Sin angles my face, deepening the kiss. My pulse stutters. I try to breathe, but the air won't come. Sin's hands are gentle on my face, but he shifts to wrap a hand in the hair at the nape of my neck. He tugs just as his tongue sweeps in to fully explore me. An intense heat surges through me, and I inhale sharply at the sensation. He pulls back a fraction, only to nip at my bottom lip, and I swallow my moan before slamming my mouth over his. At my response, Sin's fingers tighten in my hair, and the kiss becomes wild, all tongues and teeth, each of us desperate for more. After long moments, Sin starts to pull back, and I suck his bottom lip, reluctant to let him go. His answering growl travels straight to my core, and he claims my mouth again. Only once my lips are swollen does he release me and whisper, "Guards are gone, kitten." He climbs out of the crevice, and I follow. His hands come around my waist to settle me on the floor. He doesn't let me go, though, instead pressing his forehead to mine.
"I'm so sorry. You were panicking, and it was the only thing I could think of to distract you from the small space."
His breathing is still labored, and I realize mine is the same. I've wondered for a while now what it would feel like to kiss him. I have my answer now. Addictive. Kissing Sin is addictive. My body is still flushed, and I'm not entirely opposed to climbing back into the crevice if it means I can taste him again. Sin sounds devastated, though, like he's violated me. I clear my throat as silently as possible before whispering, It's really okay. I didn't mind at all. And to be fair, I cut your arm back there to try to snap you out of whatever nightmare you were stuck in." Sin frowns at me, lifting his head but not letting me go.
"What happened back in the cavern?"
I swallow. You collapsed and started screaming like you were seeing something horrible. I used my ghost powers to pull you out of it. Sin's hands tighten on my waist, and he looks livid.
"Fate's above, kitten. I told you to leave if something happened."
I frown back at him. Since when do I listen to your orders? Sin's jaw ticks. I smile at him. He sighs, releasing me.
"You should have left, and I'm sorry again for kissing you."
That's precisely what a woman wants to hear after kissing the guy she has too many fantasies about. I huff. I'm sorry it was such a disappointment for you. Sin whirls on me, pressing me against the tunnel wall.
"You know that's not what I meant."
I glare at him. I get it. You regret kissing me. You didn't like it. It's fine. We can move on and continue the mission. We don't need to keep revisiting. It's not like I have much experience in the kissing department, but I didn't think I was bad enough to warrant not enjoying it. Sin looks at me like I'm insane before grabbing my hand and pressing it against his pants. Immediately, I feel his thick length straining through his pants. Inhaling sharply, I look up to meet his gaze. He presses himself against my hand once before growling, "Does that feel like regret, kitten?" I shake my head quickly, and he releases my hand. "I'm sorry I kissed you here while you were in the middle of a panic attack, and not in my bed, with you naked and writhing against me," he finishes, pulling me off the wall. Heat courses through my body, and my pulse races. "Thanks for clarifying," I whisper as we continue on. He nods, and we slip back into silence. 2,026 steps this time until we stop again. Another cave opens up before us, a table with 2 goblets within it. A door lies just beyond the table. Sin motions for me to wait as he enters the cave. He makes it across the room without issue and waves me forward. "The whole lack of convulsing is a nice change of pace. I like this cave better." Sin tries the door. It's locked by a thick bar, but no matter how much he struggles with it, it doesn't budge. I pad into the cave, moving to the table. A small note waits there, next to the cups. "Only those who drink may pass." I peek inside the goblets, which look filled with wine. Sin struggles against the door again, and I call out to him softly, "Hey, it looks like we need to drink these." Sin looks at me, frowning, before coming over to read the note. "Like, fuck you're drinking that," he hisses. I arch a brow at him, and he narrows his eyes in response. "For all you know, it could be poison, set out for anyone who tries to reach the man in the wall. Please, kitten, don't accept drinks if you don't know where they came from." He moves back to the door, trying to free the lock. My gaze lingers on the goblet. Nothing in my gut is telling me the drink is a danger. Just like in the cavern before, other than being discovered by the guards, I wasn't at all worried about the corpses. It's such an odd feeling. It's almost comfortable here if you can get over the tighter stone passages. Sin's tattoos glow faintly red, and I realize he's using his destroyer powers on the lock. I hold my breath, waiting for it to disintegrate. Nothing happens. Sin's tattoos glow brighter, but still the lock doesn't budge. The lock is impervious to destroyer energy. Other than the wards around the council's castle, I didn't even know that was possible. Sin continues to use more power, and I'm acutely aware that he isn't supposed to do that here. I make an executive decision and down the first goblet. The liquid heats down my throat, and it burns like I've just tried to chug liquor. I wait a beat before calling, "Sin?" Sin grumbles at the lock before turning to me. I smile sweetly at him, fully aware I'm about to piss him off. "It isn't poison," I note, showing him my empty drink. "Kitten, what in the actual fuck were you thinking?" he barks, stalking over to me. His tattoos are glowing even brighter now. "You're immortal. You could have died." He takes the goblet from me, glowering. I shrug. I had a feeling it wasn't poison. He rakes his hands through his hair, muttering, "A feeling. You risked your life on a fucking hunch. Fates. The only era you're going to usher in is the one where I go crazy trying to keep you alive." I pick up the second goblet. "That sounds like a fun job. So, are we going into the other room?" Sin's sigh could knock over a small house as he takes the cup from my hands. Despite the clear anger radiating off him, he's gentle doing it. He gives me one last glare before downing it. Not even a heartbeat later, Sin starts coughing and sputtering, his tattoos dimming. He doubles over, still choking on the liquid. "Hey, are you okay?" I ask, patting his back. More coughs until finally Sin stands back up, breathing evenly. His eyes widen in horror. My stomach drops. Oh God, is he about to have another episode? But instead, he looks at his hands before looking back at me. My powers are gone. Just as the words leave his mouth, the lock on the door clicks open. Chapter 38. Rule 38. The more the testosterone, the more difficult the diplomatic relations. What do you mean it's gone? Is that even possible? I stare at Sin, dumbfounded. Sin shakes his head, dismayed.
I didn't think it was. We need to leave. We're unprotected.
I purse my lips at his words, and my eyes stray to the open door behind him, beckoning me. We can't apparate out of here without your powers anyway. We may as well keep going until we figure out what just happened. Sin frowns, glancing at the door.
I don't like it. This was set up to weaken us. We're powerless.
I pause, waiting to feel the anxiety creep in. But I don't feel worried or negatively affected by the drink at all. Out of curiosity, I focus on the silver energy I used earlier, and the silver wisps dance across my fingertips. My eyes widen in surprise, and when I look back at Sin, he's staring at my hands. He's still frowning, but there's something else there, too. Curiosity. He wants answers, maybe just as much as I do. He nods once.
Okay, kitten.
We make our way inside. The room beyond is another cavern, similar in size to the one we just left. There's no light, and we're shrouded in darkness. I try to step forward again so I'm standing next to Sin, but he reaches out, keeping me tucked behind him.
Welcome.
A smooth voice drawls out. I stiffen, and Sin squeezes my hand. I hear his blade leaving its scabbard and draw my dagger, just in case.
Forgive me. Where are my manners?
The voice calls out again, and with it, torches around the room blaze to life. I blink at the bright lights, and my eyes settle on a figure in the far wall. And I mean quite literally in the wall. Most of his body is encased in the stone, with the exception of his head and forearms. His face is almost translucent. It's so pale, contrasting against his jet black hair and piercing ice blue eyes. His features are sharp, giving him an ethereal look.
You're a little less walled in than the last time I saw you,
Sin notes in the way of a greeting. He doesn't lower his weapon. The man in the wall's lip tilts up.
A very recent development, I assure you. Though one I am eternally grateful for.
He flexes his hands before continuing.
Did you like my improvements to the place?
What improvements? Sin asks, sounding on edge.
Nothing too serious, I assure you. The Pit of Nightmares, for a start, which I'm sure you enjoyed. Oh, and my little key to enter this prison.
He grins at Sin, and it isn't a friendly expression. Sin stiffens, and the man in the wall laughs before continuing.
Not to worry. The effects are temporary. Your powers will return in a few hours. Destroyer.
Why? Sin asks, evidently still a bit upset about the whole powerless thing. Is magic a crutch? I could definitely see it becoming a crutch. Why do stairs when you can apparate? The man in the wall grows serious.
I've just regained some of my power for the first time in longer than you can possibly comprehend. I am rather loath to allow any magical creature into my cell who may want to try removing it.
My brow furrows, and I finally squeeze past Sin. He glares at me, and I smile at him before turning back to the man in the wall. Why didn't your traps affect me? Sin's glare bores into the top of my head. I'm assuming it has something to do with me drawing attention to the fact that the strange man clearly missed a target. The man in the wall shifts his gaze to lock on me, and he smiles, appraising me, before answering, "Because, Vivian, you belong to me." I have had enough experience to realize that diplomatic relations are not a strong suit in destroyers. Maybe not in most men who suffer from excess testosterone in general. Sin's answering growl is menacing enough that I reach back and squeeze his hand reassuringly. "Care to elaborate on that?" I ask simply, not letting him draw a reaction out of me. The man in the wall smirks. I quirk a brow at him, unimpressed.
"Ah, it's delightful to have good company for a change. Are you quite certain the destroyer needs to be here?"
he asks, casting a self-satisfied expression at Sin. My gut tells me this man won't hurt me, but I'm not about to leave Sin. He stays. The man in the wall sighs before asking,
"Very well. Tell me, Vivian, do you know what I am?"
I purse my lips. "Don't do it, Viv." "A little stuck?" I answer. "Why am I like this?" The man in the wall laughs again, this time sounding delighted.
"Beyond that, Vivian, I am a god."
I nearly choke. There's no way. I narrow my eyes at him. "A god? As in Hades? God of the underworld?" Sin squeezes my hand.
"There is no Hades, kitten. Those are myths."
There's no mistaking the hint of exasperation in his tone. I'm guessing he has little patience for mortal mythology.
"I've been called many names, but yes, Hades is one of them."
He takes in Sin's dubious expression before adding,
"The mortal realm is much more closely tied to death than the others. The underworld may have fallen, but their spirits know where they belong."
I nod. My necklace doesn't heat, but I barely pay attention to it. Again, I'm not sure how, but I already know he's telling the truth. "So is that why you think I belong to you? Because I'm mortal?" I ask. The man in the wall's eyes lock on me, and I can almost feel the power behind them. There is no doubt in my mind he is a god.
"You are immune to my power, Vivian, because you are of the underworld. The same power flows through your soul."
Frowning, I step forward out of Sin's grasp. "What am I?"
"A great many things, but regarding your darker powers, you're a reaper, the first in over 10,000 years.
He answers, his gaze blazing into me. Pictures of cloaked individuals with scythes play in my mind, and I mull the title around in my head. I think of how I release trapped spirits, knowing they are going free. It fits. Sin comes to stand beside me again, eyeing the man in the wall warily.
"Why is she the first in so long?"
The man in the wall holds out his hands in a questioning gesture.
"That I'm not sure of. I've been encased in this wall since my realm betrayed me 10 millennia ago. The Council wanted to control the Fates. As it turns out, the Fates have an insatiable thirst for souls. They consume them like drugs, leaving them at the mercy and control of whoever controls the souls. In a single breath, the Council slaughtered my reapers, cutting off the source of my power. Without the souls, I grew weak. I've been imprisoned here ever since."
I swallow. "So you eat the souls too?" He looks at me like I should know better, and I can't help but agree. It was a stupid question.
"The mere thought of consuming a soul is abhorrent. Their presence in the underworld, their worship, that is what fuels me."
The man in the wall spits. Sin frowns, suspicious.
"So, what changed? Why make a reaper now? And why are your powers suddenly returning?"
The man in the wall arches a brow.
The Reapers are made by the Fates when they weave together destinies.
My eyes find Sin's. Clotho, I whisper, remembering how it was one of the Fates who kept trying to keep me alive.
It would seem that one of the Fates has recently decided to go against the Council's wishes and wove something extra, something hidden, into your thread of life.
The man in the wall continues.
And before I forget myself, I do thank you for the vast number of souls you sent my way a few nights ago. I am finding the extra mobility and power very pleasing. I was surprised, of course, that something could reap so many souls at once, but it makes sense now.
I frown at him, not understanding. Why does it make sense? He smiles at me.
You already know, Vivian. You are much more than a simple Reaper. You're something the likes of the realms have never seen before. A budding creator and a Reaper. Two powerful and conflicting energies. I imagine when they combine, you are something truly fearful to behold.
He pauses, eyeing me further, before adding,
or at least you will be when that pesky key is removed from your arm.
His words have my heart jumping into my throat. You know how to break a keeper bond? I ask, trying not to let my desperation show. I fail. The bond to Leon looms over my head, always leaving me wondering when he'll find me and use the corrupted keeper bond to force me into submission. The man in the wall nods.
There's only one way to remove a keeper bond, Vivian.
My heart sinks at his answer. Sin looks at my shattered expression and steps in front of me protectively.
Then we'll kill him, kitten. We'll kill him and you'll be free.
I think of the armies likely headed to the Shadow Realm already, just to get me back. There's no way the Council will make it easy to kill Leon. I sidestep him, frowning at the man in the wall. What if I die? Sin's breathing stops, and he whirls on me, but I ignore him. I need this answer. The man in the wall smiles like he's impressed.
Very clever. With your Reaper and Creator energies, you probably won't die for good. Ending your mortal life would likely sever the Keeper bond and allow the Creator energy to fully take hold. It's struggling now, fighting against your other energies, looking for the proper place to take root.
Sin growls next to me.
Probably isn't good enough. We don't know that you'll come back if you die.
I hum, thinking through the dark god's words. Sin takes my chin, ensuring he has my full attention.
Tell me you aren't considering it. Don't you dare tell me you're thinking of gambling on your life.
His expression is devastated, and it kills me that I'm causing him pain. It's my freedom, I answer honestly. Sin lets me go and paces away, running his hands through his hair.
Are you quite certain of your relationship with the Destroyer? Once I reclaim my realm, I'll be needing a queen.
The man in the wall drawls out.
You're more powerful than anything I've seen outside of the god realm, Vivian, and you'd make a lovely goddess.
I blink at his proposition and pretend I don't hear Sin's muttered cuss. I'm flattered, but yes, I'm certain of him, I answer, hoping to not offend a literal god. Sin's mutters stop. The knowing look on the man in the wall's face makes me think he already knew my answer.
Very well. Allies, then. Send me more souls, Reaper, and I will aid you in bringing down the Council.
Allies, I agree. So, what should I call you then if you have so many names? He looks thoughtful for a moment, throwing an amused look at Sin before answering,
Go ahead and call me Hades. It seems the immortals have forgotten that which made them.
I smile. If there was ever a moment when being partway through a history degree had real-life applications, this is it. More proof that a history degree can work as more than an expensive decoration in your house.
Well, now that we've settled things, I suggest you both take your leave,
Hades says, dismissing us.
The guards you evaded earlier are on their way down here. Might I suggest you find a place to shelter and then take the east exit? It will be less painful for the destroyer.
Sin and I exchange glances, and he nods. East it is. I turn to Hades. Thank you for the information. And you're certain that Sin's powers will return in a few hours? Hades smiles, and this time it holds warmth.
It has been a pleasure, Vivian. And yes, I assure you, he'll be as good as new in another 6 or 7 hours.
I blanch. That's a long time to wait in a hostile realm. Sin takes my hand.
Time to go, kitten,
he says, his tone gentle. I nod, waving at Hades. I'll see you when you loosen up a bit more. The god of death cackles as we close the door behind us. Sin and I have no time to process everything we've just learned, because as soon as we hear the lock click into place, we hear guards coming our way. Chapter 39. Rule 39. Don't become an exhibitionist in enemy territory. We take off running down a tunnel, heading away from the sound of approaching guards. Is this east? I whisper, disoriented. Sin squeezes my hand, and I take that as a yes. We hurry down multiple well-lit tunnels, straining to hear if the guards are getting closer. Their footsteps echo across different corridors. It's impossible to know if they're close. Sin turns down a completely blacked-out tunnel, and we falter. It's too risky to take a torch, but Sin's power isn't back yet. I pause, trying to picture the Silver Reaper energy. As if energized by this realm, the threads spring to life across my hand. Well, that would have come in handy during my last cave exploration. Shame. Sin pulls me forward, and we continue, trying to be completely silent. The blacked-out tunnels must be used less frequently. This is our best bet for finding a place to hide. The tunnels continue for ages, all completely dark. We keep moving until Sin finally stops. There's a small crack in the ceiling above us, similar to the one we climbed into earlier. Sin points to it before taking my waist and lifting me up. It takes me a few seconds to crawl through, pulling myself over the narrow crevice. Once inside, I swallow my panic and let a bit more power flow out of my hand. With the added light, I can faintly see the crevice opens to a small tunnel. I think this is good, I whisper down to Sin. A moment later, Sin pulls himself up and follows my lead as we start crawling. I sing Highway to Hell in my head, hoping it will distract me from how narrow this tunnel is. The stones feel like they're pressing down on me, and I'm sure in a few more minutes I'll get stuck, wedged between the rocks. My heart is racing, and my vision is starting to darken around the edges. Unless Sin is keen on knocking me out, there's no way I'm going to last 7 hours in a tight space like this. Almost blindly now, I push forward for another few breaths until, finally, the tunnel opens up to a cave. It's about the size of a minivan. Not high enough to stand up, but still large enough that my lungs don't feel like they can't work. Sin follows me inside and appraises the spot.
This is good. We'll hold up here until my power returns.
Sighing, I lay back on the cold stone floor. I don't even care that it's cold. The stones are smooth, and nothing is digging into my back. That's a win in my books. The adrenaline that's been pumping through me during this mission is quickly wearing off, and exhaustion is setting in. I shiver and let the power I was using to illuminate our path die down. The darkness is absolute, but I know it's wiser to conserve energy. Sin lies beside me, his arm and leg pressing against me. I feel my shoulders relaxing a bit, savoring his body heat. We stay like that, listening in silence for what feels like ages, until finally, Sin whispers, "So, are we going to talk about what you said back there?" While a silly piece of me is thrilled to know that Sin isn't keen on me dying, I can't ignore the logic in ending my mortal life. My death is a solid option, Sin. Sin stiffens at my answer. I'm not even going to entertain that thought. I pause, confused. Then what are you referring to? Sin turns to face me. The god of death offered to make you a goddess, kitten. And you turned him down. His hand finds my waist, and he pulls me so I'm flush against him. And when he asked you if you were certain of your relationship with me, you said yes. My pulse grows erratic at his whispered words. I did, I whisper back. I hold my breath. Sin's thumb brushes against my waist. Once, twice. His whispered question is barely audible. Did you mean it? My heart beats so fast, I'm sure Sin must feel it against his chest. I could lie. I could tell him I only said it to be polite in rejecting Hades. But at my core, I don't want to. I trust Sin and don't want to be dishonest with him. War is coming. He is my partner. I'm magically bonded to Leon. I have major insecurities. All the reasons I need to avoid Sin are still there. I haven't pushed them away, hoping to escape for a moment. I just don't care. Those worries pale compared to what I am starting to feel for this man. Yes, I whisper back. Sin's hand tightens on me, and he mutters, "Fucking fuck." My heart drops. Did I somehow misunderstand Sin's comments earlier about wanting me to be sure about us? How did I mess up this badly? I swallow down my own embarrassment to apologize. I'm sorry. I never meant to make you uncomfortable. Fate's above, kitten. I'm not uncomfortable with your answer. Sin corrects emphatically. I'm pissed off because I've never wanted to tear your clothes off and fuck you into oblivion more than I do right this moment. But I can't because we're stuck in the underworld realm, and I'm pretty sure fucking Hades will see everything we do in here. Oh, I answer, my mind reeling at his words. Sin isn't upset. He wants me. I'm going to need a few more lifetimes to process the last hour of my life. We lie in silence for another moment until Sin mutters, "Fucking Hades." And then his mouth captures mine. Sin claims my mouth like a man who is suffocating, and I'm his life-saving breath. His tongue rubs against mine, fucking my mouth and drawing a guttural moan from me. I kiss him back with equal need, wrapping my thigh around his waist to feel him pressed against my center. Sin grinds me against him, his hard length rubbing against my clit. I arch at the pleasure, and he swallows my moans as heat builds low in my core. It feels as though my nerve endings are hypersensitive, lighting up everywhere he touches. The atmosphere around us is electric. It's as if it's charged by the desire that flows between us. When Sin releases my lips, I tug at his hair to pull him back, but he ignores my silent plea and places heated kisses down my neck instead. I gasp as he hits the sensitive spot below my ear. I won't give Hades a full show, kitten. I don't share what's mine, he whispers between kisses. He lets go of my thigh, but instead of pulling away from me, his fingers graze at the top of my pants, his fingers teasing just below the fabric. I whimper, needing more, and Sin licks at the junction of my neck and collarbone as his fingers dip beneath my pants. Please, Sin, I whimper, begging him for more. Sin groans. Fuck, you do things to me when you beg. What do you need, kitten? I grind against his hand, but he stills, not giving me what I crave. Please, I whimper again, not at all ashamed that I am begging this man to touch me. Words, kitten. He growls, his mouth leaving my neck.
I'm not going to touch you unless you use your words.
I growl in frustration at the feeling of his hand so close to my center, and my hands leave his hair to claw down his shoulders. Sin chuckles and nips my neck, drawing a choked moan from me.
Tell me what you want.
My cheeks flame, but given our current location, I guess the earth really did open up and swallow me whole. When Sin doesn't budge, I relent. Touch me, please. Get me off. My voice comes out breathless. Sin groans against my neck.
So fucking hot.
His hand dips lower and grazes against my clit. I arch into the touch as he starts sucking at the sensitive part of my neck, where he marked me just a few days prior. His fingers draw soft circles against my clit, and I moan at the contact.
Shh, Sin whispers. We don't want the guards finding us, kitten. You need to be quiet if you want to come.
I whimper, but do as he says, clamping a hand over my mouth. In response to my now muffled moans, Sin's fingers dip lower to skim at my soaked slit. He makes a guttural sound as his fingers tease just at the edge.
Always fucking soaked for me. Fuck. I can't wait to ruin you.
At his words, I feel myself growing even wetter. Sin notices, his fingers still teasing at my opening, driving me crazy.
You'd like that, wouldn't you? I won't be gentle. I'm going to wreck you so that you won't remember what it feels like not to have me inside of you. And then I'll do it again and again, making you come so hard that you forget how to breathe. I want you fucking shattered, kitten. I want every piece of you fused to me because that's where they belong. Is that what you want?
His fingers are driving me to the brink of insanity, and my body grows impossibly more heated at his words. Fuck, there must be something wrong with me. I should be running in the opposite direction, but instead, I crave every one of his dark promises. I want it so badly. I want to give him control, to let me escape my own head. Sin whispers again against my neck.
I want to ruin you, kitten, but only during sex, and only with your consent.
My breath catches. Sin wants to use me. He could easily take what he wants from me, but he's making sure I want it too. I'm not powerless here. I move my hand from my mouth to whisper back, "Yes, please. Yes, Sin."
That's my good girl,
Sin growls. And with those words, he plunges 2 fingers into my soaked center, and his teeth clamp down on my neck. I scream into my hand, in both pleasure and pain. His fingers curl inside of me until they rub against a spot that has me writhing against him. His palm rubs against my clit, and I start grinding my hips into his hand, increasing the friction. Sin licks at the tender spot on my neck before whispering,
"That's it, kitten. Ride my hand. Make sure Hades knows who makes your pussy weep."
I gasp, grabbing his shoulders, desperate for more leverage. Sin claims my mouth for another bruising kiss, swallowing the moans he pulls from me. His tongue fucks mine in tandem with his fingers, and I feel myself starting to tighten against him, my orgasm not far off. To my frustration, he starts to pull his fingers back. I bite his bottom lip in protest, and he growls in response. The sound isn't angry, though. It's charged with desire. His fingers return to my slit, but this time I feel the burn as he starts inserting a 3rd finger.
I need to stretch your pretty pussy, kitten. Otherwise you're going to tear when I fuck you.
My breath catches, and my fingernails dig into his shoulders as he starts fucking me with 3 fingers. The feeling of fullness and the slight burn from being stretched so wide is doing wild things to my body. My core tightens even further, and my legs start to shake. His fingers fuck me harder as he takes on a bruising pace. I forget how to breathe, how to speak. The pressure builds until I'm sure I'm about to combust. Sin releases my mouth.
Fuck yes. That's it. Strangle my fingers with your pussy.
My core tightens to a point I never knew possible, and in response, Sin's fingers curl, pushing against that sensitive spot inside of me again.
That's it, baby. Such a fucking good girl. Come for me.
I shatter. Sin's mouth captures mine, swallowing my scream. My body convulses around him as the orgasm plows through me. Waves of pleasure crash through me, almost violently, and Sin doesn't stop pleasuring me. He wrings out every last aftershock until I'm trembling beside him. When he finally removes his hand, I go boneless next to him.
So fucking perfect,
he whispers, his tone reverent. He pushes a finger inside of my mouth.
Suck. See how good you taste.
I do as he asks, and the gesture is so erotic, my core pulses again. I lick his finger clean, swirling my tongue against it, and Sin shudders against me in response. He takes his finger back, and I hear him groan as he licks his other two.
Fuck, kitten. That mouth. The things I want to do to it.
He growls, pulling me on top of him. I move to sit up, wanting to pleasure him, but Sin's arms force me to lay flush against his chest.
Soon, I let Hades watch you come so that he knows who owns your pussy. But that's all he is ever getting.
Butterflies dance in my stomach at the possessiveness in Sin's voice. I relax against him, letting his delicious warmth spread through my body. Sin tucks my head against his neck, his fingers lightly massaging my back. I sigh in contentment, nuzzling against him. Sin keeps rubbing circles on my back, and my eyes grow heavier.
Sleep, kitten. I've got you.
More warmth spreads through my body. A sense of security like nothing I've ever felt before sweeps through me. Sin is more than powerful enough to protect me, but he refuses to leave me vulnerable, pushing me to train hard, ensuring I can protect myself. If that isn't the pinnacle of having someone's back, then I don't know what is. So I let myself drift off, deep in enemy territory, feeling safe. Chapter 40. Rule 40. Love triangles are off limits, especially when it comes to destroyers. As far as wake-up calls go, I think I'm cursed. I don't know how long I've been out when I'm awakened by a jolt of gut-wrenching pain. Gasping, I wrench up from Sin's arms and double over on the cave floor, trying to breathe. Sin's arms are around me in an instant.
Kitten, what's wrong? Talk to me.
Molten heat sears through my body and a violent ringing starts in my ears. Oh no, not this. Not here. Between gasps of pain, I manage to choke out, "Leon!" Sin's fingers curl in my shirt, and through the ringing, I hear him mutter a faint curse. His hands come to my face, and he's trying to tell me something.
Light. Kitten, we need to go now. My power isn't back.
I frown, fighting back tears from the burning that is racking through my body and the ear-splitting ringing.
Now, kitten. Move your ass,
Sin whisper yells, taking my hand and tugging me to the cavern entrance. How he knows how to find it in the dark is a mystery to me. Pulling my hand from his, I try to focus on my Reaper energy. I hope like hell I can manage to use it through the pain. A wave of nausea hits me, and I try to take deep breaths, pushing through the pain. Small tendrils of fog lick at the corners of my mind, terrifying me. Not this. Not again. We can't be caught by Leon now. My anxiety spikes at the thought of what will happen if we get caught. Sin is powerless, and I'm not sure how much longer that's going to last. Not to mention, I doubt Leon is here alone. We're outnumbered and likely outpowered. Leon won't hesitate to kill Sin, and I refuse to let that happen. I won't let anyone else get hurt because of me. The thought of going back to Leon sends dread down my spine. But if that's what it takes to get Sin out safely, I won't hesitate. Redoubling my efforts, I pull at my Reaper energy, and mercifully, it responds. Bright wisps of silver energy float up through my hand. The light illuminates Sin's profile, and I briefly catch what might be fear in his expression before it's shuddered away. Again, he grabs my hand and pulls me towards the narrow tunnel. "Move it," he urges in the same tone he uses in our training. Authoritative and demanding. Not letting myself think of the narrow space, I crawl forward. He doesn't stop bossing me around until I finally reach the lip and drop myself back down to the larger tunnel corridor. Sin's feet hit the ground a second later, but I don't have a chance to turn to him. Instead, he sweeps me into his arms and takes off running. He curls me into his chest, and I'm immediately surrounded by his comforting scent. I'm thinking of sassing him for being so high-handed, but his whisper stops me. "You did great, kitten. Focus on keeping up the light, and I'll work on getting us out of here." My pride takes a hit, but he's right. In my state, it's taking everything in me to keep the threads of silvery light going. I shift in his arms, holding out my hand so it illuminates our path. The tunnels all blend together, and I'm once again amazed that Sin has any idea where he's going. As the tunnels grow wider, the sounds of shouts and footsteps start to echo around us. I crane my neck to look over Sin's shoulder, but I don't see any sign of torches. More and more tunnels, and I'm feeling my energy start to wane. The fog presses closer into my mind. I blink, and when I open my eyes, Sin is running up a steep set of stairs. Far above us, a light peeks out. We're almost there. Despite the added weight of my body, Sin doesn't slow, running up the steps 2 at a time. Through the pressing brain fog, I frown at the steps. I swear these seem longer than the ones we used to enter the underworld realm. Sin has been running up them for ages. I take a deep inhale, trying to focus through the fog. Just a little further. It takes me a while to realize the pain in my head is rapidly abating the closer we get to the top of the stairwell. I'm relieved for all of 2 seconds until the crushing realization of why it's lessening plows through me. "Sin!" I hiss. A cold chill floods my body as fear grips me. "Sin, we have to turn around," I urge, some panic seeping into my tone. He shakes his head, causing the bottom of his short beard to brush up against the top of my head. "Can't, kitten. The East Wing exit is just ahead. We're being followed." Sure enough, the ringing in my ears is dying down enough that I can hear footsteps far below us. This is the stuff of nightmares. "Let me down," I hiss again, and Sin sets me down but keeps hold of my hand, ensuring we are still going up at a fast clip. The fog is getting dangerously thick in my mind, but I think to extinguish the silvery lights in my hand. The light ahead of us is more than enough to illuminate our way. The top of the steps is almost directly ahead of us now, and the ringing in my ears has completely stopped. The bond knows I'm going where it wants me. The thought makes me sick until it's replaced by an even thicker fog. Before I'm completely overtaken by it, I warn Sin. "He's waiting for us." Sin squeezes my hand in response. A few more steps, and we come to a large, open atrium. The flat stone floors are polished and smooth, and large columns reach the ceiling hundreds of feet above us. A violent-looking river flows through a channel to our left and empties out of the room through a massive hole in the wall. The hole is the cause of the light we saw at the top of the steps. The water cascades over the lip, and I can barely hear it crashing below. The drop is so high. Well, that explains the extra steps. We're far above sea level now. The east wing exit leads to the top of a mountain. There are distant green hills far below the hole in the wall. My attention is quickly drawn from the waterfall when a tugging sensation on my wrist snaps my attention to the right. There, on the other side of the room, is a door. I barely see it, though, my focus thoroughly centered on the person standing before it. Leon. My body reacts. More heat floods my system, and I feel drawn to him. Still, despite the thickening fog, I push against the bond, refusing to answer the beckoning call. Leon's face is twisted in rage, and he stands guard in front of the exit, ensuring we can't leave. His tattoos are completely lit up, the blue lights brighter than I've ever seen them before. He barely spares me a glance. His focus is so centered on Sin.
"You have something that belongs to me,"
Leon growls, his voice low and dangerous. His body is coiled tight, and the predatory gleam I've seen in him so often is in full view. Sin stops our forward movement, and he pulls me back to him. He backs up so our backs are against the drop in the floor where the river courses through. From this position, we can see both Leon and the steps, ensuring no one will sneak up on us. Sin gives Leon a bored look, but I can feel how tense he is beside me.
"Are you sure about that? Because the last time I checked..."
He pauses to look at my neck, still red from his bite.
"She didn't want you."
Leon's gaze centers on my neck, and he looks furious at what he sees.
"I was always going to end you, Sin. But now I am going to ensure it is slow and painful. You dare fucking touch what is mine? Mine!"
Again, Sin looks barely bothered by Leon's antics. The fog continues to thicken in my mind, and the heat flushing through me is worsening. The bond is practically at its snapping point, with Leon and I being so close, but each of us refusing to go to the other. My body sways forward a bit, but I keep my feet rooted. So close. Don't give in. Sin quirks an eyebrow at Leon, who is now shaking with rage, and smiles at him. It isn't a pleasant smile, though, but a menacing one.
"She doesn't sound like yours when she's screaming my name and begging for my touch."
Despite Sin's taunting to Leon, he squeezes my hand reassuringly as I continue to try and gasp for breath. The heat is turning to molten fire, and desire is lighting up inside of me. The bond is losing patience. Leon looks between the two of us before gritting out,
"You're using mind control on her."
Sin lets out a low, humorless laugh.
"You keep telling yourself that. Remember, my destroyer powers are useless within the wards of the Council's castle. And she ran from you there."
Leon's eyes harden, and he narrows them on me. My body practically purrs at the attention.
"She is resisting the bond."
His focus snaps back to Sin, and a smug smile plays across his lips.
"It's no matter, though. I'll burn away every trace of your touch on her body when she returns with me. And I assure you, she is returning with me. The entire mountaintop has been warded against apparition. And Morgana isn't here to release you."
Without Sin's energy lighting him up, Leon must not be able to tell that Sin's already been released. Sin's fingers tighten even further around my own. Leon doesn't notice as he continues, turning his full attention on me.
"Vivienne,
he starts, his voice low and beckoning. The bond practically vibrates through my system, and my body starts to shiver at the renewed waves of molten heat that crash through me. He holds out his hand, and his voice is like a siren, drawing me in.
Vivian, come away from him. I forgive you for your poor decisions. Whatever you've done, you'll make it up to me.
The bond tugs at me, pushing me to obey. I grip my teeth, trying to remember the reasons I'm not supposed to give in. No reasons come to mind. Leon continues in the same silky voice.
Come on, Vivian. It's time to go home. We are destined, remember? Only I can love you, protect you. You are mine, Vivian. Tied to me for eternity. There is no fighting it. You know that.
I shake my head in a last-ditch effort to clear the fog. Sin feels me shaking and tries to distract Leon.
Leon, are you so pathetic that you need to rely on what is clearly a corrupted bond to get what you want?
Leon's eye twitches, and he spits out,
I will do whatever it takes to keep her. The bond will be a blessing as soon as she stops resisting. I will make her happy, even if she's too stupid to see it yet.
His focus returns to me.
You belong to me, Vivian. Whether you like it or not, nothing can break our bond. You can't run forever. I will chase you to the ends of the universe. Give in. Let me take away the pain. I'll remind you who you belong to.
At his words, white-hot pain sears through my mind, and my knees give out. My body feels like it's on fire. Like I'm going to suffocate if Leon doesn't make it stop. A pair of arms catch me around my middle, stopping me from crashing to the ground. I can't remember who they belong to, only that they aren't Leon's, and that's unacceptable. I struggle against them in an effort to go to him, to let him make the burning stop. Leon steps closer, and my body starts to sing, desperate for his touch. Leon, I whimper through the waves of heat. Leon grins, knowing he's won, as he continues towards us.
That's right, Vivian. Tell Sin who you belong to. Who you're fucking fated to.
I whimper again and thrash against the arms holding me back. This isn't Leon's touch. I need Leon. But the hands around me only tighten. Distantly, as if from underwater, I can hear the sounds of metal armor growing closer as guards start to crest the top of the stairs. Leon pauses, smirking.
You see that, Destroyer? She's desperate to get away from you.
His voice only draws me in more, and I scratch at the arms around me, frantic to get to Leon. But instead of releasing me, a whisper comes above my ear.
Hold your breath, kitten.
With that, I'm wrenched backwards, the arms still securely wrapped around my middle. Not even a second later, we plunge into the inky depths of the river. The black water swirls around me, throwing me around in the currents. But I can't kick or swim because I'm still being held by the arms. I start to panic for air just as the person holding me kicks against the currents, and our faces break the surface of the water. I have just enough time to gasp in some life-saving oxygen and hear Leon's furious scream when, abruptly, we go over the lip of the waterfall and plunge into the abyss. We fall through the air, our bodies pummeled by the cascading waters. Down and down we plummet, sometimes drowning in the falling water, other times finding small pockets of oxygen. A garbled voice calls out into the air,
Hades, if you want your freedom, I suggest you find a way to return my powers.
Choking on water, I realize that the green hills are close. Very close. Sputtering, I look down only to see sharp rocks jutting out of the violently splashing water. Dead. We are so dead. Another breath, and the rocks get closer. This is it. Just as I'm sure we are done for, a bright red light all but blinds me, and then everything goes black. Chapter 41. Rule 41. Breathe through your nose. Mercifully, the blinding pain is gone when I regain consciousness. As an added bonus, I think my body is running at a normal temperature too. As the events from before my blackout hit me, I gasp, jerking upright. Golden hues dance across the room as sunlight pours through the balcony doors. Sin's room. I'm back in the shadow realm. My wet fighting leathers have been replaced by a dry tank top and my pink kitten print sleeping shorts. Someone also wrapped me up in Sin's blankets, including the one I stole. I breathe a sigh of relief at not being dead before turning. I almost jump out of bed at the sight of Sin right next to the bed, sprawled on a chair. He's dressed in dry clothes too, clad in a black shirt and sweats. But he looks anything but rested. He watches me silently, his eyes carrying dark circles underneath them. His gaze is wary, like he's waiting for me to blow up at him. I cough at the dryness in my throat before trying to break the awkward silence. "Hey," I call softly. "Hey," he answers in a low, gruff voice. I eye him, wondering why he is looking so solemn, before turning to fully face him. "What is it? What's wrong?" Every week has brought a new crisis, and my anxiety starts to climb. Is it Ariana again? One of the others? Was someone captured? Killed? Sin sits forward, leaning his arms on his knees. "I almost got you killed, kitten. I'm so sorry." His voice breaks. "You were trying to go back to him, and I took a huge risk, throwing us over the falls." I frown at him, processing what he's trying to say. Sin thinks I'm going to be angry with him for risking my life. He's only half right. He did take a huge risk, and I'm anything but happy with him. I twist, grabbing a pillow and slamming it against him. Sin doesn't resist. "You absolute asshole! What the hell were you thinking, Sin? Your powers were gone!" I grab another pillow and slam it at him. Sin sighs in resignation before agreeing. "It was a bad call. I'm so sorry I risked you like that." Are you serious right now? We just learned that if I die, I'll likely come back as an immortal. I probably would have been fine. But you had no powers, and for all we know, you were not going to heal. You could have died, you big jerk! My frustration mounts, and I know I'm yelling. Sin frowns at me, realizing the root of my anger, and then looks furious.
"Your blatant disregard for your own safety is the only thing that's going to kill me. You have no guarantee that you're going to come back. None. I'm immortal. No has-been god is going to stop that."
I scoff at him. He stopped your other powers, didn't he? Sin's jaw clenches at my words, and he shoves off his chair, stepping towards me in a clear attempt at intimidation. You know that doesn't work on me, right? I roll my eyes and stand on his bed, more than pleased that I'm taller now and have the upper hand. I smirk at him, poking him in the chest. You don't scare me, Sin. Not even with all your universe-ending powers. I know your secret. Underneath the warlord exterior, you're nothing but a softie. Growling at my words, Sin's arms dart out, and before I can even fathom what he's doing, The air is knocked from my lungs as he slams me down on the bed. Sin's heat blazes into me as he straddles me, and my pulse quickens at the closeness.
Did that feel soft, kitten?
I almost choke on my spit and shake my head at him. I'd use my words, but I've forgotten how to breathe. Sin's gaze locks on mine, and I know he can tell I'm turned on. His eyes darken as he lowers himself over me. His arms rest on either side of my head, and he grinds his length against my center.
Does that feel soft?
The erotic gesture only fuels my own desire. I want to wrap my legs around him, but his legs prevent me from moving. Seeing my frustration at our position, Sin smirks before grinding against my pussy again. He knows exactly what he's doing. Teasing me. Driving me to the edge of insanity with lust for him. Again. I narrow my eyes at him, refusing to give him the upper hand this time. He is ridiculously good at making me scream for him. Ignoring the burning in my cheeks, I decide to be bold. He might have my legs pinned, but my arms are completely free. Keeping my eyes fixed on his, I reach between our bodies and slip my hand inside his sweats. My hand finds his rigid cock, and I squeeze. He's so thick that I can't close my hand around him. Sin's breath staggers at my touch, and his hips jerk forward. I gently run my hand down his length, silently panicking. He wasn't kidding when he said he needed to stretch me first. Sin's cock is massive. How we are going to fit is a mystery to me. Sin growls at my touch.
What are you doing, kitten?
Running my hand back up his length and squeezing again, I answer, I want to touch you. I've watched enough porn to get a general idea of what I'm doing, but it doesn't stop the burning in my cheeks at my request. What if he doesn't like it? What if I'm terrible at this? Sin shudders around my touch and grits out,
You don't need.
But I want to, I answer honestly. Please? Sin's eyes close at my plea, and I swear he gets even harder.
Fuck, I like hearing you beg. I like it way too much.
More heat builds in my core, and I run my hand up and down his length again. I want to taste you. Please?
Fucking fates above,
Sin mutters, pulling himself off me. He stands beside the bed, and I only have a brief second to wonder what I've messed up when his gruff voice interrupts me.
On your knees, kitten.
A jolt of pleasure fires through me, going straight to my pussy, and I'm quick to obey. Climbing off the bed, I kneel before him. Sin's fingers gently caress my chin, and he tilts my face up. I watch as he pulls down his pants just enough to release his cock. He fists it, smirking down at me.
You're going to take all of me, aren't you?
His voice has the same dark, commanding tone he uses when he makes me come, and I shudder at the sound, feeling myself get even wetter. I nod at his question despite having no idea if I can. Not only because of his thickness, but also because there's no way my mouth will fit all of him. Sin's thumb brushes over my bottom lip, pulling it down.
So fucking beautiful,
he murmurs, before releasing my face and fisting his hand in my hair. He gives a sharp tug, and my eyes flutter at the sensation.
Open up, kitten. Show me what a good girl you are.
My mouth opens, and he slowly pushes the tip of his cock past my lips. He pauses there, and I take a moment to lick at him, tasting pre-cum on his tip. I moan at the taste, licking him again and trying to take more of him inside my mouth. Sin groans, his eyes closing as he fists my hair harder.
Fuck, kitten. That feels so good. You're going to take more of me now.
His eyes lock on mine before continuing.
2 taps on the back of my thigh means stop. Understood?
He loosens his hold on my hair just enough that I manage to nod.
That's my good girl,
he praises before tightening his hold again and slowly filling my mouth with his hard cock. I suck on him, twirling my tongue against his length as he continues to push forward. He hits the back of my throat before pulling back and thrusting into my mouth again. The movement pulls a moan from me, the sound vibrating against his length.
Fuck yes, kitten. Just like that. You're doing so good. I'm going to give you more now.
He lets go of his cock, now that it's buried deep in my mouth. Only instead of stopping at the back of my throat, he continues pushing forward. I gag at the sensation and at the resistance. But Sin only angles my head up, and his other hand comes to my neck, massaging it.
Relax, baby. Breathe through your nose. You've got this.
I do as he says, and he pushes in deeper, sliding into my throat. My core clenches at the sensation of choking on his cock, and I rock against my legs, trying to create some friction against my pussy. Sin keeps going until he bottoms out. He lets out a groan before pulling out completely. I gasp, tears streaming down my face from gagging. Yet, despite the discomfort, I love the feeling of him filling my mouth. Who knew choking on someone's cock could be a turn-on? Releasing my hair, Sin takes in my flushed face.
Okay, kitten.
My core pulses again, and I'm desperate to continue, to taste him again. More, Sin. I didn't tap. His gaze darkens, and he growls before fisting my hair hard and thrusting inside of me. He pushes himself deep, barely giving me time to get used to the invasion in my throat. More tears stream down my face, but I suck his length, trying to get more of him as he pulls back.
That's my good girl. You like choking on my cock, don't you?
Sin increases his pace, thrusting down my throat and using my mouth. The sensation drives me crazy, and my pussy pulses, desperate for contact. Sin notices me squirming below him, and he growls out,
Touch yourself. Make yourself come while I fuck your throat.
Not needing to be told twice, I shift, spreading my legs and dipping my hand inside of my shorts. I moan against his cock as my fingers circle my clit.
Fuck, that's hot. You're doing such a good job,
Sin praises as he fucks my throat at a bruising pace. My fingers swirl against my swollen clit, and I know I'm not far from release. My body is wound up tight, and watching Sin take his pleasure from me is doing things to me. Another breath, and I feel myself starting to convulse as my orgasm plows through me. I moan against Sin's cock, and he curses in response.
That's it, kitten. Fuck yes. I'm going to come.
He pulls my face flush against him as he bottoms out inside of my throat before letting out a guttural groan. I feel his seed spilling deep inside my throat, and he shudders before finally pulling back and releasing my face. I take deep breaths, trying to calm my racing heart, and Sin leans down to pull me up against him. He kisses me soundly, his mouth consuming me. I lean into the kiss, letting myself get lost in the pleasure. I press my body into him, and Sin deepens the kiss, hardening against me again. He releases my mouth just long enough to kiss my neck and whisper,
You did so fucking good, kitten. I've fantasized about fucking that pretty mouth ever since I saw you. And again,
he pauses to nip at my throat.
Every time you sass me.
I moan at the contact, and am quickly getting on board with going for round 2, when a knock at the door interrupts us.
Sin tucks himself away before answering. What? Ariana pokes her head in and wrinkles her nose at seeing his arms wrapped around me. I'm assuming she can also tell from my flushed face that we weren't just discussing the weather. First of all, Vivi, I'm so happy you're awake. Second, you two are gross, she says, leaning against the doorway. I give her my best apologetic grin. I'm so happy you're back, and then turn to Sin. Wait, is everyone back? How long was I out? Ariana answers for him. You were out for almost a whole day. The wards on the Shadow Realm are intense, especially for mortals. She pauses to tilt her chin at Sin. But someone got all growly and possessive and refused to leave your side while you were sleeping. I frown. But why is everyone back already? I didn't think we'd be seeing anyone for a few more weeks at least. Ariana shrugs. You tell me. Sin yelled at Morgana that something urgent had come up and that we needed to debrief as soon as possible. She leans around me, frowning at Sin. That was hours ago, by the way, and everyone is still waiting to hear your news. Sin doesn't look at all apologetic for making everyone wait. Ariana rolls her eyes at his high-handedness before turning to me, her face lighting up again. Anyhow, now that you're up again, want to get dressed? Morgana has everyone gathered in the sitting room. I figured you'd be due to wake up soon, and I thought I'd make sure Sin wasn't keeping you holed up with him longer than necessary. Of course, I exclaim. Personally, I am mortified that everyone is waiting on us. Ariana smiles and sends me an air kiss before giving Sin the finger and walking out the door. I jump to follow her when a pair of strong arms wrap around my waist. Sin, I hiss, trying to wiggle out of his hold. Everyone is waiting on us. I need clothes. I pause before asking, why am I in your room anyway? Sin turns me and caresses my cheek. I automatically lean into his touch. You're a people pleaser. No one will be upset that you kept them waiting a few extra minutes. Especially after you just woke up from a blackout. Take your time. His gaze darkens as he adds, and you're in here because it's where you belong. His words have my heart slamming at a wild pace, and a jolt of electricity thrums down my spine. If I stay here another moment longer, I'm not leaving this room again for a good long while. I don't want to keep them waiting. They shouldn't need to worry like that, I answer gently, pulling out of his arms. Surprisingly, Sin lets me go, and it takes me less than 5 minutes to fully dress. I lead the way, and Sin follows quietly behind me as I try to throw my mess of curls into a bun. It really needs to be washed, and Sin's hands made a mess of it not long before. Still, I managed to get it tied up and out of my face. The whole team, minus Damien, is waiting for us in the sitting room. Magnus and Rosie sit together, both looking tense and worried. Ariana is pacing along the back wall behind the couches, and Morgana sits at her desk, hands folded together and looking apprehensive. The soft sound of alarm bells ghosts across the room. I step inside and head for an empty chair, but Sin beats me to it, sitting and pulling me down on his lap. I sit ramrod straight, a bit embarrassed to be so close to him in front of the others. But no one bats an eye at us, evidently already well aware of how close Sin and I have become. Instead, the room is filled with a collective tension. They're all waiting for the worst. I decide not to prolong their worries and rip off the proverbial Band-Aid. My eyes find Morgana's, and I give her a small smile before blurting out, "So, it turns out you were wrong. Myths are real." Chapter 42. Rule 42. Do not let matters of your life or death fall to a group vote. Morgana does not take the news well about Hades being real.
But then again, I guess learning that you're not the strongest creatures in the realms might make immortals a little uncomfortable. She frowns at us, spinning her dagger as if considering where to impale it. You're telling me that souls are meant to go to the underworld realm? Just like in the silly stories mortals tell? Sin nods.
That's what he said.
Morgana narrows her eyes at him. And why would we believe the man in the wall? I take offense to that. Hey, he was good enough for you to send us through dangerous territory to gain information. But now you don't believe him? Morgana huffs. I thought he'd give us real information, not spin fairy tales. Sin's thumb rubs gentle circles against the small of my back as he answers,
He's not bluffing, Morgana. He took away my power for hours.
Morgana blanches. But if he's telling the truth, then... She shudders. I figured the Fates have always eaten souls. That it was just what they do. She takes another breath before continuing. It's just another reason to stop the council. Was he able to give you any information about your powers? She asks me. Sin and I explain my Reaper powers and how I was immune to the underworld spells. Ariana is thrilled with the news. This is so exciting! You're a dark creature, just like me! She rushes over to pull me up off Sin's lap. I always knew we weren't meant to be light creatures. The Guardians made sure of that when we were offered to the dark side of the moon. She's beaming, clearly excited to have something else in common. Smiling at her apologetically, I burst her bubble. That's not all, Ari. You weren't here when we discovered it, but Need imbued me with creator energy. Ariana lets go of my hands, stepping back in shock. Wait, what? Why in the Fates would she do that? I give a slight shrug. We can't be certain, but I'm guessing it's to keep me collared and under her control. Magnus interrupts.
I knew your energy tasted different. This makes sense. There are so many energies inside you. It's not leaving a clear signature.
He looks pleased to know his own powers were not the issue. Just me. I'm the mess. At least energetically. Physically, mentally, and spiritually, I'm probably a mess too. Ariana frowns at me, looking confused. How is it possible that you're a creator, keeper, and reaper all at once? Those are very conflicting energies. I walk over to sit on the arm of the neighboring couch, tired of giving my back to half the room. It isn't, I answer honestly. The creator and keeper power cannot fully exist in me at the same time. One has to give out to the other. Morgana is directly across from me, and I see her figure it out before I continue. Hades said that the only way to let the creator power fully take root is for the keeper bond to break. And the only way to break the keeper bond is death. Ariana doesn't let me continue. That's ridiculous. You're not going to die, Vivi, she says in a harder tone than I've heard from her before. Pools of darkness start to leak from her hands. Hades believes that ending my mortal life will likely allow the creator energy to fully take hold and make me immortal, I finish. Sin and Ariana start yelling at once, and Rosie flies over to me, her wings twitching anxiously as she tries to reason with me. Magnus watches on curiously, but I keep my gaze centered on Morgana. I know who holds the most power here, and she's the ally I need if I have any chance of convincing one of them to kill me. Morgana watches me curiously, but doesn't seem opposed to the idea. I press my case. Leon almost got us back in the underworld realm. As long as I'm bonded to him, I'm at risk of betraying you all and going over to the council. If you want me to fight for the right side of the war, then I need to get rid of the bond. Otherwise, your precious chosen one prophecy crap will be useless. Sin doesn't like the sound of that, and he turns to Morgana.
There is no guarantee this will work. The easiest way to break the bond is for me to kill Leon. He's still collared, and it would be easy for me to take him out.
Morgana frowns at him. Sin, you already know why we aren't taking that path. Sin rakes his hands through his hair, agitation mounting.
Absolutely not. This isn't happening. Killing her is unacceptable.
His tattoos flare, and he turns to me.
You are not dying. It's too great of a risk to take.
Looking around, I see that Rosie and Ariana look equally upset. Rosie is crying, and Ariana has created a puddle of darkness beneath her. I swallow back the tears, threatening to break free. I never thought I would be so lucky to have so many people who cared about me. For so long, I thought I didn't deserve happiness, that my past made me unworthy of ever finding love or friendship. And yet, here I am, in a room full of people who are ready to go to war if it means not risking my life. And that's precisely why I need to do this. I need to die. I am far too much of a risk while bonded to Leon. I know full well how close I was to going to him back in the underworld realm. Once back in the grips of the council, who knows what they would do to me to extract information about my friends. I'm a liability, and I refuse to put them at risk. I turn to Sin, giving him a small smile. He shakes his head, and the glimpse of fear I saw in him earlier is back.
No, I'm not losing you.
It's not your choice, Sin. It's mine, I say softly. The rest of the room fades away. No one else matters. Sin shakes his head again, taking a step towards me.
Not this choice. You don't get to make this one.
His voice is hoarse, and his hands are shaking. Whether from rage or fear, I'm not sure. If you take this choice from me, you're no better than they are, I whisper back, feeling a tear fall. Sin looks devastated by my words and stands in front of me. His hands cup my cheeks, and I can see the moisture in his own eyes. His gaze searches mine for a moment before he finally speaks.
You can't ask this of me, kitten. I can't do it. I can't kill you.
His voice breaks in the last sentence. My hand comes to his cheek in return, another tear spilling free. I know, Sin. I'm not asking you to kill me. I'll do it. Morgana finally weighs in on my decision, her words pulling Sin and me out of our embrace. I turn to her and find her staring at me with a solemn expression. I'll kill you, Vivian, she finishes, standing from her desk and walking towards me. Chapter 43. Rule 43. If you're going to die, go out with a bang. Morgana walks towards me, but I'm surprised to see Rosie jump in front of her, holding out her hands. Absolutely not, she chirps, sounding furious as she sniffles through tears. I sigh. Rosie, I'm sorry, but this really is my choice, and... Rosie interrupts me, sounding once again like the hard taskmaster she was the day of the party. You are not dying without a proper send-off, Vivian. We celebrate birthdays, and I'll be damned before we pass up the opportunity to celebrate your death. Her face is set in hard determination, and I know there's no way we are going to talk her down from this. Not to mention, a tiny part of me is grateful to have a bit more time alive. Just in case. Nodding, I give in. That's a great idea, Rosie. Thank you. She beams before fluttering her wings. Oh, this will be great. Don't you worry, Vivian. I'll make it perfect. Rosie glares at everyone in the room. Vivian has made her choice, and you will all celebrate her. Understood? We celebrate tonight, whether you like it or not. Sin gives me a furious glare before storming out of the room. Rosie clears her throat. Correction. Almost all of us are celebrating tonight. The others in the room nod, and while Ariana looks less than impressed, she inhales deeply, pulling some of her darkness back. "You'd better be right about this, Vivi, or I will hunt down your soul just to kill you myself." I give her my most reassuring smile. They wouldn't have made a huge deal about my prophecy if ending my mortal life meant I was dead for good. It's going to be fine. Do I believe a word I just said? Maybe? I'm like 70% sure I won't die for good. And right now, those are decent enough odds. Ariana gives me a tight smile and turns to Rosie. "How can I help?" But before Rosie can answer, Morgana chimes in. "I'm going to go look for Sin and try to talk him down." "Do you think he'll be okay?" I ask, worried about him. Morgana purses her lips before answering. "I'm not sure. He's never—" She pauses as if trying to find a way to explain without revealing more than she should. "He cares for you a great deal. That's new to him. And I imagine the idea of losing you is very unpleasant." I swallow, nodding at her, and Morgana continues out the door. Magnus clears his throat and claps me on the back.
"Well, little Enigma, I have no doubt you won't be leaving us permanently, but I'm always available for a party."
The four of us chat for another half hour, discussing possible party ideas. It's nice to take the time to think of something other than my looming death. This feels almost normal. Like pre-supernatural experiences kind of normal. We bounce around different possibilities, but ultimately, my ideas win out since it's my death day party. We settle on a bonfire on the beach, with good music, mortal realm snacks, and lots of peach schnapps. Rosie and Magnus get to work on gathering all the supplies we need, and Ariana keeps me company, hanging out in my room with me after I've showered. We have instilled an all-important, no talking about my possibly becoming permanently dead rule, and are instead focused on having a lazy afternoon. It's pure bliss, other than the fact that I haven't seen Sin since he stormed off. Ariana braids my damp hair so I will have beach waves for the party. We decide to wear matching outfits, courtesy of Ariana robbing my wardrobe blind yet again. It's too warm for long pants, and for once, I'm not ashamed of my scars. Everyone here has seen them, and no one has made a big deal. So, in the spirit of self-love and body confidence, we take daggers to 2 pairs of my jeans, making cut-off shorts. I try to pair mine with a tank top, but Ariana threatens me with shredding all my human realm clothes if I don't let her choose our tops. When I point out that she's already stolen half of my clothes, she raises a brow at me. "Excuse me, you do realize those are my fighting leathers over there, right?" she asks, pointing to the chest at the end of my bed. Laughing, she adds, "I don't mind, Vivi. I'm happy sharing wardrobes." A warmth spreads in my heart at her words. She really is like a sister to me. I've always wanted a sister, or at least I did until I realized what a monster my mother was. Then I was grateful there was no one else for her to traumatize. Ariana digs through my drawers until she finds 2 of my lace bralettes. They each have spaghetti straps, a deep plunging V-neck, and they end in a small band right below the chest. I laugh, sure that she's messing with me. "Those are bras, Ari. They don't leave anything to the imagination. That's a hard no for me. But you go for it if that's your jam." Ariana smirks. "Your boobs won't show if you put a bra underneath. Now get dressed and stop complaining." I wrinkle my nose but take the bralette from her. By the time dusk rolls around, Ariana and I look like we're ready for a beach festival. Our hair is down in matching waves, and we're both in black bralettes and jean shorts. We're barefoot, and Ariana painted our cheekbones and shoulders with glow-in-the-dark glitter. Ariana's glitter is pink, and mine is aquamarine. It's a festive look for us. Linking arms, Ariana apparates us out of my room, and we land on the sandy ground. Peering around, I realize we're on the same beach Sin brought me to the other day. I look around the cove, but don't see him. There's a huge fire burning in the center of the beach, where Magnus is steadily apparating in more wood. Driftwood logs have been rolled over to create some seating, and Rosie has laid out a small table full of Mortal Realm snacks. There's music blasting from a small speaker placed in a divot of one of the cliffs, and music echoes off the surrounding walls, creating a pulsing sound in my blood. I smile and yell at Ariana to be heard over the music. "I didn't think anyone else knew about this place." Ariana grins. "I showed Rosie. I've been all over this realm, Vivi. I know all the best hideouts," she says, before taking my hand and pulling me to the party. The night is just about perfect, save for the absence of Sin and Morgana. Rosie really came through with the snacks, and we roast hot dogs and marshmallows over the flames. Bottles of peach schnapps are being passed around, and a pile of empties is rapidly growing under the table. The mood is jovial as we all let ourselves unwind for the night. I'm just roasting my 7th marshmallow when Morgana apparates into the cove. She gives me a tentative smile as she approaches the party. She knows what I'm going to ask before I even get the chance to open my mouth. "He's okay, and he'll be here," she tells me over the music. Blowing out my flaming marshmallow, I raise a brow. "How did you convince him to come?" She grins at me in a way that I've never seen her do before. It's mischievous. So far, things have been strained between the two of us. I don't think Morgana warms up to people very quickly, and I've been fairly standoffish, given the whole "she killed me once" thing. Ironic that she's going to be killing me again. Life is funny like that. "He doesn't want to come. He's brooding," she says, smiling smugly. I frown at her. "But you said he was coming?" Morgana winks at me, and it's only a little odd given her opaque eyes. "He will, because once the party starts going, I'm going to tell him that you're dancing with Magnus, and that he's looking like he wants to give you a proper send-off." I choke on my marshmallow and then sputter, laughing. "That is devious!" Morgana grins. "He's scared right now and needs the right motivation to push through the fear." I give her a warm smile. "Thank you for your help." She gives me a small smile in return. "He's like a brother to me. There's very little I wouldn't do if it makes him happy. And you make him happy." My heart melts at her words, and Morgana saves me from any awkward emotional displays by getting up and raiding the snack table. When I'm sure I couldn't possibly have another bite of marshmallow, Magnus and Morgana move the driftwood seats back, and Rosie pulls us up to dance with her around the fire. I get lost in the pulse of the music, the volume so loud now that even yelling doesn't carry over the beat. Rosie twirls around the fire, looking completely unscathed by the flames that sometimes lick at her wings. More peach schnapps make their way around, and I'm just about positive almost everyone is drunk. To my credit, I only stumble a handful of times and manage not to land in the flames. I take turns dancing with all of them, spinning and waving our hands in the air as we make loop after loop around the fire. Sweat coats my body from the heat, and I close my eyes, swaying my hips. A few breaths later, a pair of strong arms come around my waist, pulling me flush against a wall of solid muscle. Smiling, I don't even bother to open my eyes, already knowing exactly who's holding me. Instead, I lean back into Sin, grinding against him. His hands tighten before he spins me around to face him. I open my eyes to look up at him, threading my arms around his neck as I continue to sway my hips to the beat. Sin's eyes burn into mine, and the air between us feels charged as desire crackles between us. I run my fingers through his hair, and Sin responds by pulling me closer and grinding against me. We dance like that for ages, lost in each other and not saying a word. Finally, when I might keel over from thirst, I pull away from him, shocked to see that everyone else at the party has left. It's just Sin and I on the beach. I grin. Why do I think that was an absolutely intentional move on their part? Padding over to the snack table, I grabbed the small flask I stashed in a box of candy, downing most of it. I spot a tiny remote, half hidden under a chocolate bar wrapper, and lower the speaker's volume so it's only background noise. Turning back to Sin, I find he hasn't budged and is watching me intently. The shadows from the flames dance across him, making him look even fiercer than usual. My core tightens at the sight as I consider what we should do next. I know exactly what I want to do. There's something about the whole, possibly my last night alive, that does wonders for your confidence. I want to have sex with Sin. And from the way he's been watching me tonight and the hardness that pressed against me while we danced, I think it's fair to assume he wants me too. Throwing him a wicked grin, I pad over to the water instead of returning to him. I can feel the heat from his gaze, tracking my every step. My heart races over what I'm going to do next. Realistically, if I die of embarrassment, it will just save Morgana the trouble. So, why not just go for it? I shimmy out of my shorts and pull off my bralette. Once those layers are shed, I turn to look at Sin, only to find he's still frozen in place, watching me. I give him a beckoning smile as I unclasp my bra. Sin's eyes flare, his eyes glued to my body.
What are you doing, kitten?
I grin. I've never skinny dipped before. This seems like a great time to try. My cheeks heat as I pull off my bra and turn away from him. Facing the water, I slowly peel off my thong before wading into the warm ocean waters.
You shouldn't be swimming right now,
Sin calls, his voice hoarse. A trail of moonlight reflects off the waters, and I make sure to stick to the illuminated parts so Sin has a clear view of me. I don't stop until I'm waist deep, and then turn to him. Well, then you'd better come and get me, I sass back. Sin's jaw works like he's trying to work through a difficult problem before he kneels and unlaces his boots. His eyes never leave mine as he undresses, save for when he pulls off his shirt. My breath catches at seeing him naked. His tattoos extend over most of his body, highlighting his muscles. I'm struck once again by how much he reminds me of a warlord. He's beautiful in a rugged, deadly way. Another breath, and Sin stalks into the water, no doubt coming to fetch me. I respond by giggling and taking off swimming in the opposite direction. It's an honest effort, and I think I make it about 3 strokes before Sin dives and surfaces directly in front of me. I gasp, standing to try and kick off away from him, but the water here is deeper, and I don't quite reach the bottom. Sin's arms hook around me as I surface, sputtering. When I've regained the ability to breathe like a normal person, I wrap my hands around his neck, grinning at him. His body is warm against mine, and feeling his length pressed up against me without clothing is going to drive me to distraction. You've caught me. Now, what are you going to do with me? Sin's expression is almost pained.
You're drunk, kitten. I'm going to take you home and put you to bed.
My heart swells. We had peach schnapps at the party. I specifically requested the alcohol, I say, grinning. Sin sighs as he responds.
That's wonderful. I'm glad you had fun.
I purse my lips, trying not to laugh. Sin, I start, pulling myself up to press against him even more. Sin groans in response, his hands tightening around me, stopping me from moving.
Kitten,
he growls.
Don't.
I smirk, loving that he's reacting to me but ready to end his torture. My fingers play with the hair at the back of his neck. My friends and I got super drunk on peach schnapps last summer. I got really sick and had a terrible hangover the next morning. It was horrid. Sin hums, his eyes focused on the water beyond us as he humors me. I tug on his hair a bit, drawing his gaze back to me. I lick my lips before continuing. I haven't been able to drink peach schnapps ever since. The taste is completely off-putting to me. Sin frowns, his grip on me loosening as he processes my words.
Then what?
I take the opportunity to pull myself higher so our faces are only an inch apart, and my forehead leans against his. I'm completely sober, Sin. I've been drinking water from a flask all night. I whisper against his lips. Sin's eyes flare for just a second before his mouth claims mine. His lips are hot, and he wastes no time before his tongue pushes into my mouth, fucking my mouth. I kiss him just as passionately, tugging at his hair to draw him impossibly closer. Sin's hands move from my waist to my ass, and he lifts me so that my core is pressed directly against his rigid cock. I moan at the contact, wrapping my legs around him and rolling my hips to grind against him. Sin growls at my movement, his fingers digging into me as he presses his thickness into my folds, the action pulling another moan from me. Releasing my lips, Sin kisses a hot trail down my neck.
What do you want, kitten?
He asks before biting at the sensitive flesh. You, I answer breathlessly. All of you. Sin sucks at the bite mark, reddening it further before he murmurs.
Be specific.
I whimper at the sensation and grind myself against him again, hoping that will get the message across. But Sin doesn't budge, licking at my neck. Groaning, I ignore the heat in my cheeks to grit out. Sex, Sin. I want to have sex with you. Sin releases my neck, a low rumble sounding in his chest.
Fuck. I like those words coming out of your mouth.
I remember how much he likes me begging and think to add, Please, Sin? Sin groans, and I swear he grows even harder against me. He doesn't move, his eyes locking on mine.
Last chance, kitten. If we do this, you're mine. I won't be able to let you go,
he warns. My heart beats almost painfully in my chest, and the electric hum between us grows stronger. I want you. You're mine, Sin. Sin's eyes darken, but still he doesn't move.
I'm fucking starved for you. I'm going to make you come until you can't keep your eyes open. And even then, I don't think I'll be able to stop. Is that what you want?
His voice is so low, I feel it vibrating deep within me. Yes, please, yes, I answer, almost panting.
Your safe word is pineapple, sweetheart. And if you can't use your words, it's 2 sharp taps against me. Understood?
He asks. I nod. Yes. Sin smiles, but it's full of dark promises and intent. I respond by grinding against him, trying to angle his cock so he can slide into me. He chuckles, the sound sinfully low, as he pulls me back, stopping my efforts.
Oh no, kitten. I've been thinking about fucking you almost non-stop. The first time I'm inside of you tonight, it won't be in the ocean. It's going to be in my bed, where you haunt my dreams. And it won't be until after I've heard you scream my name.
My breath catches just as Sin apparates us off the beach. Chapter 44. Rule 44. Do not say pineapple. We land in his room a breath later, with Sin still holding me against him. His balcony door is open, and moonlight streams into the room, illuminating the darkness. Sin claims my mouth for another bruising kiss, only this time he's lost his usual control. The kiss is desperate, our teeth clashing as he walks us to his bed. He doesn't stop until he has me on my back, lying over his blankets. He breaks our kiss to kiss a path down my neck, but doesn't stop at my collarbone. He continues lower, and I arch my back in response. Sin's mouth reaches my nipple, and he licks, teasing the sensitive peak. I start to pull at his hair, desperate for more, but Sin stops me.
Hands above your head, kitten. If they leave the headboard, I'm tying you up.
More heat courses through me at his command, and I nod, resting them over my head. Sin sucks my nipple into his mouth, eliciting a gasp from me before releasing it.
That's my good girl. Let me use you.
I moan, and Sin sucks on my nipple again, rolling it with his tongue until he finally bites hard. I scream, arching off the bed. My thighs clench around him even harder, the pain causing a jolt of pleasure that I feel right to my pussy. Sin sucks the abused peak into his mouth before releasing it and placing more heated kisses along my stomach. My core tightens, desperate for his touch and needing more of him. Once Sin reaches the spot directly over my clit, he pulls back just enough to grip my thighs, spreading me wide for him. His eyes rake over me, darkening further.
Fucking perfect.
In one fluid motion, he bends my legs back towards me, pulling my hips up to his face. My ass leaves the ground, and I yelp at the sudden movement. But it morphs into a moan as Sin's mouth descends onto my pussy. He licks a path from my entrance to my clit before sucking it into his mouth. He groans, and my hands tangle into the pillowcase to stop myself from reaching for him. I'm completely at his mercy like this. Sin devours me, sucking and teasing and drawing out more moans from me. He continues to hold me in place, feasting on me until my legs start to tremble, and I'm moments from coming undone. Only then does he release one of my thighs. Sin's tongue spears my slit just as he pushes 2 fingers inside of me. I groan, desperate for him not to stop, as Sin pumps inside of me. His fingers curl to hit my G-spot, and I feel my walls start to clamp down on his fingers just as he bites down on my clit. I scream his name as an orgasm washes over me. My legs tremble even harder, but Sin only growls at the sound and doesn't let up. He holds me against the bed as he continues to suck at my clit and finger fuck me through my orgasm. I scream his name again, and Sin responds by adding another finger, stretching me further. I moan at the stretching sensation, and Sin releases my clit, biting at my inner thigh as his hooded eyes find mine.
You're fucking soaked. You're taking my fingers so well. You're such a fucking good girl.
I whimper at his words, and Sin's fingers fuck me harder, scissoring them inside of me as he prepares me for his cock. His gaze is heated as he watches me, pulling moan after moan from me until I'm so close to the edge again that I might combust. Once he has me screaming his name, he quickly withdraws his fingers and lowers my hips so that I'm in line with his cock. He pauses there, the tip of his cock just grazing my center.
What do you want, kitten?
My body is still teetering on the brink of my second orgasm, and it drives away any shyness I might have about vocalizing my desires. You! Please, Sin! I'm yours! I'm yours! Sin growls, his hands tightening on my thighs as he thrusts inside of me in one fluid motion, bottoming out against me.
That's right. You are. My kitten. My mate. Fucking mine.
He punctuates each claim by slamming deep inside of me. A zap of electricity passes between us, lighting up every one of my nerve endings, and I gasp before Sin hooks an arm around my legs for leverage and starts fucking me at a bruising pace. His cock fills me to bursting, stretching me, and the blurring of pain and pleasure pushes me past breaking point. I shatter against him, screaming his name over and over as Sin continues to fuck me through my orgasm. And still, he doesn't relent. His thrusts grow even faster, and after the waves of my second orgasm pass, his fingers find my clit.
One more, kitten. Give me one more,
he demands, rubbing fast circles against my sensitive nub. My body reacts immediately, and I start to tighten around him, a third orgasm not far off.
That's it, kitten. Fuck, you feel so good.
He groans before angling my hips a little higher and hitting a spot so deep that I forget how to breathe. He does it again and again, and my legs start shaking uncontrollably. My body is lost to him, to the pleasure as he fucks me impossibly harder.
Come for me,
he growls out and pinches my clit. I scream his name, convulsing against him, my walls clamping down around his cock. Sin lets out a roar as he finds his own release, spilling his seed deep inside of me. When the aftershocks of my orgasm finally pass, Sin sets me down gently, pulling me against him to kiss me soundly. Faint trickles of an electric current dance across my skin as his tongue duels with mine, and he groans, pulling me on top of him. He breaks the kiss long enough to ask,
"Okay, kitten."
"God, yes," I answer, my voice breathless. His eyes darken, and I feel his chest vibrating against me as he growls at my response. The sound is equal parts pleased and possessive.
"Good, because we're just getting started,"
he says, flipping us so I'm below him again, his already hard cock brushing against my entrance. His release drips out of me, and Sin pushes it back inside my center before slowly entering me. He fucks me slowly, each thrust grinding against my already sensitive clit. Sin's mouth captures mine, and the kiss is sensuous. His tongue fucks mine at the same pace as his thrusts, staying torturously slow. I hold on to him like my life depends on it, craving the feel of his skin against mine. Only once he feels my walls starting to tighten around him does he release my mouth, pulling back enough to watch me. "Please, Sin," I beg. My body is coiled so tightly I might snap. In response, Sin grips my neck, completely closing off my oxygen.
"This is how it feels to be in the same room as you. I can't fucking breathe, can't fucking think straight. I'm so gone for you."
He thrusts harder, and my mouth opens in a soundless moan. Sin watches me, his gaze locked in pure, possessive fire.
"You own my soul. My life is yours to do with as you please. You have no idea the power you wield over me."
My eyes are saucers, and my brain feels fuzzy from not breathing. Sin smiles darkly as he loosens his grip, just enough that I can suck in a life-giving breath before he tightens it again.
"2 taps, kitten,"
he reminds me before abandoning his slow, torturous pace and fucking me hard. He slams into me, repeatedly bringing me to the brink where my consciousness grows fuzzy before letting me breathe again. My screams are cut off, and my body feels like it's completely coming apart. My core tightens impossibly further, and my legs wrap around him, desperate to never stop. His pace is punishing, and my body takes it all, silently begging for more. He brings me to the edge of my orgasm again, and he reaches between our bodies, rubbing at my clit. I tremble, utterly incapable of controlling my own movements. My brain is screaming for more oxygen, and instead of giving it to me, Sin's grip tightens. The action throws me over the edge, and just as my orgasm is about to fully consume me, Sin releases my neck. The oxygen hits me at the same time as my orgasm, and the pleasure only intensifies as I scream his name over and over again. Each wave feels like it crashes through me with the force of a tsunami until I'm boneless and shaking beneath him. Sin slows his pace, leaning down to kiss me. His mouth teases mine, nibbling at my lower lip. I'm passive for a moment, regaining my breath, but soon I reach around his neck to draw him closer, deepening the kiss. We lay like that, with Sin slowly fucking me as we kiss each other until he starts teasing my nipples. More? I ask breathlessly. Sin's eyes rake over me, still filled with desire, as he answers,
The night isn't over. I'm not stopping unless you use your safe word or the sun comes up.
I inhale sharply.
You're mine to use until you decide otherwise. And I've only just begun to make you scream, sweetness.
Sin promises, placing a heated kiss against my neck. I arch into his touch just as Sin pulls out of me and flips me onto my stomach.
Hands and knees, kitten,
he orders as he pulls my hips up. I do as he says, and Sin runs his hand down my spine, pressing at the small of my back to push my ass out.
So fucking beautiful.
His tone is reverent, and he slips a finger inside of me, coating it with our combined juices before spreading the moisture up to my ass. His other hand massages my cheeks, and slowly, he pushes his cock into my pussy, filling me. Sin fucks me like that for a few beats, drawing out my moans at the new position before his thumb comes to my back hole, teasing me. I push back against him, loving the sensation, and Sin growls in satisfaction, pressing his thumb past my tight ring of muscle. I stiffen at the invasion, and he spits against his thumb, adding more lubrication.
Have you had your ass fucked before?
He asks as he continues to grind his hard length into me. I whimper at the sensation. No. Sin groans at my answer, and his thumb pushes in a bit deeper.
Fuck, I love that. I'm going to claim your ass. It might hurt a bit at first, but soon you'll forget the pain, and you're going to be screaming for more.
His other hand wraps around me to play with my clit, and I moan, the pressure from his thumb combined with his cock making me feel completely full. But before I can revel in the feeling, he slowly pulls out his thumb, spitting on my ass, before replacing it with 2 fingers. These go in with less resistance, and soon I'm pushing back against him, trying to get more of him, needing him to fill me more. Sin pulls out of my pussy, and his fingers play with my clit and slide inside of me. But I don't have time to protest at the loss of him because, in my next breath, his cock presses against my back hole, slowly filling me. I gasp as he stretches me even further, and when I jerk at the slight pinch, Sin pulls back a bit and then pushes in again. His fingers in my pussy curl to hit my G-spot, and I pant at the feeling of my ass being so completely filled. Sin continues his slow invasion until he's fully seated inside of my ass. Releasing a satisfied groan, he stays there for a moment, letting me get used to him. My body trembles, craving more and needing him to move. I decide to test the sensation, leaning forward so that he slips out of my ass a fraction before pushing back against him, letting him fill me completely again. I let out a moan at the sensation, and Sin matches it, his hand gripping my thigh.
I have to take this slow. You need to get used to me, or it's going to hurt.
He grits out. I respond by rolling my hips so I can feel him move inside of me again. Sin's fingers dig into my thigh, and he pulls his fingers out of my pussy, causing me to whimper.
I'm trying to be gentle, but so help me, if you do that, I'm going to fuck your ass into oblivion.
Sin growls. My blood heats at his threat, and my body tightens, desperate for him to make good on it. I arch back into him, taking him even deeper inside of me.
Fuck, I'm going to love ruining you.
Sin groans before his fingers plunge back into my pussy, and he pulls out of my ass, only to thrust back inside of me. I scream. The pressure of my ass being stretched around him blends with pleasure, and I can't tell if I'm screaming from pain or pleasure. He does it again, and I scream again, a deep heat unfurling inside of my core. Sin's free hand wraps around my hair, and he uses it as leverage as he starts slamming his cock into my ass repeatedly. He picks up the pace, and the sounds he pulls out of me become animalistic as I get lost to the primal pleasure.
"Fuck yes, kitten. You're taking me so well,"
Sin praises as his thrusts hit a bruising pace.
"Your pussy, your ass, and your body. They're mine to claim. Your pleasure is mine to take. Understood?"
He growls out. I don't answer him, and Sin pulls his hand from my pussy to slap my ass hard.
"Who owns your pleasure?"
he demands, slapping my ass again. "Yours! It's all yours, Sin!" I scream. The sharp sting of his slap drives me further to my orgasm, and my legs start to shake beneath me.
"That's right, kitten. Fucking mine."
My legs tremble even harder, and Sin slaps my pussy just as he drives into me. The action sets me over the edge, and my arms and legs give out as the orgasm sweeps through me. Sin releases my hair to hold up my hips as he continues to pound into me again and again, until finally letting out a loud groan as he comes inside my ass. He collapses on top of me, but still manages to hold his weight so he doesn't crush me. We lay there, panting, until finally, Sin slowly pulls out of my ass, eliciting a low moan from me. Sin chuckles, rolling to his side and pulling my back flush against him. His warmth envelops me, and he nuzzles against the top of my hair, whispering soothing words that cause more electricity to dance across my skin.
"You are my universe now. I don't deserve you, but I don't care. You're still mine."
Only once my breathing slows to normal does Sin stand, lifting me into his arms and walking us into his bathroom. He sets me down on the vanity before going to the shower and turning on the water. I stay seated, content to watch him. I'm not sure my legs could hold me right now, even if I tried to stand. My heart thumps painfully in my chest as Sin tests the water and turns back to me, his gaze adoring. I swallow at the emotions building inside of me, and Sin is gentle as he lifts me off the vanity and walks us into the shower. He stands with me cradled in his arms, the hot water pouring over us. Sin's eyes never leave mine, and he watches me like he's trying to peer into my very soul. The words I want to say to him get stuck in my throat. I'm his, and he's mine, eternally. While I don't know the full repercussions of what that means, I have absolutely no regrets. A warm feeling hums within me, and it's answered by more of the electric current that trickles between Sin's body and mine. I open my mouth to ask Sin what the energy is, only to watch as threads of my own silvery energy reach out to him, gliding along his skin. The wisps crackle as they tangle with the electric pulses, and I can't look away, watching them dance together.
"It's our souls knitting themselves together,"
Sin says, answering my question before I even ask it. "It's beautiful," I whisper, feeling their static warmth as the combined threads settle against me, whispering against my skin.
"There is no longer a day where our souls exist alone. Nothing, no magic, no realm, not even death can separate us. We will always find each other."
Sin's whisper is reverent, and he gives me a soft kiss. He washes me with a tenderness I've never experienced before. With each of his touches, more pulses of the electric energy of our souls dance across my skin. After he's completely cleaned me, Sin reaches for the soap again to wash himself, but I take it from him, determined to give him the same intimacy. Almost immediately, he grows hard again at my touch, his erection pressing against my stomach. When it's time to clean his lower half, I kneel before him and look up at him through my lashes. His eyes darken at the sight, and he reaches for the top wall of the shower, gripping it tightly. Sin mutters curses under his breath, growing harder with every touch. Once he's rinsed off, he reaches to pull me back up, but instead of complying,
I take him into my mouth. "Fuck, kitten," Sin groans. I respond by taking him deeper, only stopping when he hits the back of my throat. When I feel him shudder, I do it again. Sin's hands come to my hair as he starts thrusting, angling my head so he can slide down my throat. I moan against him, and he groans at the vibrations, picking up his pace. He fucks my throat raw until he comes, spilling down my throat. "You are so fucking stunning," he growls, hooking his hands under my hips and lifting me so my back is pressed against the tile wall. My pussy is level with his face in this position, and he devours me, making me come against his tongue. Once he has my thighs trembling and clamping against his face, he slides me down the shower wall, wrapping my legs around him, and thrusts inside of me. I have no strength left to hold on to him, but he keeps me pinned there, fucking me at a punishing pace, as if trying to quench an insatiable need. His movements are uncontrolled as he pushes us over the edge and into oblivion. By the time he's toweled me off and placed me back in his bed, I'm too exhausted to keep my eyes open and drift off to sleep. He wakes me 3 more times through the night. The first, I awaken to his face between my thighs, sucking at my clit as his fingers rub up at my G-spot. He doesn't stop until I come, and then holds me, whispering that he will never have enough of me as I fall back into a dreamless sleep. The second time, I wake on top of him, my stomach flush against his as he lifts my hips to drive himself inside of me. When my eyes flutter open, I moan, sitting up to straddle him. Sin's hands release my hips as he murmurs, "That's it, kitten. Ride my cock until you come. I want to watch you take what's yours." I bounce on his cock, my eyes widening at the new angle, and Sin takes my hand, bringing it to my pussy. "Touch yourself. Take your pleasure." My fingers swirl around my clit, and I grind my hips against him. Only when Sin feels my body start to tremble do his hands come back to my hips as he takes over thrusting, fucking me hard until we both go over the edge together, screaming. Finally, as a hint of the sun's golden rays start to peek over the horizon, I wake to Sin's cock buried in my ass. I'm spooned into him, and Sin's hands are wrapped around me, with one hand teasing my nipple and the other circling my clit. He draws out my low moans, only picking up the pace when I turn to claim his mouth for a scorching kiss. Then, his thrusts become punishing as his fingers slip inside my pussy, and he makes me scream his name repeatedly until I come on his cock. My orgasm triggers Sin's, and he bites my neck as he comes inside of me. I have vague moments of semi-lucidity when Sin carries me back to the shower and cleans us again, before we curl back into bed. I'm too tired to move or speak, but despite the exhaustion, as Sin's warmth envelops me and I fade away into oblivion yet again, I only have one thought. I've never felt more cherished. Chapter 45. Rule 45. Save as many as you can. I wake up to Sin's body cocooning mine, and I'm nestled into his arms, enveloped by his heat and the smell of wood smoke. My eyes flutter as I look up at him, only to find he's already awake, watching me. Last night was intense. Perfect, but intense. I made some sounds I didn't think could come out of me, and the thought has my cheeks flaming. "Good morning," I whisper. Sin smirks at my tone before leaning in to kiss me soundly. It takes only a second before I kiss him back, and the kiss grows more carnal. He claims my mouth until I start to move restlessly against him, craving more, before he pulls away. He takes in my flushed cheeks and aroused expression before smirking again. "Good morning."
My heart thumps inside my chest, and the now familiar feeling of warm electricity tingles across my back, reminding me that our souls are now knit together. Last night, I start.
Wasn't nearly enough,
He notes gruffly, bending to kiss my collarbone. I bite back my smile. That too. He kisses me again, and I pull his face to refocus his attention. You said our souls knitted together. His gaze drifts longingly over my body before he props himself up beside me.
That's what happens when you complete a mate bond. The action merges your souls, binding them as one.
His fingers ghost along my waist like he can't help but touch me, and I warm further. So that we can find each other? I ask.
Amongst other things.
He notes lazily as his fingers drift lower and my breath catches in my throat. Want to elaborate on that? My legs fall open as his fingers move to my pussy. I'm not sure I'll even be able to walk properly today, but my driving need for this man overrides any soreness.
It's different between mated pairs, depending on how their souls and energies combine. Fae bonds typically involve being able to sense each other's emotions. Irina is the only other mated destroyer, and the bond she built with Rosie allows them to pass memories between each other.
He answers, his fingers brushing gentle circles over my clit, drawing out my whimpers. And now you built a mate bond between us? I ask, just making 1000% sure that I didn't miss something, to make sure he's truly mine. Sin hums, lowering himself down my body.
I warned you, kitten. The moment you gave yourself to me fully, I wouldn't be able to let you go. We are mated. You're mine.
His tongue drags against my pussy, drawing out a moan from me.
If you're having second thoughts,
he adds, his eyes darkening as they fix on mine.
I'd be happy to fuck them out of you,
he notes, finishing in a low growl before thrusting his tongue inside of me. No second guessing, I gasp, just clarifying. But you should probably fuck me anyway, just in case. Raw hunger crosses his face like we didn't just spend the night having sex, and he flips me onto my stomach. He pulls me to the edge of the bed and stands, lifting my hips until his cock is at my entrance. He thrusts into me hard, bottoming out against me and hitting my G-spot. I open my mouth to scream, but his fingers are there, driving into my mouth, gagging me. I suck on them as he sets a punishing pace.
I want to be inside of you every fucking moment of the day. And if I can't be, then I want to be dripping down your thighs every time I'm not fucking you.
Sin growls. His thrusts grow more erratic, and I'm already trembling against him. When my pussy starts to flutter around him, he releases my mouth, fisting my hair to drive into me even harder. Yes, please, yes, Sin. I'm yours. Take me, please. I'm yours. I beg through my screams, and Sin's thrusts become harder, fucking me punishingly before he groans, and I feel his warm seed spilling inside of me. His release triggers my own, and we both grind harder against each other, trembling until the waves of pleasure have passed. Sin takes a shuddering breath, his hands cupping my ass, massaging it while he's still buried deep within me.
You are so fucking beautiful. You're fucking perfect, kitten.
He whispers the words, and I feel his cock twitch, starting to get hard again. Perfect is a strong word. I'm pretty sure I drive you crazy, I say as I crawl forward on the bed, effectively pulling him out. I look over my shoulder at him, smiling, only to find his gaze locked on my ass. Pursing my lips, I turn, sitting on my knees. Sin's eyes finally flick back to my own.
You do drive me crazy. That doesn't make you less perfect for me.
I lick my lips at his answer, and Sin's eyes fix on the gesture, flaring for a moment before stalking towards me on the bed. Giggling, I scramble back. Sin, at some point, we're going to need to leave your room. Sin reaches the center of the bed, and I dash off it. His answering smile is dark and predatory as he tracks my movement.
Go ahead, kitten. Make my day and make me chase you.
My heart thunders in anticipation. Sin is insatiable when it comes to my body, and I love it. I back up to his door, turning the knob and taking a second to peek in the hall, finding it empty. Sin is still on the bed, watching me, and I smile sweetly at him before sticking out my tongue and dashing back into my own room. I barely make it inside before Sin apparates in front of me, slamming me back into my door, his mouth claiming mine in a wild and uncontrolled kiss. When he finally pulls away from me, I let reality inch back into our lives. We should get dressed. I'm sure the team is waiting on us. After all, today is... I stop at the dark look that crosses Sin's face.
Please, please don't do this,
he whispers, his eyes pleading. I swallow. Why does the thought of dying hurt more today? I cup his cheek. I need to do this, Sin. I need to be free. He takes my hand and kisses my knuckles.
Do you have any idea how hard it is for me not to use my influence to change your mind right now? The idea of losing you is enough to make me want to unexist the entire otherworld realm, because that's better than risking your life. I am holding on by a fucking thread.
My throat feels tight, and I blink back tears. You won't lose me. I'll come back to you. He shudders against me, but says nothing. I won't be long, I say softly, and my heart shatters at the broken look in Sin's eyes. He apparates out of the room without another word, and the second I'm alone, I let myself sink down against the door, curling my arms around my knees. This is it. Morgana is going to kill me today. I wonder if it will hurt. Death seems like a pretty painful experience. I'd rather not get stabbed or choked to death, especially the latter. Assuming I do come back, I'd rather not picture dying if Sin chokes me the next time we're together. At the thought of Sin, my tears start to fall freely. I'm hurting him, and it's killing me to do it. I love him. So much it consumes me, and while I have no regrets over sealing our mate bond, I can't help but feel guilty about doing it right before I die. That thought only has me spiraling harder. I cry because I'm going to die today, and I'm scared. I cry because if I don't come back, my friends, both here and in the mortal realm, will be crushed to lose me. I cry because I turned out not to be broken and finally found a way to love someone, even though Sin will likely never love me back. The wording of the prophecy is all too clear to me. I will be the one doing the loving, not the powerful creatures. Leon never loved Cassandra. He loved a lie. It seems logical to assume that Sin won't love me back either. But whatever we have now, it's more than enough. It's more than I ever deserved. I don't move until I finally feel like I've gotten enough of my emotions out to face the others. If I get the crying out now, I can put on a brave mask. I refuse to break down or show any reluctance in front of the others. That will only make them more upset, and I can't do that to them. After freshening up in the bathroom, I pad over to my dresser. My breaths are back to normal, and I've shoved down the fear and the guilt. I'm functional again and ready to take on my problems. First up, what does one wear on their last day alive? My eyes catch the tight gray dress folded neatly in my bottom drawer. I can't look at it without shuddering, since it reminds me of Leon. The mere thought of him touching me has my skin crawling. It sounds like the perfect thing to die in. Why spoil other clothing? I'm just pulling the last strands of my hair into a French braid when Sin apparates into the room. He looks like he's about to speak, but stops short when he takes in what I'm wearing.
Fuck, kitten, you.
He starts. I hate this dress, I interrupt, frowning.
He looks me up and down. I would be more than happy to remove it for you, preferably while you sit on my face.
I laugh. I wore this with Leon. It has bad memories for me. I figured I may as well spoil it further. Sin stalks towards me, all predatory intent.
When you come back to me, kitten, and you will come back, we are going to burn this dress, and I'm going to fuck you in front of the flames.
Butterflies flutter in my stomach as his hand comes around the back of my neck, and he pulls me in for a steaming kiss. When his lips release mine, he adds,
"And after that, we are buying you more of these. One in every color."
I giggle, warmth spreading throughout my body. That sounds perfect. Now let's go find the others so I don't need to wear this any longer than necessary. Sin and I head over to the dining room, hand in hand. The butterflies in my stomach show no signs of slowing. It's almost enough to make me forget that I'm going to die today. When we enter the dining room, we find Rosie, Magnus, and Ariana seated and having lunch. At the sight of us, they burst into applause, catcalling and hollering. My cheeks heat, and I wonder how they could possibly know what Sin and I got up to last night. Ariana grins at me. In case you guys are missing them, we picked up your clothes off the beach this morning when we cleaned up from the party. Sin laughs, and I groan as he pulls me over to the table. He doesn't let go of me, taking me to his seat and settling me on his lap. I might feel more mortified if he wasn't looking at me with such heated tenderness. I smile at the others. Thank you for getting our things. We appreciate it. There. No hiding. No feeling embarrassed. Ariana wrinkles her nose at me and Sin. I love you both, but gross. Magnus stands to clap Sin on the back, and Rosie is beaming, telling us how happy she is for us. Sin pours me some coffee while I chat with the others about the party, and I sip at it, letting the contentedness linger a while. I managed to eat a chocolate croissant, even though I was sure I'd be too nervous to eat. Sin holds on to me the entire time, his hand running up and down my back in a soothing motion. My pulse flutters, and I steal glances at him, always finding his eyes on me. When the others have eaten, I finally ask the question I've been holding on to since my cry session. Do you have any poison here? The kind that will put you to sleep and you die painlessly? I know Morgana agreed to kill me, but I'm just hoping we can find a pain-free route to do it. Sin's fingers tighten against my thigh, and his tattoos flare, but he says nothing. Ariana and Magnus look at a loss.
I could scan the markets,
Magnus starts. But Rosie's whisper stops him. I do. All eyes turn to her, and Rosie looks like she might wither under the attention. There's a flower in the garden. It only blooms under the light of the moon. But if you harvest it when it's blooming and brew it into a tea, just a few sips will kill you. Magnus gapes at her.
Rosie, why in the fates do you have such a thing? Are you growing more poisons?
Ariana lifts her hand to give Rosie a high five. Way to grow a useful plant, Rosie. Rosie gives a slight shrug. It was a gift from Irina. She touched the seeds when she gifted them to me. I've been cultivating the vines ever since. That sounds perfect. Thank you, Rosie, I say, and she smiles at me. You'll have to wait until tonight, but then... She's interrupted by Morgana entering the room. Her face is ashen like someone has died. Sin immediately goes rigid.
What is it?
He demands. Her eyes find mine, and my heart sinks. This can't be good. There's been a breach in our wards. Someone has weaved in a curse, and I think it's set to demolish the rest of them. The council must be using it to help them invade. Vivian, I'm sorry to say, but your death is going to need to wait until we fix this, Morgana says. There's fear in her voice, and Sin immediately stands, holding me to him.
I'll go remove the curse and fix any damage to the wards. Where is it located? He asks, his grip on me tightening. The eastern coast, close to where we had the emissary party. I believe someone in attendance is betraying us. Morgana answers. Sit tight, kitten. This won't take long. Sin smiles at me reassuringly before kissing me soundly and apparating out of the room. The moment he's gone, I turn to ask Morgana what this means when she levels her eyes on me, looking even more afraid than before. That will take him at least an hour to sort out. I've bought you as much time as I can, she says, and I don't miss the slight waver in her tone. I frown. What are you talking about? The wards. I'm the one who messed with them. It was the only thing I could think of to get him out of here long enough for you to decide. I received a message from Need this morning. She says we must return you to their care. You have just under an hour left to get to them. The handoff will be at the beach where you freed Leon. They have your friends, Vivian. Need has Connor, Isaac, and Sarah. If you don't go, she'll kill them, Morgana answers, gripping the table. All the blood drains from my face. No, this can't be happening. Morgana swallows. That's not all. Need is demanding we return you as a mortal, and notes that if anything is to happen to her or Leon, she has mages stationed around your realm to kill as many mortals as possible. My hands shake, and my vision starts to darken at the edges. Need has my friends. I tried so hard to keep them safe, to stay away, but Leon must have told Need about them so they'd have a bargaining chip. This is clearly a trap! There's no way we're going along with this! Ariana yells as she stands from the table, a black mass of darkness swimming under her feet. Magnus agrees. Need is bluffing. She's already under scrutiny from the other council members about her reckless use of power. I focus on Morgana, who still looks stricken. Is she capable of this? Of killing my friends, or murdering countless innocent mortals? Morgana worked alongside Need for millennia. I trust her judgment on this. Yes, she whispers. She's absolutely capable of it. Especially since Vivian is an uncollared creator. She cannot risk Vivian coming into full power while in our hands. Knowing the decision has been made, I nod, and Morgana gives me a grim look before heading to her chair. Rosie chimes in next. How do we know for sure she even has Vivian's friends? Maybe she's lying. But Morgana shakes her head. I already looked. All 3 were absent from their classes today. They've plastered their phone numbers around campus with posters looking for you, Vivian. None of the phone numbers were answered. My heart feels like it's shattering at her words. My poor friends have been worried sick for me. I stayed away, thinking I would keep them safe, and in doing so, I've only managed to hurt them more. I choke back a sob. So, what's the plan, then? How do we get back Vivian's friends without handing her over to the council? Magnus asks. Morgana and I lock eyes, and I know we're on the same page. We don't, I answer. That's why she distracted Sin. The only way we can save her friends is to make the trade, Morgana continues. You and Sin, you're bonded now, aren't you? My heart thumps, and it's almost painful. Yes. If he comes back before the handoff, he will murder Leon and Need before they ever lay a hand on you. She warns. He will start this war and end it before ever risking you. But in doing so, he will turn the other realms against us, and that will lead to the loss of millions of lives. Her words are strained, like she is fighting with herself from speaking them into existence. I won't let that happen, I whisper, letting out a shuddering breath. Ariana's corner of the table is growing darker and darker. Vivi, I'm begging you, don't do this. You have no idea what these people are capable of. What they'll do to you if you don't follow their whims.
They will break you, shatter you, only to bring you back and do it again, more painfully, every time. You don't come out of there whole. Even if we get you out, you won't be you anymore. Trust me. More darkness pours from her hands, and I stand to hug her. She clings to me, shaking. The Guardians tried to break me. The things you experienced, Cassandra did too. But she got out, and I will too. They can break us all they want. We will always rise from the shattered pieces. I squeeze her tightly before pulling away to look her in the eye. We come back stronger, Ari. Always. Her lip quivers, and she nods. Promise me you'll come back? I promise. I don't focus on how sour the lie tastes as I turn to the rest of the table. I'm going to get dressed. We're doing the handoff. I refuse to sacrifice my friends. I don't wait for more argument. I just leave. I hurry to pull on my fighting leathers. Corrupted bond or not, I'm going in armed. My thoughts drift over to possible avenues of escape until the crushing realization hits. If I leave, Need can just pull more hostages from my realm. She knows how to get to me now. I swallow thickly. I'm not getting out of that castle unless it's crumbling behind me. I touch the necklace Sin gave me, and my hands shake as I pull it off. I don't want Leon to get his hands on it. It's precious to me. Oh, God. Sin. He's going to be devastated. Not only that, but he might just go ballistic enough to use his destroyer powers and murder the council. My pulse races, knowing I have no time, but I run to the cloak I took on my first day here, digging into the pocket and pulling out the notebook. I scrawl out my note, unable to stop the tears streaming down my eyes. Sin, by the time you see this, I'll already be gone. Need has my mortal friends, and I can't let her kill them. I'm going willingly. I'm so sorry for leaving this way. They won't hurt me, not when they need me. Please don't come for me, not when this is the only way to keep everyone safe. I love you. I wish I could have told you in person. I'm yours, and I love you. Always. Your kitten. I leave the note on the table next to his bed, laying the necklace he gave me on top of it before finding the others. They're all waiting in the sitting room for me, looking somber. Who's taking me there? I ask, not wanting to waste another second. Me, Ariana and Morgana answer at once. They turn to each other, surprised. The second Need sees you, she will murder you, just so Sin is out of a keeper, Ariana snaps. And the second Sin returns home today and finds that Vivian was handed back to the council, he will murder whoever did it, Morgana snaps back. With the keeper bond, I have the best chance of coming out of this alive. Magnus distracts me by handing me a small comb. It's the enchanted one that I'd joked was Fey birth control when I first saw him here. His gaze locks on mine. Just in case, my little enigma, until we win this war and you return to us. I smile softly at him and nod, not trusting my voice. I tuck it into one of my pockets and try not to focus on if I'll ever see him again. Our allies are waiting to see who I'm aligned with. If the council has me, then I don't think there will be much of a war. He hugs me, and I turn to Rosie, who is fighting back tears. She pulls me into a hug, both of us shaking, but neither saying a word. When she releases me, I step back, looking at Morgana and Ariana. Well, who's it going to be? I'm taking you, Ariana notes. I'll wait here for Sin, Morgana adds. Every motion feels like it's slowing as I nod at Morgana. Ariana takes my hand, squeezing it tightly, and I look at my new friends one more time. Thank you for everything, I whisper. And then, we're gone. Chapter 46. Rule 46. Never give in. I'm too overtaken with dread to feel any pleasure at being back in my old home. The cool Atlantic breeze whips at the tendrils of hair that have snaked loose from my braid, and my fighting leathers aren't nearly warm enough to stop the frigid air. Or maybe that's just me. I haven't stopped having cold chills since Morgana sent away Sin. Ariana and I wait on the beach, just below the surf shack. I tried to convince Ariana to return to the Shadow Realm after we arrived, and she plunged the beach into darkness in response. It feels like a lifetime since I was here, tentatively hoping I wouldn't fail miserably at surfing. I can barely recognize that girl, even though I know it's only been a few weeks. I guess learning magic is real. Being controlled by a corrupt magical government and regaining all your memories from a past life will do that for you. Or maybe the years of guided meditations finally kicked in, and this is me finding enlightenment. Who knows? We wait silently, each of us lost in our thoughts and listening for any possible sound. My hands rest on the hilts of my daggers, ready to spring at any sign of danger. Need said she wants only me, but I'm not putting it past her to try something else. We're on edge. We wait for a painstaking 10 minutes before they come. Need, Leon, and Raiden apparate before us. Need has Sarah bound before her, and Raiden drops an unconscious Connor while holding Isaac at knife point. The bond flares to life, and a sharp burst of heat spears through me. I gasp, but stay standing. Ariana notices and links her arm with mine. "What did you do to him?" I accuse, trying to see if Connor is okay. Raiden rolls his eyes. "That one speaks too much. We knocked him out to shut him up." Sarah screams at seeing me. "Oh my God, Vivian! I'm so happy you're okay!"
"Christ, Vivian, we've been terrified for you,"
Isaac adds. My heart swells. My friends have literally been kidnapped, and they've probably just learned magic is real, all because of me. But instead of being angry, they're concerned. Raiden slaps Isaac over the head, ordering him to shut up, and Need places a hand on Sarah's head before ordering her to sleep. Sarah collapses to the ground in a heap. I swallow, knowing they're ready to make the exchange. Small tendrils of fog lick at the corners of my mind. I don't have long.
"Vivian, it's time to end this charade. You are my fated. We have loved each other for millennia. You're fighting an impossible battle. You can't fight fate. You are mine," Leon orders, not moving from beside Need. It feels like the air is crackling from the tension until I realize it's the energy from the mate bond buzzing against me. If there was any way to tell that Sin realized I've left, I'm guessing this is it. We need to hurry. "Leon, I remember everything. You loved a lie. Cassandra was never who you thought she was. I'm sorry she deceived you, but this love you are clinging to, it isn't real. It never was." Leon's eyes narrow, and he looks murderous as he steps forward. His tattoos start to glow a faint blue. He did not like hearing that. Leon's words are less controlled now, and he's back to being the bitter, controlling person who left me back in a world of pain at his castle. "You're lying, still lying all the time,"
he yells out. But then he pauses, his expression darkening as he continues in a more sinister tone.
"But don't worry, I'll cleanse you of those habits very soon, even if I need to control every facet of your soul to make it happen."
A bolt of heat sears through the bond again, and I go lightheaded at the pain. More fog trickles into my brain, making it more difficult to think. Ariana's arm circles me fully, helping to hold me steady. Leon takes another step for me, exploding in anger.
"Get your fucking filthy hands off her! She is not yours to touch!"
More pain pulses through the corrupted bond, and my knees feel weak. Still, I manage to choke out a whisper. I'm not yours. My words redirect Leon's anger back to me, and he pauses. His glare bites into me, and he looks deadly.
What the fuck did you just say?
I smile through the pain, feeling amazing to finally be able to say it, even if the bond feels like a hot poker is being lodged into my soul. I start, standing up of my own accord to face him. I'm not yours. More electricity dances across my skin, the humming growing stronger, and my skin heats. Leon steps forward again, reaching to grab me, but just as he moves, the ground below him starts to shake. Ariana's eyes have gone onyx, completely opaque in their darkness, and she pulls every thread of darkness around us, wrapping them around Leon, Need, and Raiden. I will not hesitate to pull the very air from your lungs, she threatens, her tone low and ferocious. Need answers, sounding annoyed but not afraid. That's enough. Vivian, unless you want mortals around your realm to be slaughtered, you will obey, and your Dark One will retract her powers immediately. Ariana pulls back her power just a fraction, only to find Raiden eyeing her hungrily as he digs the tip of his dagger into Isaac's neck, making him yell in pain. Okay, we're listening, I answer quickly, and Ariana completely dissipates the darkness. Need looks on smugly, already aware she holds all the cards. Release Leon from his collar. We're taking you back to the Council's castle. So long as you go willingly, and no one from the Shadow Realm tries to stop us, the mortals will remain unharmed. We want peace, Vivian. Don't force our hand. My stomach sours, and I glare at Leon as I step towards him. The bond starts to hum at our closeness, but I fight against it, using the pain to fuel my rage and push back the fog. The hum of electricity on my skin grows louder, to the point where I think the others may hear it too. I can feel it now, a pull deep within me. Sin is coming for me. Leon's gaze reflects my fury as he watches me raise my left hand to his neck. The blue key appears in my hand as the energetic collar imbued into Leon materializes. I don't let myself breathe as I click the key into place. The collar dissipates, and I move to step away, but Leon is faster. His hand darts out, and he grabs my hair, spinning me so my back is pressed against him. That's when I see him. Sin apparates onto the beach, a few feet in front of me. I gasp, and Leon's grip tightens as he pulls me tighter against him, yanking back at my hair with enough force to make tears come to my eyes. Sin's tattoos glow brightly, his rage simmering just beneath his skin. Leon's other hand comes to my cheek, stroking it, and the bond sends a bolt of pleasure through me at the contact. I want to gag. A tear rolls down my cheek as I take in Sin for what may be the last time. He stands rigid, his chest heaving as he watches. His hands are fisted, and I notice the small paper he clutches in one hand. My note. He gives me the barest shake of his head, silently begging me not to do this, and I feel my heart shatter. More tears come, and I mouth, I'm sorry. But our silent exchange is quickly interrupted.
You're playing a dangerous game, touching what doesn't belong to you,
Leon growls, and I realize he can clearly see the marks Sin left on my skin.
She was promised to me by destiny itself. She is mine!
He pulls on my hair some more, punctuating each word. I grit my teeth, refusing to go under the force of the bond. Not in front of Sin. I won't do that to him. I am not! I yell, willing him to understand the simple words. Leon responds to my claim by once again running his fingers down my cheeks and brushing away my tears in a tender motion. He kisses me just above my ear before he whispers,
Stupid girl. I own you for eternity."
With those words, he wrenches my neck hard to the left. I distantly hear Sin scream, "Vivian!" but the sound is garbled at the sharp sting in my neck and the warmth that blossoms out from it. And then, all sounds fade as my mortal life is ended.
This has been a Podium Audio production. If this audiobook fulfilled your fantasy, we would love for you to rate and review it. The audiobook might be over, but the heat isn't. Check us out at podiumentertainment.com and join our newsletter for your next love story. Also, don't forget to stalk us on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook.